Hello, everyone. I'm just going through a technical difficulty right now. I don't know why this is, but this thing, it doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't want to play my audio. Hold on one second. I don't know why OBS is acting so weird. It's time. Yep. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just restart. I think I'm going to have to restart this stream, guys. Hold on, because this OBS thing is just not working for some reason. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. Aggregate device. The audio was working before. I don't know why. USB audio device. Let's see here. Should be maybe USB. Oh boy, hold on. Music was there. Okay, hold on. Okay, looks like it works now. But if I go here... Don't know why the news one is not working though. Let me know if the music is too loud or if it's too low. Music is back. Okay. All right, guys. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna get myself some coffee, and I'm gonna freshen myself up a little bit. So I'm gonna play some music for you guys. Sit back, relax, enjoy the music, and I'll be back shortly. Let me just refresh myself up a little bit here. All right, guys. 1 second. Hello, guys. Sorry about the wait. I had to take a shower real quick. Get myself freshened up. I was a little bit late, and yeah, whole thing kind of is a little bit chaotic doing these streams sometimes, because I always try to get my schedule in order. 16 people watching, not bad at all. I'll read your guys' comments, and we will enjoy the stream for the next 5, 6, maybe even 7 hours, guys. 7 hours. Last week, we broke a new threshold because for a while I've been doing 6-hour streams, and last week I streamed for 6 hours and 58 minutes. So if you round it off, it's 7 hours. So last week we broke a new threshold. Perhaps we will break the threshold again, and perhaps we will do a 7-hour stream this time. I don't know. I'll try to push myself as much as I can, but we're going to be streaming for at least 6 hours. At least 6 hours. So, as I've said many times on this stream before, these Friday streams are always the highlight of my week, and I try to make them as enjoyable as possible and as entertaining as possible, although that is not always easy because sometimes my mind is not in the right space. Sometimes my mind is not in the right headspace. But I push myself, and I really, really do. I really do try to work on these streams well. So let me know if the music is too loud or if it's not loud enough, and I'll raise up the volume. We are playing some music that a Russian gentleman sent me. It's a soundtrack. It's a sound score for a mod for the video game Skyrim. Now, as far as video games go, I am still stuck playing Elden Ring. I have been playing on and off Elden Ring since 2023, and I have not defeated Malekith. Yesterday, I was getting closer to defeating Malekith, but still didn't defeat him. I've been studying his movements, and I've been getting better at dodging Malekith's fast slashing attacks. And I've gotten into the second phase of the boss fight numerous times, but was never able, and I have never been able to get past the second phase of Malekith, but I'm getting close. And I think once I'm done with Elden Ring, hopefully if World War III has not begun by that point, I think I'm going to start playing the Elder Scrolls games like Oblivion and Skyrim. I'll read your all's comments. Hello, Goose Hunter. Bonjour, bonjour. Joel. Hello, 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 Prince Zakaria. It's time for some Theology, a live stream by Theodore Schubert about geopolitics, history, religion, food, music, food, movies, everyday life, and music. And this is also how we kick off the weekend. We listen to a complete and total and utter stranger talk for the next 5 to 6 hours, but I think we're going to go for 6 hours today. I have plenty of sleep. Got my my batteries are recharged. I have my coffee ready to go, and I'm going to be having my second refill of coffee in the middle of the stream. So I think we are good to go. I've stocked up on plenty of carbohydrates and got a lot of calories in my system. Did you see the German terrorist attack? Yes, I did. Afghan guy rammed a bunch of people with his vehicle and injured dozens of people. I believe he injured about 30 or so people. Very tragic, and definitely is going to increase the rage that people have against immigrants, refugees. And it's just going to add to the very, very foreboding political atmosphere that has been forming within these last years, within this last decade or so. And in this stream, we're going to be talking a lot about Ukraine. We're going to be talking a lot about Ukraine, because I've been reading up on Ukraine a lot. Turkey, Gaza, that sort of thing. Nothing really distinct for this stream. It's pretty usual, but some new developments have happened. Some new statements of American rhetoric have been expressed, and these statements are really antithetical to the global world order that we have been so used to since really the beginning of the post-World War II era. So, for example, we have people within Trump circles. We have Mr. Hegseth saying, oh, we're going to have to cede territory to the Russians, which is really not surprising at all, given the fact that Russia is winning the war. And given the fact that Ukraine cannot defeat Russia unless it has some major powers backing it up. And these major powers, at least for now, are not willing to get into a full-scale war with the Russians over Ukraine. So the Americans are going to have to cede territory. We've talked about this before on this stream, and we're going to see how this whole thing plays out. Happy Friday, Sweet Body Fit. Everyone, it's time for the greatest show on earth. I really appreciate that. I'm going to try to read your guys' comments. Hello, Andres Lopez. Buenos tardes. Salam alaikum. Privet, privet, Mr. Nastia. Hello, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Yo! For me, it's good night already. 1:30 a.m. Hot damn. We got a nocturnal Russian in the chat. And from what I understand about Russian people and Slavic people in general, they like to stay up late, which is great because I'm also the type of person that likes to stay up late. Although recently I've been going to bed earlier, and it has improved my mental health. I'm not going to lie. You've been asleep for 10 days. Hot damn. How's that possible? Night looks better than day anyways. It does. Nighttime is definitely more stimulating than daytime, I will say. Let's see here. Insane the power and worshiping Elon Musk receives in the government. Yeah, it's crazy. The music is perfect. Awesome. Greetings from Tunisia. Hello, hello. We have a Tunisian in the house. Hello from Germany. This is from Alexander Milkovian. This is a new face on the chat. I've never seen Alexander Milkovian, and by his last name, I'm guessing he's Armenian. But let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Milkovian, and glad to have you on. And we also have a new person here, a person I've never seen before. He says, greetings from Tunisia. So, hello, hello. We have a Tunisian and an Armenian in the house. Looking good. I appreciate that. Hello, Orthokristos. How do you say hello in Greek? Is it Axios? Been sleeping with several breaks, but sleepy AF. So you've had a very chaotic sleep schedule. I know the feeling. I've been there many times, my friend. Trust me, I know. I know. You get up at 12 noon, and then you go to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning, and you get up at 2 p.m., and then you go to bed at 4 or 5 a.m. or even 6 a.m., and then by the time you wake up, the sun is already going down, and the depression sinks in. I've been watching you since the 8th grade. Hot damn! I have to shake your hand for that one. I did not expect to hear that. And how are you listening to me from Tunisia? How does that happen? How did you find out about me in Tunisia? That's interesting. And what got you to start listening to my videos? Just curious. Alexander Makovian, yes, we shake hands, absolutely. I appreciate that. I did a video about the Armenian genocide, and if you haven't seen it, I recommend that everyone go and watch that video. I talked a lot about the Armenian genocide and what was the sort of propaganda that was utilized by the Ottoman Empire to present as a pretext to justify mass murder. And I really delve into the topic of how and why do people embrace the concept of mass murder? Why do they actually embrace the idea of exterminating another group of people? And so I really get into that dark topic, that dark subject. And the reason why I think it's so important is, well, quite obviously, that if you do not understand the sorts of argumentation that is utilized to justify mass murder, there is a good chance that you will fall for it because, and this is very scary to recognize, but as scary as it is, it's the truth. Arguments for mass genocide can be very convincing. And I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds really far-fetched and just out of line, but the fact of the matter is that when genocides happen, they are done so as they are done within the midst of a very difficult situation. They are done in the midst of chaos and in the midst of catastrophes. They are done in the midst of a lot of problems. And so the citizens of the country that orchestrate the genocide will embrace it because in their minds they have a problem. They want to ameliorate and remove the problem, and the government has given them the solution, which is to remove another people. And so they, believing the government and maybe seeing certain stories that evince to them that that people is a source or the source of a lot of their problems, they will embrace a policy of removing another group of people. Governments may at times say that we're going to deport these people, and then they will begin to actually exterminate that people. Be that as it may, we must understand that arguments for genocide are only presented in times of trouble. They're not presented in times when everyone is comfortable. Turkey, during the time of the Armenian genocide, was going through not only a world war, but it was also going through famine. It was going through a plague. There was a horrendous disease that was spreading. There was an epidemic that was spreading. A lot of people were getting sick and dying, but there was also a famine, and people were starving to death. And there was also a war with the Russians, and a war against the Entente. And so a lot of Armenians were pro-Russia, and this was pointed out to prove that the Armenians were an enemy of the Ottoman Empire. And so when Armenians were being butchered, a lot of the people within the Ottoman Empire, especially the Kurds, Kurdish people who were quite spiteful of the Armenians, and also the Turks, when these people knew that this genocide was taking place, a lot of them actually aided in the genocide and took part in the genocide. So we have to understand that genocides are done in the midst of tremendous problems. And the thing is that when people are in the midst of tremendous problems, they will actually expose who they really are. I don't want to say they change and they alter and they become a monster. They reveal who they are. And so governments will come along and say, hey, here's the solution. And then they fall for it. So we have to understand that genocides are always done under pretexts. Genocides are always done as a solution to certain real problems. And genocides are always justified by facts. And by justified, I don't mean that it's correct. I mean that regimes that want to do genocide will present certain pretexts. But they will present the pretext as a set of facts that indicate real problems and that need to be fixed by removing a particular people. So it's always very important to keep this in mind because, like I said, scarily enough, too many people will fall for genocidal arguments. And we've actually seen this many times in modern history, but we're seeing this currently with how many people still support Israel. And we have evangelicals who think that what Israel has done is great. And we have people who claim to be Christian who believe that this idea of ethnically cleansing Gaza is a great idea. So we're seeing this in real time. Hello in Greek is yasu. Oh, okay. Herete. What's axios? Sorry for making you feel awkward. No worries. I wasn't feeling awkward. I was just surprised that somebody in Tunisia has been listening to my videos since he was in the 8th grade. I think that's amazing. Kalimera in Greek in the morning. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah. Saying my schedule is chaotic is a big understatement. Yeah, I could tell by what you're telling me here. I watched an interview about your father and accidentally found your YouTube channel through some research. Since then, I liked your content. Oh, awesome. Very awesome. I'll let him know that. Can't read Cyrillic. Axios means worthy. It is said when a new priest is ordained in the... Oh, okay. I was talking to an Orthodox guy years ago, and him and I would have these super long conversations. And after every conversation, he would say axios, which is interesting. Learned a lot of stuff and read a lot of books that you mentioned. That is awesome. That makes me very happy to know. Makes me very happy to know that someone all the way in Tunisia has listened to my videos and has read books that I recommended and has learned something. Because, guys, at the end of the day, the purpose of this YouTube channel is to educate people. You know, that at the end of the day, that's what this is about. It's to educate people, and it's to inform people. You know, at the end of the day, I try to be entertaining, but I don't see myself as an entertainer. I see myself as an educator. And that's not me blowing smoke up my ass. It's just the truth. I see myself as an educator. And you see all these books here, and, you know, I take a lot of time to read and to learn about things, and I do so with the intention of trying to inform people about what is happening. And I try to tell people, I try to get people not just to see what's happening, but to observe things that are taking place in the present in light of history, because it is in history where we can see the future. It's crazy in the modern world, people still want ethnic cleansing. Yep, instead of just hanging out and eating. Yeah, I know. That's so true. Sociopaths take advantage of problems. Yep, they always do. And again, more Cyrillic. So anyway, I've been talking long enough. It's been Axios. Yep, Axios. It's been a while. This stream has been going on for 35 minutes, so we're just going to get right to the subject matter. And the subject matter is going to be, well, basically just continuing the theme that we've been discussing for months and months and months and months, if not years, on this YouTube channel. And that is Europe, that is the Middle East, that is Ukraine, which is a part of Europe. And I got a bunch of articles lined up. Got a bunch of articles lined up, actually. So we're going to try to cover everything. And I've got so many articles lined up for you guys. So many articles to discuss that it's probably going to take us at least 6 hours to stream. And if we talk about movies and if we talk about video games and all that good stuff, I could push it to into a 7-hour stream like I did last week. Last week, I thought, okay, after 6 hours, I thought, okay, Ted, time to end the stream. Your brain is exhausted. You've been exhausted enough. And you know what happened is I just started talking about Braveheart. Started rambling about Braveheart and started rambling about which movies are the best and, you know, top 10 films and Robert the Bruce and Gladiator and, you know, all these great films. And we just, I mean, who knows? I'll probably, if I want to push myself to the limit tonight, after I hit the 6-hour mark, maybe I'll start talking about video games, you know, and what are the best video games. And we'll get into that. We have 24 people listening in. That's awesome. So let's get right into this. So I think one of the biggest stories right now is Pete Hegseth talking about how Ukraine's going to have to cede territory. Ukraine is going to have to basically just rearrange its borders because of all the territory that Russia has taken over. Russia right now controls 20% of Ukraine. 20% of Ukraine is under the control of the Russians. In fact, let's talk about the new map of Ukraine, everyone. Here we go. Let me just... What is this? I got all this crap here. Let's see here. Yep, here we go. What? So here we go. This was an article that came out today, published by the Washington Post. And it shows this map of Ukraine. And Pete Hegseth has said, we're not going to have peace unless we actually say, okay, Russia, you took 20% of Ukraine. We're going to have to cede territory to you if we're going to have peace. So here's the new map. All this here, this big-ass chunk, eastern Ukraine, alongside Crimea. Crimea was taken in 2014, annexed in 2014. And here is the eastern part of Ukraine taken over by the Russians. And this is after years of fighting, This is after literally hundreds of thousands of people have been killed. I mean, we're talking, this is a serious war. Everyone's saying, oh, yeah, you know, this war, it's hundreds of thousands of people dead. This is, it's horrendous. It really is. And Ukraine's never going to really, Ukraine is never really going to recover from this. And it's just, it's insane. So many lives taken in this war. All because what? All because NATO said, well, we got to F with the Russians. And they went into Russia's backyard and started messing with the Russians, effing with the Russians. And the Russians said, listen, you better back off. Didn't listen. Bam. Boom. War. And what does America do? Give more weapons, more blood, more of this. Yes, more. Keep arming Ukraine. Gotta keep it going. Keep throwing Ukrainians into the meat grinder. Just keep doing it. Bang it and bang it. And so many dead people. Hundreds of thousands dead. And there's still fighting going on in Kursk, which is in Russia. Still fighting going on. Over here. Kursk. And they're still killing each other. And there have been war crimes done by the Ukrainians. You can see this on video, on Twitter. You see a big pile of bodies. They even killed a dog. And it's just crazy. And this is not going to end. There's probably going to be some peace temporarily. But the Europeans are going to get their military stronger. The Ukrainians are going to continue to build up their military. Zelensky said that he wants to make a million-plus man army. He wants to make an army of 1.5 million. And in fact, Zelensky recently said that we can create this pan-European army, and the Ukrainian military can be the beginning of the creation of a pan-European military force. And who would lead that military force? Obviously, it would be Germany. Germany being the most powerful of the European countries. So what's going to happen, right? Hegseth has said, well, we're going to, Ukraine, you're going to have to cede territory. Now, why is this? Well, because America doesn't want to go to war with Russia, at least not right now. And Ukraine cannot win this war by itself. It's impossible. So, in order for Ukraine to win this war, there would have to be massive, massive military backing for Ukraine. International military backing for Ukraine. You would have to have the militaries of other countries getting involved in this war. And this is something the Europeans can't do right now. This is something that the Americans don't want to do right now, at least. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? And so America's saying, listen, Ukraine, we're not going to put boots on the ground and fight this war for you. It's not going to happen. So you're going to have to cede territory. That's it. And so it looks like Russia is going to get what it wants. It looks like Ukraine is going to cede territory. And if that happens, then what's going to happen is the Europeans are going to get their military stronger. The West is going to work to make Ukraine stronger, get the Ukrainian military more robust. And this bloodshed is just going to resume in the future anyway. So it's like what I said about the Middle East last week. I said, well, no matter what happens, no matter what happens in the Middle East, right? Doesn't matter if you have a peace treaty or a ceasefire agreement between Gaza and Israel. Doesn't matter if the Palestinians and the Israelis agree not to kill each other. Doesn't matter if there's a ceasefire agreement. Doesn't matter if the hostages are given back to the Israelis. Doesn't matter if Israel returns thousands of Palestinian prisoners. No matter what happens, there will be blood. And the same thing is applied to the European situation. The same thing is applied to the European situation. No matter what happens, there will be blood. This shit is going to go on. And if you have oh yes, we have a ceasefire, peace in the, it's not peace in the Middle East, peace in the European East. There we go. Peace in the European East. There we go. Peace in the Slavic East. The Slavs are not going to kill each other under my watch, damn it, because I am a peacemaker. America cares about peace. Let's stop the killing. And then what's going to happen, right? Let's say there's a peace agreement, or let's say there's a ceasefire agreement between the Russians and the Ukrainians. What's going to happen in the midst of such a peace? What's going to happen in the midst of such a ceasefire? The Europeans are going to continue to build up their militaries. And if you don't believe me, go read the news about what the Europeans are doing. They're investing more money into AI. They're getting more interested in nuclear weapons. The French and the British already have nuclear weapons, but don't forget the Germans also want to get their hands on nuclear weapons. And the idea of Germans having their hands on nuclear weapons, for some reason, it kind of sends a chill down my spine, if you get my drift. And I'm just overhearing the song Erica playing. The song Erica is starting to fade into the little internal radio in my brain, you know. All of a sudden it starts playing. Oh my gosh, that's, you know, very, very surreal. The idea of Germany being a nuclear armed country, but it's a very strange thing what we are seeing. So if you have this peace treaty, ceasefire agreement, whatever you want to call it, expect the Europeans to build up their militaries, and also another thing to expect is the Western world to start working on helping Ukraine's military out. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's build up the military. And then Russia's going to say, what are you doing? No, you break international agreement. And then you're going to hear about what? Troop buildup. You're going to hear about troops being built up in a border area somewhere. And this bullshit, this bloodbath is going to resume from where it left off. And this thing is going to go on. It's not going to end. Now, how do I know this? Here, I'll put the screen back up because we're not even discussing the article at hand here. But how do I know this? Guys, look at the history. I kid you not. A couple of nights ago, I was watching a documentary with my dad about the Battle of Kursk. And you're thinking, Battle of Kursk? You mean the battle that's happening right now? No. I'm talking about the Battle of Kursk during World War II. In the 1940s, they were fighting over this strip of land called Kursk. And over 1 million Russians died fighting for that, just for that area alone. 1 million plus Russians dead for that area. Around 200,000 or so Germans were killed fighting over that one strip of land. Over that one strip of land. And this is back in World War II. They were fighting over that damn thing called Kursk. And what do you see happening now? Well, I've showed you guys this video several times, but you can see it, and I've showed it to you guys several times. The big general of the German military, Mr. Christian Freuding, in an interview saying, "Oh yes, we are helping the Ukrainians. They have invaded Russia. This is the first time we've seen Russia being invaded since less than 100 years ago." But what happened less than 100 years ago? Oh, World War II. Operation Barbarossa. The Germans are still fantasizing about reliving Operation Barbarossa. You have the biggest general in Germany getting, the guy is losing his mind, becoming hysterically filled with bliss over the idea of Russia being invaded. So there you have it. This stuff's not going to end. It's not going to end. Is that all the territory that Russia wanted? Pretty much, yes. This is what Russia has wanted, but look at what Zelensky said recently. He said, he says, even if we cede territory to the Russians, we will never legally recognize that territory as Russia. And how are the Europeans going to deal with this? Are they going to say, well, that's Russia, or are they going to call it the occupied territories? What's going to happen? We are literally seeing the revival of Russian power. We are seeing the revival of the Russian Empire. That's what we see. We are seeing people say, oh, this is communism. This isn't communism. This is the revival of Tsarism. Putin doesn't see himself as a Bolshevik. He sees himself as a Tsar. This is the revival of Tsarism. And so we are seeing what? The revival of the Russian Empire. Ukraine used to be under the Russian Empire, and the Russians are saying, okay, that used to belong to us. The Europeans don't like this. They're not going to like it in the future. Doesn't matter who runs, doesn't matter who wins what election in Europe. The Europeans, for the most part, are not going to like what's happening. And the Europeans are not just going to stand around and allow this Russian power just to exist. So expect to see in the future armed conflict between the Western Europeans and the Russians. It's going to happen because it happened in the past. Don't worry about it, Alexis Cordell. I was also late. Bro, that was well synthesized. Despotic European BS in a nutshell. Putin doesn't see himself as a czar, but the people see him like that. Well, there you go. Either way you look at it, it's the revival of this sort of vibe, right? The vibe of czarism, if we can agree on that. Odessa should be on the table of negotiations. I love and enjoy every second of listening to you, Theo. Sorry to bother you. Are you currently talking about geopolitics? But I was wondering, what does Zechariah 5 and Old Testament really talk about? I'll have to look into that. But I appreciate your comment. 2014 to 2017, every single time I bring up this conflict in Russia, somebody has to bring up something that happened in Donbass back in 2015. I don't know why that is, but it's like every time. This is actually something I've noticed, and I'm not trying to be mean to Mr. Felipe Marquez here, but it's just something I've noticed. Every time I bring up the situation in Ukraine, someone always brings up 2015. It never fails. Never fails. Someone has to bring up 2015. Hey, dude, this happened back in 20... We know this. We're not talking about 2015. We're talking about what's happening right now, although it does connect with what happened in 2014, 15, 16, 17. But this is not going anywhere. This is like the whole Israel-Palestine thing. It's like the whole Gaza Israel thing. It's like Israel versus Turkey. It's like it's that level. It's that level of intensity, and it's just not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. I don't care about what anyone does. Oh, yes, there's been a ceasefire agreement. Okay, there'll be a ceasefire, and you're going to have a pause in the killing, but it's going to resume. We saw this with the agreement that Germany and France helped to broker. Right, there was a whole thing about the Minsk Accords, and oh yes, but that didn't work out. And that whole Minsk Accord thing was a bunch of bullshit because it didn't work. And the whole ceasefire deal between Israel and Gaza, I mean, that whole thing is just on very unstable ground. It's crumbling, and it's going to crumble. And we've already seen it. We've already seen signs here and there that this whole thing's going to crumble. It's not going to end. None of this stuff is going to end. And it's only going to escalate. You're going to see the fighting in Ukraine continue to escalate. Even if there's a pause in the fighting, it's going to resume from where it left off. And once it resumes, it's only going to escalate. You know, and the other countries are going to get involved in this. The Germans are going to get involved. And we already see the Americans saying, hey, Germany, you know, you gotta shoulder more of the burden of Ukraine. And not only that, but the Americans are telling the Germans that they need to spend 5% of their GDP on their military. 5% of GDP is huge. I don't think the U.S. even spends 5%. What percentage of, let's see here, what percentage of American GDP on the military? America spends over 3% of its GDP on its military. Imagine Germany spending 5% of its GDP on its military. It'll be amazing. It'll be not amazing in a good way, but it's going to be crazy and surreal because it would effectively bring back German militarism from the dead. And all you need is to sprinkle in some nationalism, and you have yourself a very, very dangerous combination, a very dangerous situation. And that's what we're seeing forming right before our eyes. We're seeing the formation, or really the revival, of German militarism / nationalism. We're seeing the Europeans returning back, albeit gradually, to militarism. We are seeing the United States telling the Russians, yeah, looks like you're going to have yourself some new territory. And I don't blame the Americans for saying that at all, because you're not going to be fighting Russia to help Ukraine. The Western world is not going to be fighting Russia to help Ukraine, not right now at least. But the whole thing about ceding territory is really just about making time. It's about gaining time to rebuild, restructure, reinvigorate nationalism and militarism in the Western world. Putin doesn't see himself as a czar, etc. You're responding to someone else. I am a Syrian/Armenian German citizen. We have elections in 2 weeks. Who should I vote for? God, man, why are you asking me these questions, dude? Vote for this other person. I mean, who do you want to vote for? You live there. Poland spends almost 5% of GDP. Yeah, Poland is the biggest military spender right now. And Poland right now is trying to be the biggest military in Europe. But you see, the way I look at it is, and I could be wrong, but it looks like Germany and France, they see Poland as cannon fodder. In other words, if Russia goes to war with Western Europe, and you have Russian soldiers in Western Europe, or Central Europe, I should say, Poland is going to be the first line of defense. That's how they see it. So their thinking is, yeah, Poland, yeah, put all this money in your military, because if we go to war with Russia, you're going to be the first in line. You're going to be on the front line. Now, who knows how that whole thing is going to play out? But that's what I believe. That's how I think the Germans see it. Vote for AfD. Things would surely get better. Yeah, there you go. Oh, gosh. You see, it's the great predicament of politics. No good guys in the Ukraine-Russia war. Well, I think that Russia is on the right because it's been getting provoked for years. And Russia, I mean, no powerful country is just going to allow another major power to do whatever it wants on its backyard. That's not going to happen. So I can't blame the Russians for doing what it did. I do blame NATO for provoking the Russians, but I don't blame the Russians for doing what it did. But I'm just giving you my observation as to what's happening. I'm giving you guys I'm explaining to you guys, what's occurring in front of us here. All right, let's go. That was sarcasm. Okay, let's go back to this article. Let's go back to this article, everyone. You have the AfD, and they're a bunch of Nazis, so I would never vote for the AfD, but I was wondering, who do you want to vote for, That's the whole thing. So here is a map of Ukraine right now. We can see this is the territory that the Russians control. And it says here, as the Trump administration tries to organize talks to end Russia's war in Ukraine, one major hurdle stands square in its way. The countries still fundamentally disagree over what should be on the table. President Donald Trump's announcement this week that he had spoken with Russian President Vladimir Putin stunned Kiev and its partners in Europe, raising fears that the two leaders could outline a bilateral deal regarding Ukraine's future and present it to Kiev only afterwards. And that's the reality here. The reality is that Ukraine doesn't have a say-so in this whole thing. It doesn't. Ukraine is the weakest dog in this whole fight. It's the country that's getting defeated. It does not have a say-so. The country that has the most leverage right now is Russia. That's it. The Russians are the ones winning the war. They're winning this war. The Ukrainians are losing. Yes, the Russians have high casualties. Yes, many Russian soldiers have been wounded in this whole nightmare, but a lot of Ukrainians have been killed. And the Ukrainians are losing. It's the Ukrainians who have lost 20% of their country. It's the Ukrainians who are losing in the battlefield. So what leverage does Ukraine have? That's why the Ukrainians invaded Kursk. Their hope by invading Kursk was to say by the time a ceasefire negotiation commences, is to say that, hey, we have some Russian territory here, and you have to give us something if you want us to cede this territory. But the reality is that the Russians are winning in Kursk. The Russians have taken back most of the strip of Kursk that the Ukrainians have, that the Ukrainians invaded. Do you see? So the Ukrainians have no say-so in this whole thing. The Russians are the ones who have the most leverage. They're the ones who have the most advantageous position. So what's the Americans going to do? What are the Americans going to do? Are they going to say, okay, we're going to fight? Are they going to say, okay, we're going to put boots on the ground? Are they going to say, okay, well, we're going to continue to arm the Ukrainians and push the Ukrainians to fight? Well, the Ukrainians aren't winning. That's the thing. The Ukrainians are not winning. So then what are you going to do? And the thing is that Americans are sick to death of America giving money to Ukraine, giving all these tens of billions of dollars to the Ukrainians to aid them and to arm them. That's the thing. Because Trump ran on what sort of idea? He ran on the idea of America first. So what are you going to do? Are you going to continue to are you going to continue to do the status quo and give all this money to Ukraine? It's not going to happen. It looks like what Trump wants to do is just shoulder the burden of Ukraine on the Europeans for the most part and push the Europeans to spend more militaries and to really put a pause on the fighting, to give time for the Ukrainians to make themselves stronger. Divine Soldier in the house. Actually, 8 out of 10 of my German friends are going to vote for AfD. Yeah, I believe them. They're now the second most popular party in Germany. I am confused between CDU, Christian Democrat Union, and SPD. Okay, dude, I don't know how to help you, my friend. You live there. It's just like, I don't know if this dude's trolling or if he's actually asking me who he should vote for. That's your decision. I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. It's your decision. It's just like, oh my gosh, dude. Like I said before, the U.S. is like, Ukraine, you're on your own. Yeah. So this article goes on to say, Washington and Moscow have since said that Ukraine will be involved in deal discussions, although the details of how such conversations may play out remain murky. In a war with a front line that's 600 miles long, territorial demands are sure to be front and center in any talks. And it's not just Ukraine and Russia that have vested interest. The United States will have certain demands too. Here are the key differences. So what Ukraine wants, well, we all know what Ukraine wants, and that is for the Russians to leave. But that's not going to happen. The Russians aren't going to leave. They're winning. Now, if the Russians were losing, it would be a different situation, but they're not losing. They're winning. So the Russian position is either you cede territory or we're just going to continue fighting and Russia's going to lose in the end. So how do you want to play this out? Pick your poison here. This is the position that Russia is in. Russia is in the position of FU. They're in the FU position. So America is the one that's going to have to make concessions. At least that's what the situation appears to be. Putin invaded Ukraine in 2022. We all know this. Now it says here but Moscow still controls about 20% of Ukraine's land. Ukraine has insisted for years that the war must end with the return of all of its sovereign territory determined at the time of its independence from the Soviet Union in 1991. Those same lines are often described as Ukraine's pre-2014 borders. And what did Mr. Hegseth say recently? He said the idea of going back to pre-2014 borders is not realistic. And it's not. It's not. If the Americans tell the Russians, Russia, you better leave, Russia just has one line as a reply. And what? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to go to war with the Russians? Are you going to put boots on the ground? But what happened to America first? What are you going to do? Are you going to continue to give money, to give aid to the Ukrainians? Well, your constituents don't like that, Mr. Trump. Your people, the Americans, they're about America first, not about Ukraine first. And what was one of the things that pissed off a lot of people about Joe Biden? One of the things that enraged people about Joe Biden was that he kept supporting Ukraine. And what was one of the things that turned people off about Kamala Harris? One of the things that turned people off about Kamala Harris was that she kept saying, oh, we're going to help the Ukrainians. We're going to continue the fight. We're going to continue the fight. And that's what people did not want to hear. They did not want to hear that. They wanted to hear what Trump said, and that is, gotta end the war, everybody. Gotta end the war. Now, is Trump this pro-peace, anti-war guy? I don't believe that. I don't think so. I don't believe that. I think the Americans have said, we are messing up in Ukraine. Ukraine is not winning. And the Russians scared everybody with its Oroshnik missiles that look like lightning bolts. And so the Americans are saying, we got to pull back. We got to reinvigorate the United States. America feels very flaccid right now. We got to get America's morale back up. We got to really do a lot of internal work for American society. That's why I think they got this RFK guy in the government, so that we can push more for being healthier in American society, because Americans are getting too fat and we're getting too weak. And so they want to promote this idea of masculinity and promote this idea of a healthy American society. And there's nothing wrong with this at all. I'm just pointing out a fact. This is what America has in mind. And the other thing also is that America wants to reinvigorate its military. And that's why all of a sudden you hear about recruitment rates increasing all of a sudden. Well, it's the recruitment rates right now are the highest that it's been in a very long time. And why weren't Americans joining the military before? Well, the reason for that is because Americans did not like how the military looked. If there was a study that was done on this some years ago, and it was more of a poll than a study, but this poll asked a whole bunch of Americans why they weren't joining the military. And one of the main reasons why Americans were not joining the military was because there's nothing to fight for. What are we fighting for? Then they see all this LGBT stuff, this transgenderism stuff being pushed in the military, and they got rid of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and this turned a lot of people off. So people want something to fight for. They want patriotism. Most of the people who are joining the military are people who are just looking for a job. But I think what the U.S. government has in mind is a revival of American patriotism, bringing back that American spirit, bringing back American morale. And they want to reinvigorate and revive American patriotism. I think that this is what the United States government has in mind. And then you have the Europeans and their dilemma. What's their dilemma? You know, their dilemma, you guys are seeing my music. Their dilemma is what? Their dilemma is getting their military strong. Germany's dilemma is bringing the German military back. Let's see here. In this case, the British and the French will step in. The EU is the biggest supporters of Ukraine. Yeah. And the Americans have this idea. Their plan is to push the Europeans to be the caretakers of Ukraine. But what is that going to lead to? It's going to lead to German militarism, the revival of German militarism. Do you think Trump and the Caesar will agree on a ceasefire next meeting? And why the hell is the meeting in Saudi Arabia? I think there's going to be some sort of an agreement that'll happen. Is it going to last? No, it's not going to last. But I think there's going to be some kind of an agreement. I'm surprised that less people don't want to join out of principle or protest of our government crimes. Well, there's that as well. Of course, you do have that. But again, I think that's a part of people saying there's nothing to fight for. Because they read about what happened in Iraq and how that was a giant mess and how 1 million people died. And they think, okay, what's there to fight for? We're not fighting for the protection of the United States. We're not fighting for the defense of the United States. We're fighting for corporate interests. We're fighting for some weird empirical interests here. And you see that goes hand to hand with people saying that they have no spiritual or no ideological interest in joining the military. I think what the Pentagon wants to do is bring back the idea or bring back this willingness to join the military in the name of patriotism, because the people who are going to fight for patriotism are going to be better fighters than the people who are in the military for a job. People who are in the military because they have nowhere else to go. People who are in the military because they don't want to be on welfare, or they want the government to pay for their home loan or their school loan and all that bullshit. So that's part of it. So this is the way I look at it is that this is a part of the American military-industrial complex at work, and they're talking about getting rid of wasteful spending in the Pentagon. What's that about? They want to make the Pentagon lean and mean. I think this is the idea, and it's to get the Pentagon to be focused on necessities. You know, what is necessary to make the American military strong again. So let's go back to this article. It says here, Kiev has remained firm that it will not recognize any, and I talked about this earlier, any Russian-occupied territory as anything other than Ukrainian. So it's going to be a Palestinian-Israeli type situation. You know, the Palestinians will say that's all of our land. They will even point to what is Israel now, and they'll say, well, that's Palestine. That's our land. They can never recognize that the state of Israel is actually a legitimate country. And I think a lot of Ukrainians are going to resort to this sort of perspective where they're going to say, that's not Russia. You know, Donbass is not Russia. Luhansk is not Russia. Donetsk is not Russia. That's all Ukraine. That's our land. That's Russian occupied territory. And so Mr. Zelensky says here, legally, we will never recognize these territories as Russian or non-Russian or anything else. I say clearly, these are Ukrainian territories. And this is absolutely a red line because it is enshrined in Ukraine's constitution. And again, Russia doesn't give a shit. The Americans, they're the biggest backer of Ukraine, but Ukraine doesn't have a say-so and what's going to be concluded in the negotiations between the Americans and the Russians. Everything is going to be based on what Russia wants primarily, and second to that, what the United States wants. But the bottom line is that the Russians are the ones who have the most advantageous position in this entire fray. And I didn't read all this article, but let's read some more here. In 2014, okay, we know what happened in 2014. Yes, we know. Yeah, Crimea, we got it. It says here that Ukraine has also repeatedly requested to be invited to join NATO, the defense alliance that requires member states to defend fellow members if attacked. If NATO cannot reach agreement on such an invitation, which appears increasingly likely, Ukraine has asked for equivalent security guarantees from its partners. And here is the thing. Hegseth said the idea of Ukraine joining NATO, not realistic. The Americans, at least right now, the Americans do not want Ukraine to join NATO. Why is that? For very obvious reasons. For one thing, Ukraine is currently in a conflict. It's a conflict zone. But secondly, if Ukraine becomes a NATO member and Russia does any sort of incursion into Ukraine, you're talking about a major war that would include the United States. It would entangle the United States and push the United States into a major war with the Russians. And is this something that the Americans want to do? Not right now. At least not right now. The Americans do not want to start, we're going to put 500,000 American troops on the snows of Eastern Europe, on the icy cold earth of Eastern Europe. The Americans don't want to do that. So then what is what type of plan does the Americans have? Well, from what I have read, it looks like what they want to do is get the Europeans to form a major so-called peacekeeping force and have that peacekeeping force stationed in Ukraine, or at least adjacent to Ukraine. And it will not be, this is what I have read, it will not be, if this plan actually happens, it will not be technically a NATO force. It'll be a military coalition, but it will not be done under the standard of NATO. It'll be done under the standard of a pan-European coalition. And perhaps American soldiers will be there. I don't know. Perhaps you're going to have a lot of American soldiers being stationed, or more American soldiers being stationed in Poland. They're talking about that. But if you're going to have troops in Ukraine, what the Americans have said that they want is for a European military coalition in Ukraine, to be stationed in Ukraine. Not as a NATO coalition, but just as a European or a pan-European coalition. And that type of thing, this type of thing, right, what I just described to you, has been a desire, a major desire, of German militarists for a very long time. You can go into big German think tank literature, and you can find a lot of this sort of thing being pushed. I've written about this before. I wrote about this years ago. But there's a woman by the name of Claudia Magers, and she's a big German militarist, and she's all about having a pan-European military force led by Germany. She's all about this whole idea of a multipolar world, and she's all about this idea of having a Europe that's not controlled by America, but instead having a Europe that's really controlled by Germany. And Claudia Magers is not alone in her perspective. She's not alone in her aspirations. This is an aspiration of all the German militarists, and that is, and even the nationalist ones, even the right-wing ones have this aspiration, and that is to bring back German militarism, to get Germany to be the leading military force in Europe again. And you see Olaf Scholz talking about this. You see the AfD talking about this. You see the AfD talking about no longer being dependent on the United States. That means Germany being militarily independent. And you see what? What do you see? Vance, J.D. Vance, was speaking at the Munich Security Conference recently, and what did he say? Oh my God, guys. I read about this today. I was shocked. Well, I wasn't shocked, but I had to laugh as I was reading it, because it was kind of a gallows laugh. I was just seeing this sort of thing is disturbing. You see J.D. Vance openly supporting the AfD. Not surprising. I mean, this is a man who is close to Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is a eugenist. Vance is close to Musk. Musk is another eugenist who supports German nationalism. Peter Thiel is a German. He's literally from Germany. And J.D. Vance used to be a part of that whole, he used to be a part of Silicon Valley. He used to be a part of the world of Silicon Valley. And you see J.D. Vance openly supporting the AfD. You see J.D. Vance hanging out with Alice Weidel, the chairwoman of the AfD party. And then on top of that, you see basically J.D. Vance telling the mainstream parties of Germany to step aside and to make way for this new, not new, but to make way for this reviving German nationalism. And then on top of that, you have J.D. Vance telling the Germans, you guys need to spend 5% of your GDP on your military. So what happens if J.D. Vance gets what he wants? Let's say Germany goes to nationalism. Let's say ultra-nationalists take over Germany. It doesn't even have to be the AfD. Perhaps the AfD will get eclipsed by an even more fanatical party. Perhaps the AfD will be what the DNVP was for the German National Socialist Party before Hitler took power. Perhaps the AfD will be replaced by an even more fanatically nationalistic party. Who knows? The future will surprise us. But if J.D. Vance gets what he wants, what will you have? You'll have German nationalism and German nationalists taking over Germany. And on top of that, you will have Germany spending 5% of its GDP on its military. So you will have a revival of German nationalism. Alongside that, you will be having a revival of German militarism. This is what you will see if J.D. Vance gets what he wants. And as I saw the news talking about how J.D. Vance is promoting or pushing for German nationalism, it reminded me so much of when Obama was in Egypt and he said, I want the Muslim Brotherhood to be allowed in the crowd. And I want there to be democracy. I want there to be a democratic process in Egypt. And I want that democratic process to allow for the Muslim Brotherhood to run for office. This is what Obama said back in 2011. And he spoke, remember Obama spoke to a crowd, I want to say in Egypt, and he allowed the Muslim Brotherhood to sit in the crowd. So America was backing the Muslim Brotherhood. America was backing the fanatics of the Middle East. And now you see what? You see the Americans backing the fanatics in Europe. Not in the Middle East, but in the Middle West. You see the Americans backing the fanatics in Europe. So backing the fanatics in Europe, backing the fanatics in the Middle East. Nothing new. This is nothing new. And we hear about what? We hear about Trump backing Turkey. We hear about Donald Trump backing Turkey. We hear about Donald Trump saying, let someone else handle Syria. Who's that someone else? That's Turkey. So the Trump administration is going to be backing what? Turkish expansionism and German nationalism and German militarism. Very, very, very surreal times. We live in a very surreal time to be alive. Russia is packed with NATO bases. How is Russia packed with NATO bases? As long as people like Lindsey Graham are in power, recruitment will be low. But that's the thing. The American government wants to change its face. It wants to get away from that neocon stuff and also away from the woke stuff and wants to make this new face of American nationalism and also American militarism by saying, hey, we're not going to be fighting in other people's wars. We're going to be fighting for America. Let's get the military strong to defend America. Now, here is a scenario that I really wish does not happen, but I can totally see it happening, and I hope that this never happens, but I can see this happening. What I fear tremendously right now is a huge terrorist attack happening under Trump's watch. I hope this doesn't happen. I really do. I hope this does not happen. But I can totally see a terrorist attack happening under Trump's watch. And that would get... And I'm not talking about a minor terrorist attack. I'm talking about a major terrorist attack happening in the United States. I can totally foresee it happening. And if it does happen, and I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does happen, I can totally foresee Donald Trump taking advantage of that attack to promote American militarism, nationalism, and then say, we got to get recruitment levels up. We got to join the military. We have to protect American soil. And it would be something akin to what we saw right after 9/11, in which you had huge rates of military recruitment. I can totally see this happening. I hope it doesn't, but I can totally see it happening. If Putin was Netanyahu, Kiev would look like Gaza. It would. But the Russians are more merciful than the Israelis. Because the cost of ordnance and rebuilding would overweigh the benefit. There you go. There is the Russian cynicism speaking right there, guys. Just when we were about to, or just when we said, hey, look, there's some humanity in Russia, a Russian guy says, nope, nothing to do with humanity. About, what's going to outweigh give and take. Rebuilding, it would cost more. So we have to look at the, what's the word? The cost and return ratio. There you go with that Russian cynicism. I see the Ukraine war ending similar to the Korean War with the eastern regions being given. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But this is it's not going to be a peace that's going to last forever. It's going to resume because just look at the history. The fact is that during World War II, the Germans and the Russians were killing each other by the droves over a little strip of territory called Kursk. And today you see the Russians and Ukrainians fighting over what? Kursk. And you see which country backing the Ukrainians? Germany. Terrorism like an Iranian missile? I don't know. I'm just saying I could totally see a terrorist attack happening. Is it going to be an Iranian missile? Would it be? I can't say is because I don't know if this is going to happen. I hope it doesn't happen. But would it be or could it be an Iranian missile attack? Could it be a big-ass bomb? Possibly. I don't know. I don't think the Iranians have an interest in attacking the United States because it would be the end of Iran. So I don't see that happening. But I do. I'll put it to you this way. I would not be surprised to see a major terrorist attack happening in the United States under Trump's watch. And I kid you not, every night before I go to sleep, I think, when I wake up, am I going to hear the news about a big-ass terrorist attack? And I don't want that to happen, because I know not only would that involve tremendous human suffering, and not only would it involve tremendous loss of human life, but it would also entail potentially dangerous political ramifications, to where they're going to have cops in the streets, they're going to be arresting random people. You look Middle Eastern, you look Arab, let's see some ID, turn around, slap the handcuffs, take you in for questioning. It could involve an American Inquisition happening. This sort of thing did happen after 9/11. It could involve violent attacks on minorities. It could involve also the United States taking full advantage of the situation to promote an American Inquisition and also to help revive American militarism. I could see all these things happening. Chinese, they could try to blame it on the Chinese. They could try to blame, I don't know. Nuclear? I don't think it would be nuclear. I'm talking about a big, fat terrorist attack. Not exactly a case where a country attacks the United States, but a case where you could have a terrorist attack being done by a terrorist organization or by a terrorist cell, or a terrorist cell. I'll just put it that way. Probably New Jersey, drone scouting detonation. Yeah, I mean, something crazy. I'm telling you, I wait for this day. Every day, I think, am I going to wake up tomorrow to hear the news about a giant terrorist attack? That I think about this every day. Netanyahu was shocked 2 days ago seeing 2 Su-57 over Iranian sky. It seems Russia is going to finalize a contract with Iran. Yeah, Iran's is a Russian ally. New Orleans attack? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying this as a guesstimation. I'm not saying it's going to happen in New Orleans. I'm not saying it could happen in New Orleans. I'm saying I can totally see a terrorist attack happening in the United States. Where it will happen, how that attack will look like, your guess is as good as mine. It will happen. Look at all of the stuff that happened at the start of the year. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say something will happen because it might not happen, but I can see a terrorist attack happening in the future. Lebanon is in a very complicated. Yep, I know. The Israelis looks like the Israelis don't want to leave. Well, obviously they don't want to leave, so who knows what's gonna. Again, guys, this is the Middle East. What did I say last week? No matter what happens, there will be blood. I can explain why Trump administration is rooting for the AFD. Please, by all means, explain. I would like to know your perspective. Musk holds too much sway with Trump. He's got big ideas and big ambitions. 117 Rebel has made a very good observation. Like that movie, The Siege. Yes. Exactly. Just like the film, The Siege. Exactly. Yeah, in the film, if you guys haven't seen the film, The Siege, I highly recommend that everyone watch that movie starring Denzel Washington. I watched that film when it came out back in the late 1990s. Great movie starring Denzel Washington, Tony Shalhoub, and Bruce Willis. And it's a film about these terrorists in New York City, and they do these horrendous terrorist attacks in New York City. And then what ends up happening is this big military official, played by Bruce Willis, gets commissioned by the U.S. government to essentially establish, to establish an American Inquisition in the United States. And so they start arresting people, they're murdering people. I mean, it gets really bloody. And it's something that I definitely fear. You already explained why. Okay. I think the terror you're talking about may happen with a random FPV drone. Yeah, it could be a drone, could be a dirty bomb. I don't know. But I I have a bad feeling that a terrorist attack, a major terrorist attack, is going to happen under Trump's watch. And it's not going to hurt Trump if it happens. Because people may think, well, there's a terrorist attack. Maybe the Democrats will be behind it. Maybe it'll be the CIA, the deep state. They want to get rid of Trump. No, that's not what I see. I believe that if a terrorist attack happens under Donald Trump, it will help Donald Trump because it will help revive American nationalism and also revive American militarism. And Trump will say what? This is my prediction if this happens. Trump will say, we got to get our people out of the Muslim world. Why are we dealing with them? And get them back over here to protect our people. And then clap the hands and wave the American flags. I totally see this. I could totally see this happening if a major terrorist attack happens under Trump's watch. Yeah, it would help Trump. It would not hurt Donald Trump. You already explained it. Okay, so where do you explain it? I'm looking for your explanation. I already explained why. I'm not seeing your explanation anywhere. I don't see any explanation by you. Don't you think Israel might be attacked on a big way? Yeah, of course. And we'll talk about Israel later on in the stream. We've only been here for an hour and a half, guys. We have a long time. This is going to be a 6-hour plus stream. Above. I don't know if you're trolling me, but I think the terror attack you're talking about, that's not an okay. You said you explained why Trump might be pro-AFD, and I'm looking for your explanation. And I literally don't see it anywhere. So if you can, could you copy and paste it and just put it again? Because I don't see it literally anywhere. And I'm not trying to be a troll or anything like that. I just, sincerely, I just don't see it. But The Siege is a great film. You're right. Another example, if you want to find an illustration of this in a movie, another example I can point to you is Sicario 2. When you watch the film Sicario 2, which was a great film, when you watch the film Sicario 2, the beginning of that movie is a terrorist attack. That's how the film begins. And it's a terrorist attack in El Paso, Texas. And 3 terrorists cross the border from Mexico into Texas. They walk into a grocery store and they slaughter tons of people inside the grocery store. It is a very intense and graphic scene, but I could see something like that happening. I can see something like this taking place. Terrorists cross the border into Texas from Mexico, and they do a terrible terrorist attack and kill tons of people. And then Donald Trump says, why are our troops over there in Syria somewhere? We got to get our people out of there and have them protect our soil here. I can totally see this happening. Again, I'm not saying this is emphatically going to happen, but I'm simply speaking from the perspective of potentiality. They got their foothold in Thuringia, formerly in East Germany. Who got their foothold in Thuringia? Yeah, the message did not get through. I do not see it. Sicario 2 was good, but I still like 1. I think Sicario 2 was better. I think Sicario 2 was a better film. Easily, Sicario 2 is a better movie. Sicario 1 was good, don't get me wrong. My biggest problem with Sicario 1 is that there was just too much of this emphasis on this woman, and she was just kind of a pain in the ass, to be frank. The thing about Sicario 2 is that there's more action in Sicario 2. It's more of an interesting story. And I do like the main character in Sicario 2 and how he goes into the house and he kills the cartel guy. And it's a very well executed movie. They're going to make Sicario 3. I hope they do. It's a great films. Just lease Ukraine land to Walmart and Dollar General. There you go. There's a great idea. You should send a letter to the U.S. government and tell them that. So, take care, Felipe. Yep, something like the Crocus City. Yep, exactly. Crocus City Hall attack. I could totally see that happening in the United States. Something like that. I'm not talking about a nuclear bomb. I'm not talking about Iran attacking. I'm not talking about China attacking. I'm talking about a terrorist attack. I'm not talking about an attack by another country. I'm talking about a major terrorist attack You start talking about terrorist attacks, and people say, "Oh, you mean Iran's going to drop a nuke?" If Iran dropped a nuke on the United States, that would not be an act of terrorism. That would be an act of war. Like there's a big difference. Now it would be terrifying. It would be terror, absolutely, but it would be an act of war. Would Putin agree to non-NATO foreign militia near the borders? I don't know. Who would these militias be ran by? Where would these militias be from? I'm not sure. But we got a lot to cover, guys, and we're kind of messing around here. We're having way too much fun on this stream. So let's go back to... we're still stuck in this Washington Post article. Oh my god, we got so much to cover. We're going to have a lot of fun in this stream, guys. We're going to have a lot of fun. Later on, I'm going to explain to you how these streams are an act of meditation for me. It's amazing. Oh, AFD has it. Yes, you're correct. Yeah, they are the either number 1 or number 2 biggest party in Thuringia. Yep, and they're number 2 in both Saxony and Brandenburg. So yes, they are right now. They are ranked as the second most popular party in all of Germany. So very crazy, very crazy. So it says here, this week, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, that's a name we're going to be hearing a lot of, threw cold water on key aspects of Ukraine's wish list, saying that the country should not expect to join the alliance. So there you go. There's America telling the Ukrainians, don't expect us to accept you into NATO. You know, everyone's talking about NATO and getting Ukraine into NATO. We got to get the Ukrainians into NATO. And you have all these Orthodox people online that want to put, or I shouldn't say a Russian accent, American converts to Orthodoxy. They want Ukraine to join NATO, and it's going to be World War III. But the Americans have already said they don't want Ukraine to join NATO. Now, perhaps Ukraine will join NATO in the future. I don't know. But as of now, America doesn't want the Ukrainians to join NATO because, as I've already said, if Ukraine joins NATO, all it's going to take is one damn bomb blowing up. And it's like, well, NATO just got attacked. Ukraine right now is a conflict zone. And even if there is a ceasefire, it's still going to be a conflict zone. It's going to be like the East German, West German barrier. The border between East Germany and West Germany. It's going to be like that. It's not going to be good. It's going to be nasty. And this shit's not going to end. It's going to resume. It is going to resume. Trust me on that one. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand this stuff. You read about, you can go back all the way into antiquity, and you can read about, oh, the Goths, they were trying to control the Balkans, they were trying to control Italy, and they were trying to control North Africa, and they were trying to control Sicily, and you can read about all this stuff. They even tried to control Anatolia at one point in time when it was under the Byzantine Empire. I mean, this is human history. And then you fast forward all the way to the war between Sweden and Russia. Yeah, there was a war. People don't talk about this, but there was a war between Sweden and Russia. And who won? The Russians won. People always trying to mess with Russia. Oh, and they always end up regretting it. Isn't that a fact of just human existence? I mean, the only people that were able to successfully sack the Russians was the Mongolians. And the Vikings also took over Russia. They took over, they had the Volga Vikings and all that. But that was back when Russia was just a sort of a mixture of different kingdoms. But even with the Mongolians, the Russians ended up defeating the Mongolians. Look it up. Go look up one of Russia's most famous battles. They teach this story to the children in Russia. It's called the Battle of Kolikovo. Battle of Kolikovo. The Mongolians did an invasion of Russia. They sacked numerous areas of Russia. They killed and raped and pillaged. And the Russians rose up and they fought an epic and arduous and valorous battle against the Mongol horde. And the Mongolians defeated the Russians at first, but the Russians rose up and they defeated the Mongolians. They kicked those Mongols' asses and they drove them out. And there was a lot of miracles that happened in the Battle of Kolikovo. Look it up. It's a very, very fascinating and epic story. They should make a movie about it one day. They should do a serious film, not with some garbage, bright colors and bad acting and overly overly robust music. They got to make a serious damn movie. They got to get that guy who directed The Witch to direct a film like that and make it really epic and get the right actors and or get better yet, get Mel Gibson to direct it. That would be an amazing film. But go read about the Battle of Kolikova River, and then you fast forward to the war between Sweden and Russia. And Sweden was interested in what? The Swedes were interested in Ukraine. They were interested in controlling Ukraine because Ukraine was the breadbasket. Big, fertile country with lots of fertile soil. And you can go to Ukraine today and they still have very fertile soil near the Black Sea. And so the Swedes, they were interested in controlling Ukraine. And there was a major battle between the Russians and the Swedes. And the Swedes had their allies. They had German allies. They had numerous allies. And the Swedes lost. And the Swedes were trying to create an empire, and they were trying to be the big superpower in Europe, and they lost. World War I, the Germans wanted to be the big superpower in Europe. They had a war with the Russians. They lost. The Russians ended up invading Germany. They ended up invading East Prussia because, from what I have read, the Germans were invading France, and the French were getting their asses whooped. And I guess you can't defeat a German army with wine bottles and baguettes. And the Germans were invading France, and the Russians said, hey, got to help our French buddies out. So the Russians just invaded East Prussia. They said, you want to invade France? Germany? We go invade Germany. We go invade Germany. So they invaded Germany. And the Germans said, guten Tag. Oh, they are invading. Oh, my God. Oh, mein Gott, they are invading. And they went back and they had to fight the Russians. And it's just the Germans got their asses whooped. Now, the Germans, they were very fierce fighters, very good generals, very good military strategists. Don't get me wrong. Germans are no damn joke. They are no joke. We can joke around all we want. But the reality is that the Germans were no joke during World War I. They were a fierce, fierce military power. World War II, the Germans rebuilt themselves back up. They built themselves from the ground up. They built themselves from the ruins that were brought about through World War I, and they became, again, a very powerful country. And it took several nations to take down the Germans. You had the French, well, half of the French. You had the British, and you had the Canadians and Australians, and you had the Soviets, and the Poles fought the Germans, and the Americans fought the Germans. It took a lot of countries to take down this Leviathan. And what makes Germany so powerful, and people say, well, it's just a coincidence that the Germans are very good in warfare, and they have been very good in warfare historically. But I believe the reason why the Germans are so effective in battle is, well, two reasons. I think there's two factors mainly. You can help me out and elaborate more on this and correct me if you think I'm mistaken. But I believe that there are two main reasons as to why the Germans have historically been so effective in war. For one thing, they have a very warlike nature. You can read about this just looking at the Roman annals of the Germanians. You can read Julius Caesar's account of his conquest of Gaul, and he talks about how the Germans were so warlike that just saying the word German would scare the hell out of any Gaul, and a Gaul would shriek in terror and consternation upon just hearing the word German. This is what Julius Caesar tells us in his account of his conquest of Gaul. And then, so there's that. There's the warlike culture that has been amongst the Germanians for thousands of years. And then there is also the innovation and the ingenuity of German society. There was a Greek historian. His name he had a very interesting last name. It was something like Chalkokondyles. Or Chalkokondikis, but he was a Greek historian, and he was a Greek historian during the time of the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople. And Chalkokondyles had a really interesting observation. He talked about the Germans in his day, and this was during the time of the Byzantine Empire. And this Greek writer said that the Germans are an extremely disciplined people. They are an extremely warlike people, and he said that if they're ever, he actually said this, fascinating that a Byzantine historian would say this back in the 1400s. He said that if there ever came a time when the Germans would be under a singular leader, he said they would be an unstoppable force. This is what Chalkokondyles wrote. He said that if there ever comes a time that the Germans will be under a singular leader, the Germans will be an unstoppable force. So already you go to the late medieval period and you already have people observing that the Germans are a very powerful people, very effective people when it comes to warfare. a very excuse me, a very dexterous people. They're high on the dex. You know, if there was a if Geopolitics was an Elden Ring video game, Germany, I would say, would be high in dexterity, strength, and vigor and intelligence. If there were an Elden Ring build. If Japan was an Elden Ring build, I think the Japanese would be super high in dex. I think the Japanese are like they are the top tier when it comes to dex build. So super high in dex, super high in intelligence. I think you can throw in arcane and vigor, and yeah, that's Japan. Middle East, if I had to put the Arab Muslim world as an Elden Ring character, I would say the Arab Muslim world, low in strength, a little bit high in dex. They're maybe okay. I would say they're decent in dex, and that's it. Israel, I would say, is high in dex, low in strength. They're decent in intelligence and maybe arcane. They did find some natural gas over there. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. But if Germany was an Elden Ring character, dex, strength, I mean, they're really up there. And so you have the Americans saying what to the Germans? Oh, build your military up, Germany. Oh, you're spending 3% of your GDP. Better increase it. Better make that number higher. I want to see you. All right, a little too loud. Let me know. I want to see that number going up, boys. You German boy, you crazy white boys. I want to see you guys increase it to at least 5%. I want to see you had J.D. Vance going over there in the Munich Security Conference. I want you, my German slaves now. You the slaves of America, Germany. My German slaves used to be real high up there, but now you brought low. We humbled you motherfuckers. We humbled you guys, and now you gonna listen. All right? You under our command. You under our power, boy. And you right now are on the plantation of Europe. And you with the big dogs now. Russia and I, we the big dogs. We the masters of this plantation, boys. And you Germans, you better listen up. You spending 3% of your GDP on y'all military. That's good. That's a step up. But I want to see that number go higher. If you can make it up 5%, at least 5%, then we gonna be at least somewhat more satisfied, boys. But you German slaves, you better sing yourselves a slave song. And the Germans start singing a slave song. Start singing Erica. Can you explain it in Bannerlord stats? Oof. I haven't played Bannerlord in a while. I've been trying to beat Elden Ring. But the Bannerlord stat... Bannerlord is similar to Elden Ring. It's like strength, endurance. You have... intelligence. Military strategy is a category when you're building a character up in Bannerlord. So if I remember Bannerlord correctly, hold on a second. Bannerlord is character. So let's see. Bannerlord characteristics. Okay, here we go. So here are the characteristics of a Bannerlord character. So we have... Guys, I'm going to be here for at least 6 hours. I'm going to have some fun. So we have Vigor, Control, Endurance, Cunning, Social, and Intelligence. Hot damn, guys. This is amazing. So Vigor, you have Vigor also in Elden Ring. But Vigor is health. So HQ. So it says here, Vigor influences the melee skills of one-handed, two-handed. So Germany would definitely be high in Vigor. Control. Similar to Vigor, this attribute governs the bow, crossbow. I think Germany would be high in Control because they had the Panzer tank and they made the big-ass missile with the help of that brown guy. What was the name of that tank? What was the name of that big old, the V2 rocket? My cat is meowing all of a sudden. What do you want, kitty cat? Enough. What's wrong? My pussy cat is meowing. I don't know what her problem is. Endurance focuses on riding athletics. So Germany, good on endurance, I would say. I mean, 2 world wars and they're still going. I would say they're pretty high in endurance. Cunning. If you're looking to outsmart your foes with scouting, tactics, and roguery, yeah, Germany's pretty high on cunning. Social, diplomacy, and your ability to influence others. Maybe Germany's low on that one. I'm not sure. Intelligence, engineering. Oh, the Germans are very high. So, I mean, if you were to make Germany into a Bannerlord character, I would say Germany would be pretty damn scary. Vigor, control, endurance, cunning, but not the most cunning. I mean, Hitler, I don't think he was the most cunning guy. He was pretty, he made himself look obviously crazy. Social. Germans, I would say, are low in social. But they did manage to deceive the Russians. They did. They've deceived the Russians several times. So for one, they made a deal with the Soviets, and maybe you could argue that the Soviets knew what the Germans were up to. But they did make a deal with the Soviets, and it was a trade deal. And then even when that trade deal was in effect, the Germans invaded the Soviet Union. So you could say cunning. I think the Germans are pretty good. Social, maybe they're not. Maybe they're not the most diplomatic. I don't know. And intelligence is pretty high. So I would say high in intelligence, cunning, endurance, control, and vigor. Yeah, but I prefer the Elden Ring stuff. I think Elden Ring is it's more I don't know, unique. Oh, my cat is driving me up the wall, guys. Give me 1 second here. Von Braun, that's right. Why is this cat? Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry. This cat is driving me insane. What? I think you may be right about the southern accent. That probably scared him. I think that scared her. She's not used to me talking like that. 3% ain't gonna stop Ivan. That's right. Was that Greek historian the same one who wrote about Vlad the Impaler? Yes. Yep. Chakokondylis. I'm shocked. I actually shocked myself that I can remember that name. Chalkokondylis. Did you see that Orthodox animation of the Battle of Kolikovo? I did. Yep. It was made by the MP. Who's the MP? But yeah, I did see that. To be fair, we got our asses handed to us at the first phase of the Russo-Swedish War. Well, I mean, listen, the Russians have lost plenty of battles, don't get me wrong, but in the end, the Swedes lost. We had to smelt the church bells to turn them into... I did not know that. I did not know that about melting the cannons. That's amazing. All right, Father, you got to hand over the bells. No, this is sacrilege, my son. But we got to win a war, Father. Sorry. We'll pay you back when we're done. But We better melt the church bells now, or else if we don't, there's going to be freaking Protestant Swedes all over this place if we don't defeat them. Kitty, get back in bed. No sound. There's plenty of sound. What are you talking about? Moscow Patriarchate. The cat may have been scared. Yeah. Yep. I started playing Ghost of Tsushima the other day. That's a really good game. I've heard it was really good. I've never played it, though. Eastern games are getting more and more popular. Yes, they are. In fact, Elden Ring is a Japanese game. And then also that Black Legend game where you play a monkey. That's a Chinese game. I never played it, though. And then also you have Bannerlord. Bannerlord, believe it or not, guys, Bannerlord is a Turkish video game. Yeah. It is a Turkish video game, guys. And do you know what you can do in Bannerlord? You could do almost everything that the Ottoman Empire did in Bannerlord. You could go into a village and force all the young men to join the ranks of your military. And if they refuse to join, you can just sack the village. Yep, you can do all these things in Bannerlord. And my dad was watching me play Bannerlord, and he said, "This is a terrible video game." And I said, "Yeah, I know." And he said, "This is like the Ottoman Empire. You could basically play it like the Ottomans did." He said, "Who made this game?" And I looked it up. Turkish video game. It's a Turkish video game, guys. Good night, Mr. Melkovian. Another script for Mel Gibson, absolutely. Russians don't give up when they're they don't. They're very tough people. So if I had to rank let's rank Russia as a Bannerlord character. How would we rank Russia as a Bannerlord character, guys? So let's see, Russia. Vigor, influences. So I would say automatically Russia is good in vigor, control. I mean, they surprise the shit out of everybody with the Oroshnik stuff. So Russia is high in vigor, control, and endurance. You can't beat the Russians in endurance. They beat Napoleon, they beat the Mongols, they beat the Germans a bunch of times. They beat the Swedes. I mean, you can't beat them with endurance. Cunning, I would say the Russians are pretty high in cunning because they will be able, if you ever read about Russian warfare, the Russians are really good at just running away and then turning around and attacking their enemy. So it's almost like they have this Mongolian strategy where they feign cowardice. We're running away, and then they pull their enemy deep into their territory to where the enemy is far away from their logistics, far away from their source of supplies and munitions, and then they just destroy their enemy. I mean, they did this with Poland in the early 1920s. You can read about this. The Poles, it went into Ukraine. They thought, okay, because Russia controlled Ukraine, so the Poles thought, okay, well, we're going to take over Ukraine. So the Poles actually joined the Ukrainians. They did. They joined the Ukrainians, and they fought against the Russians. And what happened was they went into Kiev, and the Russians ran away. And so the Poles thought, oh, look, Russia lost. Russia's running away from us. They're so scared, and they flee before the great Polish army. And so the Poles did what? They just kept going, right? They kept going and going and going. And then pretty soon the Poles were deep into Soviet territory. They were deep into Soviet territory, far away from home, and they lost. So Russia does this sort of strategy. So cunning, I would say the Russians are pretty good. If anyone can correct me on that, let me know. When I played in squad with random Brits, they said I had the most southern accent they've ever heard. Yeah, you really emphasized the southern accent. Now, social diplomacy. Are the Russians good at diplomacy? What do you guys think? I don't know. Intelligence. I would say they're pretty intelligent. Engineering, yeah. I would say the Russians are pretty scary. So I would say Russia is high in vigor, high in control. They're high in endurance, very high. I would say their highest trait is endurance. Cunning, they're decent. I would say they're decent. I wouldn't say they're the best. I would say they're decent. I would say their highest trait is endurance. Because if you ever read about World War II, you'll read, oh, in this one battle, 1.2 million Russians died. For example, if you read about the Battle of Kursk, over 1 million Russians were killed just fighting over Kursk alone, and then over just 200,000 Germans were killed. Now, 200,000 Germans is a lot of people. Don't get me wrong. But there's a big difference between over 1 million people being killed and over 200,000 people being killed. So the Germans, even though they lost in the Battle of Kursk, they had much lower casualties. The Russians had very high casualties because the Russian strategy was a big human meat grinder. So cunning, I would say the Russians, I would say out of all these traits, they're low in cunning. Not super low, but they're not super high either. I would say maybe they're right in the middle. Social, I don't know. I don't know about Russian diplomacy. And I would say they're pretty intelligent. But I would say their highest trait is endurance. That's what I would say. Considering they've had decades of practice at the social game using espionage to find their enemies' weaknesses, they are great. So there you go, great at diplomacy. But wouldn't you say that's more cunning? Russians are deep, though. They sincerely feel their They do. Oh yes, yeah, a lot of poetry and yeah, very poetic. And there's a stereotype that says that Russians have no emotions, but I don't believe that, because if you listen to their music and read their poetry, I mean, there's a lot of emotion there. Alexandrina Grijo. Hello. Look up for Susanin. Very cunning. Okay. What will be your Elden Ring classification for Turkey? Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, hold on. Let's look at the Elden Ring characteristics. Character traits. Okay, so... All right, so we have all the traits here, and maybe we can apply this to Russia as well. So here's all the Elden Ring traits. So we have vigor, mind, endurance, strength, dexterity, intelligence, faith, and arcane. Oh damn, this is going to be interesting. So vigor increases HP, increases fire and poison resistance, increases immunity. So Turkey went through World War I and was able to rebuild itself back up. And not only that, but it was able to rebuild itself and defeat the British and the Greeks. So I would say they're decent in vigor. Pretty decent in vigor. They had a big-ass empire. It did eventually crumble, but they did try to come back, and they're coming back right now. So I would say... I'm not going to say they're super high in vigor, because vigor is HP. I would say, though, that they are high in endurance. But vigor, I don't think they're super high. But I would say they're pretty decent. They did have a big, massive empire. The thing about the Ottomans that really, and the Turks in general, that really shows the gaps in their armor is how many wars they lost fighting the Russians. There's not a single war between the Turks and the Russians where the Turks won. You can read, there was many, many wars between the Turks and the Russians. And the Turks lost every single time. The Turks have never been able to defeat the Russians, ever. World War I, Russo-Turkish War of 1877, doesn't matter. Crimean War. The Russians have always defeated the Ottomans. The Ottomans needed the British to help them during the Crimean War. And that was really a British victory over the Russians, if anything. So they have endurance. But vigor, I don't think they're super high in vigor. Mind. Now, what exactly is mind? Is that intelligence? Core stats. What is mind? Can someone explain to me what the mind does? I'm guessing mind is intelligence. I'm just going to say it's... Well, actually, no, there's intelligence here. So it increases FP... and it increases focus resistance. So the mind is basically your special skills as an Elden Ring character. So if you have any sort of special skill in Elden Ring, be it unsheath, if you have a katana or uchi katana, or if it's like the bloody slash ashes of war that you have with the katana, you need FP to do all that. So Turkey has right now. Turkey is building up its own powers. They are currently almost done with creating their own fighter jet. That's going to be in operation soon. Turkey currently has its own Silicon Valley. So I would say they're decent with mind. Decent. For a long time, though, they were independent on America for military technology, but now they're starting to become more indigenous when building up their own military weaponry and technology. So, and they just showed the whole world the effectiveness of the Bayraktar drone. So I wouldn't say they're super high in mind, but I would say they're decent. So I would say, I don't know, 30 points for mind, 25 points for mind. Now, endurance, I will give it to the Turks. They are very high in endurance. They were able to... They had a giant empire. Empire crumbled down after centuries and centuries of existing. Empire crumbled down. And they lost in World War I, but they did come back and they did end up defeating both the Greeks and the British. So I would say high in endurance. They're still around. Strength? I wouldn't say they're super strong. I wouldn't. I just won't. They may be strong against weaker countries, but that's not an indication of strength. If they go up against a country like Russia, they're going to lose. If they go up against Israel, there's a very good chance that they could win. If they go up against Greece, there's a chance that they could defeat Greece in a war. But are they a super, super strong country? In Middle Eastern standards, but not the Middle Eastern standards aren't the highest standards. Let's be real here. So I'm not going to, I think I would give them like 20 points in strength, 15 points in strength. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Yeah, and the Ottomans were never really able to take over Europe. They took over the Balkans, they took over Greece, so they took over southeastern Europe, but they were never able to take the heart of Europe, Central and Western Europe. Dexterity, so increased physical damage, shortens casting times. I would say that the Turks are high in dex. I would say they're a high dex build, low in strength, but I would say, yeah, they're high in dex. Intelligence, I would say they're pretty intelligent. They're now working on making their own industry. Wouldn't say they are the most intelligent, but I would say they're decent in intelligence. Faith, very high in faith. They got that Sufi religion that they're super hardcore about. And then you have arcane, increases item discovery. I think that they're decent in arcane because they were able to find natural gas, but they were also able to find the natural gas of their neighbors, and now they want to steal all the natural gas. I wish Elden Ring had a brutality stat. I think the Turks would rank the highest in brutality. Russians are high in resilience, absolutely. Hello, Matt Mick. Hello, Matt Mick. So yeah, if you guys can, if you guys want to add to the whole video game character thing, that would be hilarious. I'm currently playing Resident Evil Code Veronica. Oh man. Yeah, I've never played Code Veronica. I love Resident Evil 4. I love the remake. The remake was so damn good. So damn good, guys. It was amazing. So let's go back to this Washington. Now, we've been playing around way too much, guys. We've been having way too much fun on this stream. We got to go back to the article. Got to go back. Got to go back to the boring Washington Post. Possibly mind is situational awareness. Yeah. I read comments from a Russian on Telegram. He frequently talks about his lasting affection for the Americans who stopped their cars to help him when he was just a boy. Wow. They were black Americans. Americans can be very hospitable and very nice people. You know, I think this whole idea that Americans are like loud and obnoxious people, I think is it's a broad brush. So let's go back to Washington Post article. We got a bunch of stuff to cover today, guys. Oh, why aren't you clicking? There we go. There we go. There I am. So let's read this here. It's going to be a pain in the ass to edit this footage, I tell you that. We're talking about Ukraine, we're talking about video games, and like, what? So it says here, this week, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth threw cold water, blah, 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 saying that the country should not expect to join the alliance and that it is not realistic to expect a return to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders. In Ukraine and abroad, many saw those declarations as taking important negotiating chips off the table and giving Russia the upper hand. Well, yes, that's true, because Russia is winning the war. You have a country, very powerful country, second most powerful country in the world, and they are winning a war. America can say, Russia, you better stop. And in that case, Russia's just going to say, or else. And then America, if it wants to actually stop Russia militarily, would have to be forced or would have to get itself involved in a war. And Trump is a big America first guy, so Trump doesn't want to do that. So what does America have to do? America has to say, okay, Russia, you're gonna get new territory. And we'll agree to that. Is this about being pro-Russia? Is Trump pro-Russia? I think this is more just the United States buying time to get the Europeans, to get their militaries more powerful, to build up and increase their military capacity. And also it's to buy time to get the Ukrainians more militarily robust. Now, are the Russians just going to stand there and allow the West to reinvigorate Ukraine's military? I don't know. That is yet to be seen. So it says here, Zelensky said Friday that Kiev will require adequate security assistance and a much bigger army if it is not granted NATO membership, including at least a doubling of its total number of brigades to match Russia's forces. So Zelensky is saying, if you're not going to allow us to join NATO, then we're going to make big, fat military. And this is what Zelensky wants to do. And Zelensky, let's be real here. This guy is on his way out. This guy has been in power since 2019. There hasn't been an election in Ukraine since since this guy won. I think this was back in 2019. And there was a war, so Russia invaded Ukraine. So the Ukrainians said, okay, we can't have any elections, no elections, because we are in state of emergency. And what did the Trump administration say recently? They said, Ukraine, you got to have a new election. So what does that mean? Very obvious what that means. It means America wants a new leader in Ukraine. So they're going to kick Zelensky out. I heard that this Zelensky guy, by the way, bought a bunch of real estate in both the United States and Italy. So it looks like Zelensky is maybe preparing to run out of Ukraine and go to a different country. We don't know. Perhaps he's afraid that the Nazis in Ukraine are going to, he's afraid that they're going to lynch mob him. Because remember, back when Zelensky was a brand new leader, the Nazis in Ukraine told him, if you cede territory to the Russians, we're going to kill you. The Nazis said this. The Azov guys said this. So perhaps Zelensky is terrified for his life. Perhaps he's going to move to the U.S. Perhaps he's going to move to a Western country. Who knows? But I think Zelensky is on his way out. I think America wants new leadership. And whoever wins an election in Ukraine, it's going to be someone that America will accept and permit to be in power, and it's going to be an American puppet. And so America will put its little puppet state in there, or it will just put a new puppet regime in Ukraine. And the Americans are going to work to buy time. That's what the Americans want to do. They want to buy time. And Zelensky is going to be on his way out. But Zelensky has also said that if you're not going to include Ukraine in the NATO alliance, then we're going to have to make Ukraine big and powerful. And also, Zelensky has stated that he wants a pan-European military force to help with the security of Ukraine. And perhaps we could make big pan-European military, and Ukraine will be the beginning of this great aspiration. So it says here, some of Ukraine's allies are in discussions to potentially draft a proposal to deploy soldiers to Ukraine, troops that may serve as a deterrent security force rather than peacekeepers. So, before Trump entered office, supposedly word got out that Trump was presented with a plan in which European soldiers would be stationed in Ukraine as a military deterrence against the Russians. And according to the story, again, this is from sources, but according to the story, Trump liked the idea. So it's possible that Trump will push for this idea of a pan-European force in Ukraine. We don't know. It would be crazy if that were to happen, because you would be seeing the beginning of a revival of European militarism. So it goes on to say, Russia wants to hold on to all the Ukrainian land it has seized. Understandably so. A lot of Russians were killed taking that territory. And so Russia obviously doesn't want to say, okay, well, we're going to give up this territory and give you guys this land. Russia doesn't want to say that. Now, Russia doesn't want that to happen. Russia is, like I've said, Russia is winning the war. So Russia is in a position to say, okay, we're going to keep this territory. And if you don't want to accept that, then we're just going to continue with the war. Russia is in the position to do that. In regions it only partially controls, Russia has laid claim to the remainder of the land, insisting that several major towns and cities be handed over. Now, if you have negotiations before these cities are taken over by the Russians, then this is going to be a big point of contention. Are the Americans just going to say, okay, fine, we're just going to hand over these territories even though you haven't militarily taken them? I don't know. But if that happens, I would be shocked. That would mean expanding Russian control to the city of Kherson, which Ukraine liberated in November of 2022. It would also mean that Russia would seize the rest of the Donetsk and Zaporizhia regions, including the city of Zaporizhia, which has so far resisted occupation. If Russia has its way, it will control all of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea. I don't see the Americans saying that Russia can just have all these territories. I see the Americans conceding the territory that Russia has militarily conquered, or at least a substantial amount of the territory that Russia has militarily conquered. Ukraine has long warned that Moscow will probably use any pause in fighting to regroup and prepare assaults. Now, here's another thing that I forgot to add. Even though Russia is technically winning the war, I think Russia also wants to rest, because Russia has been going through a lot of casualties. A lot of Russians have been killed in this battle. A lot of Russians have lost limbs, legs, arms. A lot of Russians are crippled, permanently crippled because of this war. So I think Russia also wants a time of rest so that Russia can regroup, retrain, evaluate the mistakes that it has made in this war, evaluate its logistical gaps or its strategic gaps in its game and its military policy. And I think Russia wants time to recruit more soldiers, to train more soldiers, just to reevaluate everything that has happened and to reevaluate or to observe the mistakes that it has made in this war. And so I think Russia also wants this time of rest, which is why I think Russia will agree to a ceasefire so that it can have that time of just reevaluation and revamping and reinvigorating. So it says here, what Russia does not want is for any Russian land to be on the table. In August, Kiev launched a surprise cross-border offensive into Western Russia. So yes, so the Ukrainians are gonna, if they can keep a chunk of Kursk, the Ukrainians can say, well, we're not gonna leave Kursk until blah. And are the Russians going to cede its own territory to the Ukrainians? I don't think so. Ukrainian officials said the attack would help create a buffer zone to keep Russia from using its Kursk region to attack Ukraine. For 6 months, Russia has failed to force Ukrainian forces out, despite deploying allied North Korean soldiers in its assault. And that's crazy. Why? Now, for those of you who are experts on this war, why do you think the Russians have not been able to force the Ukrainians out of Kursk? I think this is an interesting question. Because I want to touch upon something that I've noticed. So I uploaded a video from the last stream that I did, and it was me talking about Finland and other European countries preparing for a war with the Russians. And the title of the video was something like my thoughts on Finland preparing for war with Russia. And I got a number of comments that essentially said the same thing, and that is these European countries are nothing in comparison to Russia, and that they don't stand a chance at all. Now, if it's just Finland versus Russia, yeah, I can see your point, right? I don't think Finland has the capacity to defeat Russia in war. But if you're talking about a pan-European military force led by Germany going to war against the Russians, that is a totally different story. And I think too many of you guys are just reliant on this idea that Russia is invincible and that these European countries, well, they ain't a damn thing. And some guy, and you know who you are, Ortho Christos made this comment, and I actually wanted to do a response to him through filming, not just a written response. And Ortho Christos, I must respectfully disagree with you. So you said in your comment that these European countries are like yapping dogs around Russia. Now, if it's, I don't know, Latvia versus Russia, yeah, I'll agree with you. If it's Estonia or Lithuania versus Russia, yeah, I agree with you. But if it's a pan-European military force versus Russia, Russia's going to have a lot of difficulty. And it's not going to be, like you said, a bunch of yapping dogs. It will be a serious military force. Here's something that almost nobody points out, and that is that the EU is the second biggest economy in the world. The EU, it's the second biggest economy on Earth. People say, oh, the second biggest economy is China. Yes, if you look at things as individual countries, yes, you're right. China is the second biggest economy in the world. But if you look at the EU as a single economic bloc, which it is a single economic bloc, like the United States is an economic bloc. The EU is the second biggest economy in the world. They are close to the United States when it comes to GDP. So the EU is very wealthy, which means that it has the financial wherewithal to build a powerful military. When you have German ingenuity and you mix that with all of the economies within the EU, mix that with the manpower that all these countries have, there's over 500 million people living in the European Union, which means that if the EU gets transformed into a massively industrial German-led Reich, and you have a giant freaking Frankenstein being transformed, you have the EU being transformed into a giant Frankenstein, you're looking at a very, very powerful empire. It'll be a Reich at that point. And at that point, if this Reich, if you will, if this Fourth Reich, if you will, has to, it would have the capacity to draft and to amass an army of millions of men. Millions. You're talking about 500 million people who live in the European Union. Okay, well, there's obviously millions of young men who live in the European Union. And if the EU, like I said, becomes the Fourth Reich, it could easily amass millions of young men. Germany, by itself, if Germany had to, Germany by itself could amass a military force of millions of young men. By force, drafting, by bringing back mandatory conscription. It could easily amass an army of millions of young men. You could say, well, they don't want to, blah, blah, blah. Germans are very high in agreeableness, which means that they will conform. And it wouldn't be difficult to do a draft in Germany and making a massive army of young men. If you have Germany alongside its European allies, then you're talking about an even more dangerous force, because you're talking about a collective of countries that could amass an army of millions of men. If you have a pan-European German-led force alongside a Turkish ally, so if you have a Germano-Turkish alliance in conjunction with allied countries with that alliance, then you're talking about a serious force with lots of money and lots of manpower and lots of innovation. And Russia would be in serious trouble. So this whole idea that, oh, these European countries, they're all just little yapping dogs. I think you guys, I don't want to be mean or rude or anything like that, but I think you guys don't really see the full picture. And I'm saying that with all due respect because I like you guys, but I'm saying this with all due respect. I think a lot of you guys just don't see the full picture in all this. Hello, Marko Zaklan. Zdravo. Russian forces have been seriously degraded since the war started. Yes, they can replenish, but the losses were still high regardless. Yes, you're correct. And that's the thing. Another thing that I want to add, when people make the argument that the European countries are just like, or will be a pushover, Russia still has difficulty pushing the Ukrainians out of Kursk. Just let that sink in your head. Yes, the Ukrainians who invaded Kursk for the most part have been defeated. Don't get me wrong. But we are literally still talking about the Russians fighting in Kursk. This is still going on. The New York Times put out an article a few days ago about this. You can go read it. Read what the Times said. They're literally still fighting over this one strip of freaking territory. And you hear about war crimes being done by the Ukrainians on Russian civilians. They're still fighting. So people think, Russia, they're unstoppable. They would just defeat anybody. Yeah, Russia's a pretty powerful country. I mean, look at their history. They defeated everybody that went against them. But they're still fighting in Kursk. And if you read about World War II, when the Germans and the Russians were killing each other over Kursk, over 1 million Russians died fighting for that one strip of land. It's just, guys, Russia is having a hard time right now, and it's going to continue to have a hard time. Not just with Ukraine. It's going to have a hard time with its European neighbors if the Europeans decide to make a giant coalition force led by Germany, because if you have any sort of EU military coalition or any sort of European, pan-European military coalition, you bet your ass Germany's going to be leading it because they're the biggest economy amongst the Europeans. So if you have a German-led pan-European military force, it would not be easy for the Russians to deal with it. It would not be easy. Ortho Christos wrote a response. You said, I agree, but I had specifically referred to the Baltic states. Oh, okay. My bad. Still, my point stands, but my bad. Watch Zelensky immigrate and rise to power inside the AfD. Yeah, I doubt that'll happen, but that's still pretty funny. In Kursk, Ukraine concentrated a massive force and equipment that is conveniently situated for the Russians to grind on, and Ukraine still sends troops there instead of their eastern front line. Yeah, the Ukrainians are losing, don't get me wrong, but my point is that they're still literally fighting there. The Russians have not been able to fully push or fully repulse the Ukrainians out. Some mountaintop mansion. Okay. Are we still reading the same damn Washington Post article? Yes, let's continue reading it, because you know what? There's some interesting stuff in this article. So it says here... Okay, hold on. Where did we leave off? Okay. Zelensky has proposed trading the roughly 200 square miles of territory it controls. We control 200 square miles. We have now leverage, negotiating point. Zelensky has proposed trading the roughly 200 square miles of territory it controls in Kursk for Ukrainian territory controlled by Russia. The Kremlin has rejected the plan. Of course they've rejected the plan. The Russians have taken territory. And like I said, a lot of people have died taking that territory. If the Russians concede territory, the people in Russia will be pissed. I don't see the Russians conceding substantial amounts of territory. Perhaps they'll concede some territory, but I don't see it being substantial swaths of territory. I think the Russians are definitely going to have some new borders established. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said, "This is impossible. Russia has never discussed and will not discuss the exchange of its territory. No!" He also said any Ukrainian units that are not destroyed in Russia will be expelled. That's a very nice way of talking. I would expect him to say will be destroyed. No, he says they'll be expelled. Moscow has also insisted that NATO membership cannot be on the table. This week, Trump suggested that Ukraine's NATO ambitions caused Russia to invade, and he's right. Trump is correct. Got a fly in front of me. Trump is correct. Yes. Yes, it was NATO's ambitions that provoked the Russians into this. Repeating a common Russian narrative, it's a common, oh yes, Russia just woke up one day and said we want to invade Ukraine for no reason at all. Yeah. Trump insisted on the campaign trail that he would quickly end the war in Ukraine, and he appears eager to get started on negotiations, although his team's exact positions on key issues remain unclear. What is known is that Trump is interested in securing access to Ukraine's rare earth minerals. So there you go. There's America's economic interest right there. Some are still under Ukrainian control, and others have already been seized by Russia. One key lithium reserve still held by Ukraine is only about 10 miles from the front line. Russia's desire to control these resources has influenced its battlefield decisions. So there is material interest involved here, and the Russians and the Americans are competing over these resources, obviously. Now, I find this interesting, and perhaps this is just a minute detail, or perhaps this is insignificant, but it says one key lithium reserve still held by Ukraine is only about 10 miles from the front line. So if the Americans take control of this lithium reserve, it'll be just 10 miles from the front line, and so perhaps this will be a point of contention. And if it is a point of contention, it'll be very, very close to the line of fire, if you will. The overall value of Ukraine's deposits has not been firmly established, but Trump said this month that he is interested in a deal that would essentially trade Ukraine's minerals, such as lithium, titanium, and uranium, for ongoing U.S. assistance. Ooh. There you go, everybody. There you go. So, looks like the Americans are going to tell the Ukrainians, we're going to take your mineral resources, and in return, we will give you assistance, which means they're going to work on re-strengthening Ukraine's military. See, this is why I say this is not about peace. This has piss all to do with peace. Everyone's going to praise Trump as a peacemaker. This has nothing to do with peace. It has everything to do with, as you can see here, mineral resources. But secondly, it has also something to do with strengthening Ukraine's position. Getting, like I said, buying time for the Europeans to boost up their militaries, and buying time for the Ukrainians to boost up their military as well. Nastia says, the problem the EU has is that their equipment and ammunition production is not sufficient if they want to face Russia. You are correct. You are correct. Also, Euro's already wasted a substantial amount of equipment in Ukraine. Not denying that at all. But I'm saying with time, I think things will change. Geopolitics, that's correct. I think with time, this will change. Right now, you see, right now, you're correct. But I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about the future. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent traveled this week to Kiev, where he described a mineral deal as a security shield. Oh, there you go. Security shield for post-war Ukraine. Oh, this is so predictable. Zelensky, this chair. Let me just lay down here, guys. Zelensky has expressed willingness to pursue such a deal. Of course he has expressed willingness. He's dealing with the biggest mafia in the world. You're talking about the big economic hitman of the United States. It's a giant cartel. It's mafia, of course. Well, what do you expect Zelensky to do? Oh, I don't approve of this. Absolutely not. No, of course he expressed willingness. This guy has zero say-so. I hate all this talk about, well, Ukraine has to be invited into the table. Zelensky has to have a say-so. They have no say-so. This is like the children's seat type situation. There is no say-so. There's only 2 countries that have a say-so, the U.S. and Russia. That's it. This whole idea, well, Ukraine has to have a place in the table. Yes, the children's table. It doesn't have a place. Interestingly, Russia has started using fiber optic controlled drones instead of radio controlled drones. Fiber optic drones are more effective because they cannot be neutralized by radio. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Russians, they rank super high in Arcane. The Americans are super high in Arcane. They're able to find all sorts of mineral-rich territories. The Ukrainian president met Friday with U.S. senators on the sidelines of the Munich conference where he discussed economic cooperation, including the minerals, he wrote on X. There you go. So there you have it, everybody. Minerals, deals, money, power, nothing. To quote Robert the Bruce from Braveheart. So there you go. The Americans have their interest. They want the rare earth minerals. They want the titanium and the lithium, and they want the uranium. They want all the good stuff. And in return, they're going to give assistance to Ukraine. So that's helping Ukraine's military. And then the Americans are talking about how the Europeans need to increase their military spending, especially the Germans. And the Americans also are encouraging German nationalism. So what are we seeing here? We're not seeing peace. Do you guys see peace in any of this stuff? Let's see. Yes, I want peace, but there's some rare earth minerals that we want, and we're going to take the rare earth minerals, and in exchange, we're going to give assistance to Ukraine. That means helping their military out. Oh, yes, and on top of that, Germany, European countries, you guys better increase your defense spending. Germany, you guys are spending what? 2%, 3%? Make it 5%, damn it. Make your military strong. And also, those ultra-nationalists that you don't like, I want those guys in power. So what do we see? Militarism, nationalism, and some talk of peace. Is peace really the goal here? If I was truly a peacemaker for Europe, the last thing I would be thinking about is, let's help German nationalism. Oh, and by the way, let's help the AfD party, which is the most militaristic party running for the German elections right now. Perfect. You guys, come on. People believe this bullshit. I'm not saying it's you guys, but there are people who believe this bullshit. They fall for this bullshit just like they fall for Elon Musk saying, my heart goes out, out to you. Oh, my arm, my shoulder hurts. I got a little injury here. I gotta do my left one. Mine heart goes out to you. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Q and Erica playing in the background. He said my heart goes out to you. He said my heart goes out. Really? Psychopaths are smarter than the average person. That's one thing I've figured out over the years. Rare earth minerals that the U.S. already has. Yeah, but they want to really solidify their grip on all. Good night. And this stream will be available for re-watching, so if you guys miss it, you guys can always return and just watch the rest of it. Plus, I will be making, as I always do, excerpts from this stream. Old Nazi injury. Oh, there you go. Sure, we see peace. A piece of this. That's correct. That's right. Your spicy accents bring articles to life. I appreciate that. Yeah. Again, I try to make these streams as energetic as possible. And interestingly, Russia has started using... Okay, I already read that. Future is now, old man. That's right. Geopolitics always strikes, my friend. Always. Roman Centurion salute. Absolutely. It's the Roman salute. Don't you guys know? The ancient Romans did this shit. Haven't you guys seen the statue of Caesar Augustus where he's like this? This is the Roman salute. Remember? Haven't you guys ever seen this? This is totally the Roman... My heart goes out to you. This is the Roman salute, guys. It's the same thing. This is totally the same as doing this, right? Right? You guys were with me on that one. All right, so we read this article, very interesting article, but we kind of spent way too much time on it because I was messing around talking about video games. Now, there's something else that I want to address, and that is J.D. Vance's promotion of the far right in Germany. This is disturbing, but not surprising in the least, given Vance's background. He is friends with Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel is a German eugenist, so not too far off. I want to get all of the articles in order. So let's read through. The New York Times and the Washington Post put out some articles on this subject, and it is very fascinating. So we're going to go through all of them. I did highlight the best parts of these articles so that we don't become tedious and read through all of these articles from beginning to end. We're just going to read the excerpts, the parts of these articles that are the most telling, that are the most revealing. Old Roman could come out of the grave and they would still tell him that it was an old man. If Caesar Augustus came out from the grave and said, "Y'all, I didn't do that bullshit. What is this? What? Who are you? I'm Caesar Augustus." Oh, hail, Caesar. Put your hand down, damn it. Germans could be watching. They could hit arrows. They could shoot your hands with arrows. I didn't do that bullshit. No. Anyway. So I'm going to show you guys some articles here. These are from the New York Times, and there's one article about this subject that was published by the Washington Post. Or the Washington Post. I read the Washington Post, and I read the New York Times every day. Every day I read them. Every day. I need to inform myself about the news. Live updates. This came out today. Oh, hell no. Vance meets Zelensky after signaling support for Europe's far-right parties. Interesting. Interesting how he's supporting the far-right Germans in the midst of saying that America is not going to get so much involved with Ukraine security, and that they want the Europeans to be more involved in Ukraine security. That's not a coincidence, by the way. That's not a coincidence. So the Americans want the Europeans to take more responsibility for Ukraine's security. Now, I'm not saying that the Americans are saying that they're going to have zero hand in Ukraine security, because I don't think that's going to be the case, and I would be surprised if it is the case. But but the Americans have made it clear that they want the Europeans to take more responsibility for Ukraine's security. Okay. Now, in the midst of this demand from the Americans are also promoting German nationalism. And they're telling the Germans that they need to spend more on their military. So we have promoting what? We see the promotion of German militarism, German nationalism. Those are very, very scary combinations. That's a very terrifying combination. I don't know if you guys are history buffs, but the Germans have sort of a history of militarism and nationalism, and it looked ugly. It looked quite ugly in 2 occasions. God bless you. Appreciate that, Mr. Zen. So it says here, as an anxious Europe sought clarity on President Trump's approach to Russia and Ukraine, Vice President J.D. Vance instead used a speech in Munich on Friday to signal support for far-right parties, including the Alternative for Deutschland, or Germany, or AfD, which Moscow has also backed through misinformation campaigns. Now, why are the Lord have mercy. I don't know what's wrong with these Russians. Maybe if I had to rank Russia as an Elden Ring character, maybe I wouldn't put him super high in mind. I don't know. My music stopped. Let's play some music. Hold on. Music is very important for this stream. Yeah. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low. I love this music, guys. Yeah, the Russians are supporting the AfD, and the Americans are also doing the same thing. And I just for the life of me, I'm trying to figure out why. I think I know why the Americans are doing it. The Americans want to bring back European militarism so that they can use the Europeans as a proxy against the Russians. I get that. But why would the Russians support the AfD? I think I know why the Russians are supporting the AfD. Because the AfD is anti-NATO, and the AfD is pro-German independence from American control. And so the Russians have in mind, they have this idea that if they can get the AfD to take power in Germany, that hopefully the AfD will pull Germany out of NATO and thus will weaken the NATO alliance. I think that is the motivation behind Russia's support for the AfD. Either way, if you support Nazis and if you support Nazis taking power, doesn't matter what your motivation is, it's not going to be a good outcome. Short Farrell, you said you predicted way back that Trump would push for a German military buildup. Yep, I appreciate that you recognize that, and that is the truth. And I've been saying this for years, actually, that Trump is pro German militarism. Played Roman Victorious March. I think this background music is pretty good, but maybe we'll try a Roman March later on. So it says here, after a settlement, a quote, a durable peace for Ukraine must include robust security guarantees to ensure that the war will not begin again, but that would be the responsibility, Vance said, of European and non-European troops in a non-NATO mission. So the Americans are saying, okay, Germany, Europeans, we want you to take the bulk of the responsibility for Ukraine, and we want to make sure that we can get European soldiers in Ukraine to ensure that the war will not begin again, basically to act as a deterrence against the Russians. So empower European militarism and get the Europeans as a proxy against the Russians. This is not about peace. This is, like I said, this is about buying time. That's what this is. And why in the hell is J.D. Vance promoting German nationalism? Easy. I can tell you why. It's because they know that if you have nationalism, militarism comes out a lot easier. Militarism is a lot easier to bulk up, to promote, to push, to advance, to percolate, to inculcate, whatever word you want to use from the thesaurus. That's what this is. It's the same reason why during the Cold War, the United States was pushing Operation Gladio. Go read about Operation Gladio. The Americans were backing Nazis and far-right paramilitaries in Italy, Spain, Norway, Germany. They were pushing right-wing nationalism in Europe during the Cold War because they knew that if you have right-wing nationalism, then you can easily rile people up against the Soviets in the name of fighting communism. It's from the Cold War playbook. So here we have, oh my guys, there are people who say, oh, I don't believe that this, Ted, this all sounds like bullshit. Bullshit, really? Read about the Cold War. Read about what the Americans did during the Cold War. They backed the Nazis during the Cold War. And oh my God, guys, I have never, I'm gonna sideline this article for 1 second here. I have never been so gaslit in my whole life. I've never been more gaslighted in my life than in these last recent weeks. Elon Musk does this. He does the salute. He backs the AfD. He supports German nationalism. And he goes farther than that. He says Germans need to stop focusing on past guilt. What does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. It means stop talking about the Holocaust. Stop talking about the Shoah. Stop talking about that history. Let's bring back the Reich. That's what that means, damn it. And you have people saying, oh, I don't know, Ted. He actually said, my heart goes out to you. It's like, I have never been more gaslighted in my whole life. Someone does an explicit Nazi salute. And the fact, and an indication, or more of an indication that it is a Nazi salute, is brought to light by the fact that he promotes German nationalism, says stop talking about the Holocaust, stop bringing back past guilt. Oh, and by the way, Elon Musk did a speech for the German nationalists, and what did he say? Not only did he say stop focusing on past guilt, but he also said Germany needs more self-determination. Oh, what does self-determination mean? Independence from the American occupation that was established as a result of the defeat of the Nazis. So end the occupation of Germany. They're trying to start a German intifada. That's what this is. They're trying to start a German intifada. They want the Germans to rise up, become militarily independent, militarily strong, get nationalism back. It's very dangerous, guys. Very dangerous. But you have these gaslighters who come along and they say, that wasn't a Nazi salute. No. You see, he was just waving at the crowd. And it's just so sickening. Rabbi Shmuley, here's a guy who screams anti-Semitism all the time. And Rabbi Shmuley says, it wasn't a Nazi salute. Really? Really, you schmuck? And that guy, that organization, what's it called? That organization that's always talking about anti-Semitism. The ADL. The ADL said it wasn't a Nazi salute. No, it wasn't a Nazi salute. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a Nazi salute. But the Passion of the Christ was anti-Semitic. How can I trust your judgment? Oh. The Passion of the Christ was anti-Semitic. You can go, there was an article, oh my God. There was an article that was published by the ADL. It was written by an ADL guy, Abe Foxman. Mr. Foxman went to a screening for the Passion of the Christ. He watches the Passion of the Christ, and he writes an article reviewing the Passion of the Christ. Read the review. Oh, it reminded me of old anti-Semitic propaganda. What the hell? What is this guy? Passion of the Christ is anti-Semitic. It's a Nazi movie. Everyone who saw the Passion of the Christ, we watched a Nazi film, everyone. Jesus getting nailed to a cross, a Jewish rap. The movie, The Passion of the Christ, is about a Jewish rabbi who gets murdered by other Jewish rabbis. All right? It was Jewish rabbis murdering a Jewish rabbi. If you wanted to take the story of Jesus and just look at it strictly at the surface level, that's what it is. It was a rabbi that other rabbis hated because they felt threatened by him. They thought he was going to take away their power, their positions, so they murdered him. So Rabbi Jesus is murdered by the other rabbis. That's anti-Semitism. But Elon Musk, a guy who supports German nationalism, promotes an ultra-German nationalist party, says Germans need to stop focusing on past guilt, says that Germans need more self-determination, and he does this. That wasn't a Nazi salute. Give me a fucking break, guys, really. Give me a break. I think they're terrified of Elon Musk. That's what I think the ADL, if I had to guess, I think the ADL is terrified of Musk. Have you guys noticed that for a while now, the ADL has been in the crosshairs of Elon Musk? Oh, yes. Go read about it. Do you know what Elon Musk has said about the ADL? He said that the ADL is against white people. Now, when somebody says that the ADL is against white people, then there's a good chance that person is reading Mein Kampf. All right, I'm not saying that this is everybody, but there's a good chance that person is reading Mein Kampf. And Elon Musk said ADL hates white people. They're against white people. And Elon Musk writes one damn thing. It could be complete bullshit. He writes one thing, it goes all over the world, and people believe it. He's got enormous power. He has enormous power and influence. He could sit on a toilet, pull his phone out, and write one damn thing on X, and millions upon millions of people read it. And tens of millions of people will believe it. The ADL is terrified of this guy. That's what I think. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. Ukraine is the largest welfare state ever. That's debatable. But it's pretty high up there. Elon Musk doing the Nazi Roman salute done by Caesar Augustus statue, gaslighting the world. Absolutely, everybody. Absolutely. Rabbi Smuley. The right background music for this topic. ADL getting their money to look the other way. I'm telling you, they're terrified of Elon. That's what I think. That's what I suspect. They're terrified. I think they knew that if they started saying, "Oh my God, that was a Nazi salute," that they would just get the wrath of the Muskites. They would get the wrath of the Musk glazers, the people who glaze Elon Musk. Musk sneered and bit his lip when he threw. Oh God, yes, he totally was deep into that gesture. He grunted when he did it. God is anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's how they think. I still find it hilarious that the song was meant to be a gladiator march. Ted's gonna die at this point. I think so. Yeah, I think one day I've always wondered, every day I think how I'm gonna die. Every day I think, how's it gonna happen? When is it gonna happen? Is it gonna be today? Right, talk about anxiety. And sometimes, now you got me thinking, perhaps I'm gonna die while streaming. Perhaps when I die, it will be at the 6th hour, or perhaps the 7th hour of streaming. And I will die doing what I love. And one of my aspirations, one of my plans, God willing, is to stream every day. That's one of my plans, is to just stream every single day. I don't feel like right now is the right time to start streaming every day because I don't have a massively huge audience. But I think when I grow my audience big enough, I think I'll start streaming every day. The whole world is against the synagogue of Satan. What's with all the kids being around the press conference? I don't know. In extreme. In extremis. Can we play a little bit of Christian? No Christian rap. Oh, please. No, we're not doing that. Did anyone see that interview where he was called anti-Semitic and he responded, "If anything, I'm pro-Semitic"? Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Christ is truth. Sodom hates it. Yep. I will die at the same time drinking my spiced rum. Yeah, I think. Please don't die. No, God willing, nothing will happen. But I mean, this is jokes here, right? We're all sort of joking here. But I think I don't know. I do this, so I go. It's an authentic reaction that I have when I talk about these sorts of things. I just go. Perhaps I'm just gonna get a heart attack. You know? Oh boy. Oy vey. Just get a heart attack. Anyway. Okay, let's go back to this article. Would you ask for a Catholic or an Orthodox priest for last rites? I think so, yeah. I will. Yeah, from an Orthodox priest. So it says here, did I read this? Yeah, I did read this. So it says here, addressing European leaders at the Munich Security Conference, Mr. Vance scolded them for not sufficiently upholding democratic values, an accusation many of them have leveled at the Trump administration, and offered what amounted to White House political backing for Europe's far right. Wow. So again, I want to make this observation here. When Obama was president, he supported the Muslim Brotherhood. And he did a speech, and he said, I want the Muslim Brotherhood to be allowed to have a seat in the audience. And he said, I want Egypt to have democratic elections, and I want the Muslim Brotherhood to be allowed to run for politics in Egypt. And the United States was backing the extremists. In Egypt, in Syria, in Iraq, the United States was backing the extremists, supporting the extremists. Why were they doing that? Because the Americans know that they can control the extremists and that they can use the extremists as a proxy. Case in point, Syria. They backed all these rebels. Why? To take out Assad. Why take out Assad? Because Assad was an ally of Russia. He was a proxy of the Russian Federation. Now you have HTS in the Syrian government, but ultimately speaking, really, let's be real here, Turkey is the one calling the shots in almost all of Syria now. Turkey is the one controlling Damascus. Turkey controls Syria, and this is exactly what the United States wanted in the first place. They wanted Turkey to take control of Syria. They didn't want a Russian proxy to take control of Syria. They wanted a NATO member to control Syria. That's what this was about. So the Americans will back the extremist. They will back extremists to use those extremists for their ends, to use those extremists as proxies. So the Americans are now they're now backing the extremists in Europe. Why are the Americans doing this? Because they want militarism, they want nationalism, and there is a precedence for this. There is an actual recent example of the United States doing this: the Cold War. Operation Gladio. That's what this was about. Supporting the far right in Europe to use them as a proxy. And they wanted to promote European nationalism or various European nationalisms in Europe. So this is simply a continuation of policy. And we saw this recently with Ukraine. The United States was backing Nazis in Ukraine. And overnight, all these Westerners started gaslighting the shit out of all of us, saying, there's no Nazi problem in Ukraine. Remember all of the media about the Nazis in Ukraine before the Russians invaded Ukraine? Vice magazine, BBC, all these big media outlets, they were talking about the Nazis of Ukraine. Oh, Azov, the far right, yada, yada, yada. Right when Russia invaded Ukraine, oh, there's no Nazi. That's preposterous. No, Azov, they're not Nazis. Oh, absolutely not. No. As they're an integrated part of the Ukrainian armed forces. All of a sudden, Ukraine was squeaky ass clean. And the Azov guys, the Nazis of Ukraine, were being backed by the Americans, by the British, by the Canadians. We have precedents for this. We have actual recent examples of this. So J.D. Vance going to the Munich Security Conference and backing these German far-rightists, not surprising in the least, because the Americans want to use the extremist as a proxy, do you see? Just like they want to use Israel for certain means or for certain ends. So it says here, the vice president later met with President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. I don't know why I highlighted that line green. To the Europeans, Mr. Vance urged them to end their opposition to anti-immigration parties such as the AfD, parts of which have been classified as extremist by German intelligence, and said the effort to marginalize them and their radical ideas amounted to anti-democratic action. I have so much to say about this, guys. I have so much to say about this. Thankfully, we're doing a 6-hour-long stream, perhaps even a 7-hour-long stream. Perhaps I'll push it even longer. I don't know. Depends on my mental endurance. But let's just talk about this one paragraph here for a moment. So he says that the Western European countries like Germany are being... What he means... Sorry, let's be real here. He's talking about Germany, not Western European countries. He's talking about one country, Germany. He's saying that Germany is acting anti-democratically against the AfD, and that the AfD must be allowed freedom to do what it wants. Well, for one thing, the AfD does have freedom. The AfD has freedom to run for elections in Germany. The AfD has already ran for elections numerous times and has been quite successful recently. The AfD won first place in Thuringia, second place in Saxony, second place in Brandenburg. What is this guy talking about? They're already represented in Germany's democratic process. electoral process. So that's bullshit, number one. No one's stopping them. But he is saying here that they are marginalized. And that's true. Or they at least try to marginalize them because they're very popular right now. So the attempt to marginalize them or the attempt to demonize them has not been successful at all. At all. This party, the AFD, they only get bigger. And it says here, the effort to marginalize them and their radical ideas amounted to anti-democratic action. Well, to criticize a party for having insidious ideas is not anti-democratic. Now, to stop criticism of a radical party is anti-democratic. So I don't know what he wants. Does he want people to shut their mouths? Does he want other German politicians to shut their mouths? Shut up and let these people run? Is that what he wants? That's anti-democratic. And isn't he being anti-democratic by criticizing the people who are against the AFD and calling them anti-democratic? Secondly, I am reminded of something that happened in the 20th century. And yes, we are going to go back to the Third Reich. When Hitler was rising up in the ranks of political popularity, when he was rising up in the ranks of Germany's political sphere and in Germany's democratic process, the German government and the Austrian government both tried to ban the Nazis. They did. And the Nazis were marginalized, to use Vance's, or to use the word from this article, they were marginalized by both the German government and the Austrian government. In fact, the Germans, the Nazis, they actually ran several far-right newspapers in Germany, and all of those far-right newspapers were banned. Nazis were actually prohibited from speaking in certain regions of Germany. And the Nazi Party was outlawed in Austria. And so I can imagine J.D. Vance going to Germany before the electoral victory of Hitler, in which he won a huge chunk of the votes and he eventually became Chancellor of Germany. I can imagine J.D. Vance going to Germany and saying, look at you, look at how undemocratic you are, Weimar Germany, trying to ban this party that's simply trying to fight against communism, trying to ban this party that is simply pro-Germany and patriotic and nationalistic, and they simply want to defend Germany from the reign of the Soviet Union, trying to defend Germany from the terror, the red terror of the Bolsheviks. How dare you try to go against this party? You evil Weimarists, Weimar Germany, you're so evil and anti-democratic. And let's say that Germany and Austria listened to Vance and they said, okay, unleash the Nazis. The German government is not outlawing the AfD. They are criticizing the AfD. They call them extremists. At least the German intelligence will call them extremists. Members of German intelligence will call them extremists. But my point is, I have 2 points about this. One, they were attempts to stop the Nazi Party by the German government, the Weimar government, and also they were attempts by the Austrian government to stop the Nazi Party from flourishing in Austria. You have people in Germany who are talking about banning the AfD. Well, the train has already passed. That ship has sailed. Even if you ban them, they're not going anywhere. Or at least their ideas are not going anywhere. And so it doesn't work, is what I'm trying to say. It does not work to try to ban parties. But my other point is that the Weimar government tried to stop the Nazis and failed. And today's government, the federal government of Germany, is trying to stop the AfD to a certain extent, and they're failing. Parties in the German government are trying to stop the AfD, and they're failing. Secondly, I want to say that when the Nazis were brand new in their position of political power, a lot of people admired the Nazis. A lot of Westerners admired the Nazis. some big industrialists like Mr. Ford, Henry Ford, and you had Sosthenes Ben. You had a lot of these big-time industrialists in America who admired Adolf Hitler, and they were pro-eugenics. They were. My phone is ringing. Okay, it's done. They were pro-eugenics. They were pro-eugenics, and they loved Adolf Hitler. And so today you see what? People like Elon Musk, people like Vance, right? These are Americans who, and Musk, in Musk's case, Musk he's the Henry Ford of our time. Henry Ford came up with the vehicle, the American car. Musk has come up with the self-driving car. So he's the Henry Ford of our time. And like Henry Ford, Musk is supporting the Nazism of our time. And Mr. Vance is doing the same thing. So we're seeing a parallel between history and now. Back in the day, they had these American industrialists, and you had even American politicians who admired Adolf Hitler. And today, you see the same thing happening. It's a parallel between history and now. And so here you have Vance saying, oh, look, this poor party, how dare these other German parties try to stop it? Well, back in the day, the German government tried to stop the Nazis. They failed, but they tried to stop it. And you have Vance and Musk supporting these German Nazis. Well, back in the day, you had Henry Ford and others who supported the Nazis. So you see this parallel between history and now. And moreover, I want to add something. You cannot stop what's coming. You can try to ban nationalism all you want. You can try to ban these far-right groups all you want. It is not going to work. You can sit there and you can pass laws and censorship laws, and it just won't work. And the reason why it will not work is because once something is in the zeitgeist, you cannot stop it. And I've talked about this numerous times. So let's go back to this. Let's go back to this article here. Do you believe in the toll houses? What's the toll houses? I don't even know what that is. What's the toll houses? Is that like a place where you put money in a booth or something? Okay, let's read more of this. Hold on. Mr. Vance called the parties a legitimate expression of the will of voters, angered by high levels of migration over the last decade. And you know what? That's correct. The AFD, the rise of the AFD is to a great extent the result of violence being done by immigrants and foreigners in Germany. Absolutely. Just like the rise of the Nazis was the result of the rise of Bolshevikism. So back in the day, you could have said, how dare you, Germany, try to ban the Nazi party? How dare you, Austria, try to ban the Nazi party? They are the will of the German/Austrian people, and they are simply trying to fight against the Bolshevik Red Terror. And this is why I say, a lot of people in America would have voted for Adolf Hitler. I have zero doubt in my mind about that. A lot of these MAGA people, Vance types, Muskites, a lot of these glazers of Elon Musk, they would have voted for Adolf Hitler. I have zero doubt in my mind. Because just replace refugee or just replace immigrant with communist. Do that. It makes perfect sense, right? If you were living in Germany and you heard about the Red Terror, you would have wanted a savior to come out and save you and say, we're going to save you from the evil Bolsheviks. That was Adolf Hitler. A lot of you guys would have voted for him. I have no doubt in my mind about that. Because the problem is a lot of people look at the bait, but they don't look at the hook. If you know what I mean. A lot of you guys look at the bait. Oh, look, he's going to fight against communism. That's the bait. But almost none of you guys look at the motivation for the bait. Yes, the Nazis fought communism, but they had their own motivations: power, land, resources, and also the freedom to commit mass murder. They were serial killers in suits. These were serial killers in political garb. They wanted to legally do mass murder. Now, you have people who want to murder others, but they do so in an illegal way. But you have people who want to commit mass murder. They have the minds of serial killers, but they realize, well, they can just take power and change the laws, take over, and then they can do mass murder legally. That's what you're dealing with. With the Nazis, that's what you're dealing with. Suppressing certain ideologies only makes them more alluring. That's correct. That's right. That's why you can't stop this sort of thing. And once an ideology has entered the zeitgeist, you cannot stop it. You can't. Forget it. They're not going to stop it. And if you try to ban it, guess what you do? You now further create the allure of the ideology that you're trying to suppress, because now that ideology is a victim being suppressed by the man, by the evil elites. We are now going to, what? The elites have done what? They banned them? Why? Why are they trying to ban them? That's a suppression of free speech. Oh man, the government must simply be trying to hide something. What are they hiding? These people must be speaking the truth. If they weren't speaking the truth, then the government, the elites would not be so afraid of them. And so they get powerful, and they get more powerful. They don't stop. That's the thing. You can't stop what's coming. Everything evil that takes power is a response to some other abuse. So the immigration stuff, let's be real here. It was getting out of hand. The UK immigration situation, it was getting out of hand. It's still getting out of hand. And the problem is people initially were saying, please stop, and it wasn't stopping. So then what happens? In comes the Nazis. And then they use a problem to justify an evil. And then people accept it because they see the evil cult of personality that they are following as the problem solver. And so they accept the problem solver, or what they perceive to be the problem solver. And even when the problem solver is committing crimes of the most atrocious manner, they will follow him because he is the problem solver. This is how you get people, entire societies, to embrace mass murder. This is how it happens. This is how the Holocaust happened. This is how the Armenian genocide happened. This is how the genocide of the kulaks happened. This is how the massacres of people during the French Revolution happened. This is how it all happens. Some Orthodox believe it's the journey, the soul goes on when someone dies, but I don't think it's official. Okay, I don't know. I never looked into that. Brah, please never stop making these videos. I won't, sir. I'll be here until I die, or until I can't use the internet anymore. I would like to add, for the Elon Musk salute, he was making a speech about victory, and what does Sieg Heil mean? Oh, shit. Oh, damn. I think Rusty just added a new patch to the game. I didn't think about that. That's a good observation. Oh, let's check this out real quick. Sieg Heil means hail victory. I think you're onto something. I think you might just be right. It was an electoral victory. And what did Musk say? That he said what? That this was a victory for civilization. What did Musk say? What's the full speech? I think Rusty is onto something here. I think Rusty just might be onto something. This is what victory feels like. Yeah, this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Talking about victory for civilization. And the Nazis love talking about victory for civilization. And then he did the Sieg Heil, hail victory. I think you might be right. I think you just might be right. Hail victory. That's what he was doing. Oh, it makes sense now. Yep, I did not think about that. I really appreciate that. So let's go back to the Americans supporting German Nazis. Just, doing the very policy in accordance to Operation Gladio, everybody. Nothing new to see here. We saw this with the Cold War. But this is just at a much higher and more serious scale. So it goes on to say, much of that campaign appears aimed at undermining trust in mainstream parties and bolstering the AfD. Elon Musk, Mr. Trump's most high-profile advisor, has also supported AfD with posts on X aligning with Russia's strategic objective to destabilize Western democracies and support for Ukraine. Yes, because the AfD has said that they don't want to do anything with Ukraine. Now, why did the AfD say that? It wasn't because they're anti-war, far from it. It's just because the way that they see it, it's America's war. So what the AfD has argued is that that's America's war. And if Germany gets involved in Ukraine because America wants us to get involved, that'll be Germany doing America's bidding and doing what America demands. We want to do what Deutschland wants. That's the mentality of the AfD. The AfD wants to have independence from American control. And it says here, much of the campaign appears aimed at undermining trust in mainstream parties. Yes. And if you read Michael Burleigh's book on the rise and fall of the Third Reich, Michael Burleigh makes a very interesting observation. Michael Burleigh says that one thing that marked the rise of the Nazis in Germany was the crumbling of the crumbling of mainstream parties. This is an observation that the historian Michael Burleigh makes in his, like I said, in his history on the rise and fall of the Third Reich. The crumbling of the mainstream parties. Now, one of the phenomena that was happening before the takeover of Germany by the Nazis was the rise of nationalism. Who would have thought, right? One of the things that preceded the rise of the Nazis was the rise of nationalism. Well, nationalism is what created the soil, the proper soil conducive for germinating the seeds of Nazism. So during this time of immense nationalism, a lot of the mainstream parties in Germany had a lot of difficulty adapting to this phenomenon, this phenomenon of nationalism. So they tried to adapt, but they failed. And one of the things that these mainstream parties would do is they would adopt nationalist language. They would say, we Germans, we're all just one big family, and we're a family, and we got to be, Deutschland is a family. And so they would speak in this manner for the reason of trying to adapt to the trend or the zeitgeist of nationalism that was very thick in the political climate of the time. The problem was that there was only really one party that was successfully riding the nationalist wave, so to speak, and that was the Nazi Party. Now, you did have the DNVP before the Nazis. The problem is that the DNVP lost popularity to the Nazis because the DNVP agreed with the Treaty of Marseille. So they agreed with the Marseille Agreement. That got the DNVP to lose a lot of popularity, and a lot of people who were voting for the DNVP, or a lot of DNVP fans, just simply shifted their allegiance to the Nazi Party. And the DNVP got eclipsed by the Nazis and became completely insignificant. So at this point, the only party in Germany that was successfully riding the nationalism wave was the Nazi Party. Like I said, other parties tried to adapt and they failed. And this was a part of the phenomenon that Michael Burleigh describes, in which you had the crumbling of mainstream parties. And that is what you see happening in Germany. The crumbling of mainstream parties, the crumbling of the Christian Democrats, the crumbling of the Social Democrats. And so what is Vance doing here? He is really striking the mainstream parties when they're already down. He's finishing them off, or he is at least working to have them finished off. It's very interesting. This is all very fascinating stuff. So it says here that Mr. Vance did not mention Ukraine in his speech, despite the high tension in Europe over President Trump's approach to ending the war. Before his speech, Mr. Vance met with European leaders who have expressed worries about Mr. Trump's confrontational attitude towards transatlantic allies, including his demand that they spend more on defense. Those fears have multiplied since Mr. Trump's phone call with President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia earlier this week, when he demonstrated an apparent willingness to offer concessions that Ukraine considers unacceptable. And again, doesn't matter what the fuck Ukraine considers unacceptable. Ukraine does not have a say-so in any of this stuff. Ukraine is the loser. Russia is the winner. Russia it has the biggest position right now. To Ukraine's leader, Mr. Vance stressed the importance of beginning conversations about ending the war, but declined to discuss specifics. And look what it says here. After European allies and Mr. Zelensky pushed back against Mr. Trump's outreach to Mr. Putin, insisting that Ukraine be included in any talks to end the war, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said on Friday that the Russian and Ukrainian leaders would be at the table, etc., etc. Mr. Hegseth reiterated that a return to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders was unlikely in any peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia. Yeah, because Russia has the most advantageous position right now. It's very obvious. Now, there is some more articles that I want to cover. This is the end of this New York Times article, but there's a couple of other articles that I want to get to that are about the same topic, and that is the rise of the Europeans and really the rise of German nationalism. So here is another article. This also was published by the New York Times. And this is also published by, like I said, the New York Times. I already said that. I'm kind of losing my mind here. Maybe it's because I am a little bit dehydrated. Guys, let me, real quick, let me take a break real quick. I need to drink some water and get some more caffeine in my blood. And then also, I just want to get a little bit of a bite to eat just to get some calories in my body because I'm getting a little bit drained. Let me see if you guys put any comments here. Yeah, Filipina. Very good. Okay, so I'm going to turn my mic off for a moment here. I'm going to take a break. This is going to be the intermission for this stream. We still have another 3 more hours, possibly even 4 more hours to talk and have fun. We still got to cover a lot more articles. So again, guys, this is going to be a long-ass stream. This is no joke. This ain't no bullshit stream. We don't play around. We do not play around in these streams, guys. We go all out. We go all out. All the energy, all the adrenaline, all the emotions, everything comes out during these streams. Get all the energy out. Guys, I kid you not. I feel so exhausted after doing these streams. And when I wake up the next day, sometimes I have a sore throat from all the talking. And sometimes I wake up extremely fatigued from doing these streams. It's an amazing feeling, and it feels so fulfilling. Unbelievably fulfilling. But anyway, let me just get some calories in. Give me a few minutes, and I'm going to get some caffeine in my body because I really need it. 39 people watching this stream, not bad. Go tank up, absolutely. You think the USA thing is being used as a distraction? I think it's just America cutting spending and basically becoming more non-interventionist, if you will. And the reason why the whole USA thing is such a big deal is because it's basically it's America saying that we're not going to give out money to control people, or we're not going to give charity to control people, or it could be just the vibes of it. You know, it could just be sending a message to the Americans that we're not going to, we're not going to spend your hard-earned cash on bullshit. We're not going to spend money on condoms in Mozambique. You love these streams? I'm really glad, Mr. Jacobs. I'm really glad. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to turn my mic off. I'll raise the volume of the music, and I'll be right back. Okay, hold on. Sorry about that, guys. I got something to eat real quick. And I got some coffee. Music is like incense. I agree. It's really good. Gotta keep myself hydrated. Absolutely. Wish I could send a super chat. Don't worry about it. We're good. But I really appreciate that. Where are the thumbs up? Yes, give this stream a thumbs up, and if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out. It helps this whole channel out. The list of what they were spending, blah blah blah. I listened to this whole playing old Call of Duty and occasionally chime in case anyone says anything to me. Oh. Making sure nothing in my teeth. Well, I'm happy to be alongside your video game playing. Appreciate that, Master Driver. Yep, I am back. Took a little bit of time to get something to eat because I just don't like streaming on an empty stomach and I end up getting headaches and it's just a big pain in the ass. The only state that has actually really, really strict laws on alcohol is Utah. Utah has the strictest laws against alcohol, and that's because of the Mormon Church. In Utah, you can't buy alcohol at a regular grocery store. You have to go to an alcohol store that's been licensed by the state. Anyway, what were we talking about? Here we go. Let's go back to the New York Times, everyone. They came up with this article, I want to say, yeah, today. It says here, Vance tells Europeans to stop shunning parties deemed extremist. Oh, wow. Here we go, guys. They make the text a little bit bigger. There we go. That's much better. So it says here that Vice President J.D. Vance told European leaders on Friday that their biggest security threat was not military aggression from China or Russia or election meddling from Moscow. Rather, he said it was what he called the enemy within, their own suppression of abortion protests and other forms of free speech. Now, as the abortion thing, I agree with them on. So from what I understand, there was somebody that was arrested in the UK for protesting outside of an abortion clinic. For some reason, every time you hear about somebody getting arrested outside of an abortion clinic, it's always the UK or the United States or it's Canada. It's always in the Anglosphere where this sort of thing happens. This is the only thing I agree with him on. But other than that, he said, hey, you German mainstream parties, step aside, make way for the far right, the nationalists. So it says here that the address stunned and silenced hundreds of attendees at the Munich Security Conference, a forum where top level... Oh shit, audio's bad. Wait, something wrong with my audio? Hold up. What's wrong with my audio? What's wrong? Can you explain to me what's wrong with the audio? Is the music too loud? Let me give it a listen. Hold on. Let me give it a listen. Real quick. Films and Robert the Bruce and Glad. Hold on a sec. Let me give it a listen. Real quick. Audio is perfect. The only state that has actually so it says here that Vice President J.D. Vance... All right, guys, I don't know what's wrong with you, but I just listened to myself and I sound completely and perfectly fine. Audio is perfectly fine. I don't know why this happens, but Sometimes people say that my audio is terrible and it's just something that's wrong technically on their end. So you're dealing with an issue. Yes, yes, because my audio is fine on my side. So and other people are saying that their audio is fine. So here's what the issue is. The issue is more than likely your speaker system. So this happens to me sometimes. I will be playing a video on my computer and all of a sudden I'll hear a weird static noise or a weird popping noise, and I think, oh, is something wrong with the video? And then I'll just replay the part of the video where I heard the popping or static noise, and it's perfectly fine. So sometimes you'll be listening to something, a video, a live stream, and you'll have these audio difficulties or audio problems, and it has nothing to do with the video itself. There's something that's happening with your system. I don't know exactly what it is. No worries, I understand. I'm actually glad that you let me know, because there could have been a problem with my audio, and I didn't know. So no issue. I appreciate it. Must be on my end. So try to, if you can, try to restart your browser or restart your system, and then perhaps it'll come out smoothly, because I just got done listening to myself and I sound completely fine. But anyway, let's go back to the article here, New York Times article. So it says here that the address by Vance, in which he was promoting these nationalist parties, stunned and silenced hundreds of attendees at the Munich Security Conference, a forum where top-level politicians, diplomats, and analysts had gathered expecting to hear the Trump administration's plans for ending the war in Ukraine and Europe's defense against a rising Russian threat in the future. Instead, the vice president offered what may be a preview of a new kind of transatlantic relationship under Mr. Trump, one not built on post-war bonds of stability between allied governments, but rather on ties between once fringe political parties that share a common approach to migration, identity, and internet speech. So this article is saying that it's possible that we're seeing the beginning stages of a new transatlantic alliance, in which the Americans are going to make alliances with these ultra-nationalist parties. And that it wouldn't be surprising at all if this were to happen. Of course, Vance singled out his German host. Yes, exactly. Yes, notice that he singled out the German ones. Why didn't Vance single out the French ones? Why didn't Vance single out the Dutch ones? He singled out the German ones. Why? Because Germany is the goal in this whole attempt to revive Nazism, in this whole attempt to reinvigorate nationalism in Europe. Germany is the goal. Out of all of the nationalisms in Europe, out of all the nationalist movements in Europe, the German one is the one that they are focused on promoting the most. That is why you see Elon Musk promoting it. That's why you see J.D. Vance promoting it. Why? Because it's very simple. Because Germany is the most powerful country in Europe. And so if you are going to try to revitalize European militarism, the country that you are going to focus on the most is always going to be Germany. It's not going to be the Netherlands. It's not going to be Sweden. It's not going to be France. It's not going to be the UK. It's going to be the Germans. And that's why he singled out the Germans. Because if there's going to be a pan-European military force, it's going to be led by Germany. So geopolitically speaking, Germany is the key country. It's in the middle of Europe. It's in a nice, powerful, comfortable position right in the center of Europe. It's next to Poland. It's next to France. It's bordering with a lot of other European countries. It's big. It's an industrial powerhouse. Historically, it's been very warlike, very militaristic. And when it becomes militaristic, it advances itself quite successfully. And the biggest enemy, the biggest European enemy of the Russians has always been who? The Germans. So, of course, if you're going to get a European proxy against the Russians, or if you're going to try to create a European military coalition against the Russians, your biggest key is going to be Germany. So it says here that Mr. Vance singled out his German hosts, who will elect a new chancellor next weekend, and told them to drop their objections to working with a party that has often reveled in banned Nazi slogans and has been shunned from government as a result. And yes, the article is speaking the truth here. It is a fact that Bjorn Holke declared everything for Germany. This is what he said. All for Germany. Alle for Deutschland. Everything for Germany. All for Germany. It's a Nazi slogan. Now you can say, well, what's wrong with saying all for Germany? It's like saying, everything for America. Well, for one thing, buddy, if you ever told me everything for America, I would think you're crazy. Because anyone... Let me just get my word in on this one real quick. This may actually, it's probably not going to be quick. It's probably a long ass. It's probably going to be just a long ass rant here. But if you were to tell me everything for America, I would say you're crazy. That's exactly what I would be telling you. I'd be saying you're nuts, because the idea of giving everything for a country is crazy. Everything for Germany. Everything for America. Really? What about your kids? Your kids for your country too? You want to sacrifice your kids for your country? Yes. Everything. Everything for Germany. Everything for America. So what about your wife? You going to give your wife out for Germany? For Deutschland? What about your kids? What about your house? What about all your belongings? What about your inheritance? What about your own life? What about your life for Deutschland? Do you know what that sounds like? That sounds like you're trying to replace God with Germany. Because if you were to say everything for God, I would say, okay, fine, right? Jesus says give your soul, your heart, your mind, your strength for God. Okay. He's God. He's the eternal, uncaused cause. He is the one who caused everything into existence. He spoke everything into existence. Okay, fine, fair enough. Everything for God. But this idea of everything for your country is crazy. It's a cult of nationalism. It is an egoistic, jingoistic cult. And so this lunatic, Bjorn Holke, he says, Alle for Deutschland, everything for Germany. And they said that's a Nazi slogan. That's a slogan that was used by the Nazis. He said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know. So they said, don't say it again. So you know what he does? He rubs it into everybody's face. He does a speech, and he says, alle for, everything for. And the whole crowd went, Deutschland, everything for Deutschland. And he knew exactly what he was doing, this bastard. So what happens? He gets forced into a trial. The judge says, you were told that this was a Nazi slogan. Not only did you say the Nazi slogan again, but you encouraged other people to say it. So he gets fined. So we know what we're dealing with here. We know what we're dealing with here. I mean, it just shocks me to no end how people just refuse to put the pieces together. This man has also said that he's sick and tired of seeing a Holocaust memorial in Berlin. And he says that only Germany erects a monument of shame. And he called the Holocaust memorial a monument of shame. He says, I'm tired of seeing it. We need to have a complete 180-degree shift in how we see in what he called the politics of remembrance, right? Remembering the Holocaust. And then it turns out that this guy was writing Nazi articles praising the Third Reich. And we're supposed to believe that what? These people aren't Nazis? Again, these people are literally pissing on your leg and telling you it's raining. And then they expect you to believe them. And dare you not believe them. If you don't believe them, oh, you're just a bootlicking stooge of the mainstream media. Well, you know what? At least I'm not glazing Elon Musk. Because that's what these bastards are doing all the time. When will the glazing end, guys? When will the glazing end? Just a regular Abrau Durso. I don't know what that is. We should have seen this Germany thing coming after Operation Paperclip. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. And that's another great example of what I'm talking about. Ich bin ein Berliner. Yep. We should have seen this a long time ago. You're absolutely right, Mr. Short Farrell. Absolutely right. When we realize, wait a second, our government has been hiring Nazis since the end of the Second World War. Our government was hiring all these Nazi scientists. Oh my God. Our government was backing right-wing groups in Europe during Operation Gladio. Yeah, you're right. We should have seen this coming. I heard one guy on C-SPAN say that there are two centers of power in Europe, Berlin and Moscow. Very true. Absolutely. Yep. Who said that? It's a very true statement. You cannot, listen, if you want to promote European militarism, you can't do so without Germany. It's impossible. It's like talking about reviving the Islamic world without Turkey. Try to revive the Islamic world without Turkish power. It's not going to work. You can bring Saudi Arabia, you can bring Iraq, Syria, all you want. Kazakhstan, you can bring all these countries, all you want. Historically, which was the most powerful of all the Muslim powers? The Ottoman Empire. You cannot bring back Islamic power without bringing back Turkish power. Let's go back to this article here. 1 second, guys. I'm going to drink a water. I forgot my water. 1 second. Oh, it's a little cold. I decided to put my my beanie on. I'm Mexican. I made a reference to a JFK speech that got chuckles out of his German listeners. Okay. I don't know what the speech is. I don't remember who it was. It was something like I saw 8 years ago. Okay. I think George Friedman was right when he said years ago that the number one thing that Americans fear more than anything, geopolitically speaking, is a German-Russian alliance. Because then, to add to what this guy said, you would have the two most powerful cities in Europe joining together. It would be Moscow and Berlin, and that would be... if you have a German-Russian or a Berlin-Moscow alliance and it's outside of the NATO powerhouse, that would scare the shit out of the Americans. So let's go back to this article here. Yeah. So it says here... It was an extraordinary intervention in the domestic politics of a democratic American ally, and it brought some gasps in the hall. Oh, I wonder why. Extraordinary intervention in the domestic politics of a democratic American ally. Hold on. What happened to America first? Why are we now getting involved in European politics? I thought it was about America first. It's not just about America first. It's about bringing back nationalism. That's what this is. And you want to bring back the most vicious nationalism in all of the history of nationalism, and that is German nationalism. It's a crazy ass strategy, but it's diabolical what the Americans are doing, really. It is diabolical. As much as I will agree with Trump on certain things, as much as I appreciate what Trump did for the pro-life movement, this is what J.D. Vance is doing here is diabolical. It's diabolical. This is like when Obama, I've said this before, openly backed the Muslim Brotherhood. And he said, the Muslim Brotherhood must be allowed to participate in democratic elections and the democratic process. That's what this guy is doing. And remember what Obama said? Oh, Mubarak, dictator, stopping other people from running for office. Yeah, he's stopping the Muslim Brotherhood from running for political office. Of course, the Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist organization, but they have a right to partake in democracy, damn it! If we are going to be the inheritors of the Greek philosophy of Socrates and Aristotle, demokratia, then we must allow everyone to partake in the process of democracy, even if they're terrorists. Okay, good luck with that. Boom. Obama gave the green light to the Muslim Brotherhood. There was all of a sudden a revolution in Egypt. Mubarak was overthrown. Mubarak is dead. And then you had Mohammed Morsi, a Muslim Brotherhood guy, take office. And that was to the liking of Obama. So what Obama did was diabolical. And what this guy is doing, this Vance guy is doing, is also diabolical. It's just crazy. And just saying, okay, you mainstream moderate parties, make way. Make way. And we are truly, oh my God, guys. We are truly living in one of the biggest vibe shifts in the, probably not even one of the biggest vibe shift in all of the post-World War II world. We are living in the we are living at the point when the post-World War II era is crumbling. That's what we're living in. We are seeing this World War II era crumbling right before our eyes. It was already crumbling. It's been crumbling for years. Don't get me wrong. But we are seeing whatever is left of it just kind of going away. It truly is just dissipating right before our eyes. We are experiencing the biggest vibe shift in the history of the post-World War II era. Literally seeing the revival of Nazism, eugenics, all this crazy shit coming right back. And it's no longer, well, democracy is important. It's no longer, well, we will never side with extremism. We will never side with Nazism. No, that's not what it is anymore. It's, we're going to side with Nazis. We're going to side with monsters. And America has never really had a serious issue with this because they were doing it back during the Cold War. But at least they tried to hide that shit. At least they hired that brown guy. What was his name? Von Braun. They hired that guy for freaking NASA. They tried to hide that shit. They brought in the guy who was experimenting on Polish girls at the Ravensbrück camp. They tried to hide that shit. They brought him to San Antonio, gave him a six-digit figure salary, and they had him work for the Air Force Base. I forgot his name, but he was a German a scientist, Nazi scientist, who was infecting Polish girls with gangrene in the Ravensbrück concentration camp. Read up on it. All of a sudden, he was in San Antonio, Texas, working, earning himself a six-digit figure salary, annual salary, working for the U.S. government. He was a murderer. He was a murderer who murdered people by infecting them with gangrene. And they tried to hide it. Now it's like, why are we hiding anything? They're not hiding anything anymore. Al-Qaeda? Oh, yes, Al-Qaeda. That used to be the big enemy. Al-Qaeda is now running Syria. Oh, the Ottoman Empire. They did the Armenian genocide. Ottoman Empire is back. They're running Syria. I mean, really? I mean, how could you? This is why I said in my stream last week, I said, if you're not terrified, you're not paying attention. And the problem is no one's paying attention. Everyone is talking about, oh, how great this is. Oh, they got RFK. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's great. RFK is great. I hope RFK gets rid of red dye from food because that shit causes pancreatic cancer. I wish RFK gets rid of all the fucking poisons in the food. Completely agree with that. But there's a bunch of other shit that's happening and people just don't want to see it. And they know that they can get away with it. In fact, they are so knowledgeable that they can get away with it that the guy just, he does the Nazi salute. Because he knows he can get away with it. He doesn't give a damn. Doesn't give a shit. Anyway. Let's go back to this article here, boys. There's no women here. There's no women listening to this shit. It's a bunch of freaking lonely-ass millennial dudes playing video games. Let's be real here. Man, I would love to make this stream just talking about video games. I would love it. Like, I just want to talk about video games for hours. I don't even want to talk about geopolitics. I want to talk about Elden Ring and how I'm getting close to defeating Malekith. I'm still stuck in that damn level. Anyway, what are we talking about here? Oh, yeah, here we go. So it says here... He did not mention the party, the Alternative for Deutschland or AfD, by name, but made a direct reference to the long-standing agreement by mainstream German politicians to freeze out the group, parts of which have been formally classified as extremist by German intelligence. Now, since the end of the Second World War, the unwritten rule in German politics has been that you do not make a coalition with far-right parties. This has been the rule. Well, that rule got broken recently when Mr. Merz decided to join the AfD in Germany. So what Mr. Vance is saying here is all you German parties need to work with the AfD. So he's encouraging a coalition to be formed with the AfD because he wants the AfD to become powerful. Mr. Vance said, there is no room for firewalls. The AfD has surged to second in the polls with its call to crack down on immigration, and its members have a history of use of Nazi language and anti-Semitic and racist comments, along with plots to overthrow the federal government. Yeah, I read about this. Yeah, there was some kind of a plot to do a coup, and some of the people involved in the coup, or at least one of the persons involved in the coup, was an AfD member. Mr. Vance did not note that baggage, nor did he mention any extremist elements of anti-immigration political parties. Without naming any parties specifically, he cast the AfD and its counterparts across Europe as legitimate vessels of voter anger over the millions of refugees who have entered the European Union from the Middle East. Now, here is something else that we have to keep in mind. There was an article that was published on Haaretz recently that made a really interesting observation. It said that the demon has been released. Now, I think he said something like the genie has been released from the bottle or whatever. Well, genie comes from the Arabic word jinn, which is the word that is used for demons. So when you watch that Disney movie and it says Aladdin rubbed the lamp and then the genie came out, he was talking to a demon. And when the genie said, I'll give you 3 wishes, Aladdin, you can have whatever you want. And he says, I want to be the Sultan. He is asking a demon to make him powerful. So Aladdin sold his soul to the devil to get anyway. The jinn is out of the lamp. All right? The demon is out of the bottle. Now, what did the article mean by this? What the author from Haaretz was saying was that by the United States bringing up mass deportations as if it's a great thing, the United States has now softened or has now normalized language in favor of mass deportations. Now, I'm not saying that America is going to do a genocide or anything like that, but what I am saying is that the language has become normalized. Mass deportations. Now, the Nazis in Europe, the far-rightists, the ultranationalists, whatever you want to call them in Europe, in Germany, they want to do mass deportations. So America essentially gave them its blessing. If you want to do mass deportations, go right ahead. The AfD not only wants to do mass deportations of refugees, the AfD wants to do deportations of naturalized German citizens. They want to deport Germans who are citizens, people who became German citizens. They want to deport them. Certain people who became German citizens, get rid of them. And I fear that this ideology, this type of rhetoric is going to escalate into something very, very dangerous. That's what I fear. And I think that this could get seriously out of hand to the point where we're going to see bloodshed, to the point where there's going to be blood. And that's the biggest thing that I fear. I could be wrong, but that's the biggest thing that I fear. So it says here, German leaders across party lines brittled at the speech. They immediately rejected Mr. Vance's suggestion that they should drop their firewall against the AfD, pointing to past comments by AfD members in support of the National Socialists or Nazis. Yeah. This is our business, said Thomas Silberhorn, a member of parliament for the Christian Social Union, the Bavarian sister party of the Christian Democrats. My message to the U.S. administration is German extremists who explicitly refer to National Socialism, part of the AfD, are clearly anti the U.S. that liberated us from National Socialism. And he's right. Mr. Silberhorn is correct. He's saying if you... I don't understand. It's amazing that people have accused me of being anti-American. You believe me when I say this, it's the truth. People have accused me of being anti-American for expressing my opinion against this ideology, against these types of movements. And have we forgotten World War II? I have these smart asses who come on here and they say things like, have we forgotten the Muslims and all the problems they commit? Have we not remembered World War II? Have we forgotten World War II? Have we forgotten Nazism, National Socialism, Hitler, all that shit? It's amazing. The war that has been talked about more than any other war is ignored. Completely ignored. That's how crazy people are. And if you support Nazis, you are anti, as this gentleman said, you are clearly anti the U.S. that liberated us from National Socialism. And why in the hell are the Russians backing these people? You say, well, they don't know that they're Nazis. Bullshit. Bullshit. I am an average person. I'm not a politician, not powerful, I'm not influential, nothing like that. Back in 2016, I decided that I was going to read about the AfD. This is when it began. This is when my research began on this party. 2015, I heard about the AfD. I heard about the AfD 10 years ago. AfD. And I thought, wow, they're really good. They're fighting against this Muslim immigration stuff. Great. Then something happened in 2016. I decided, you know what? I'm going to read about these people. I'm going to read about them. I'm not going to just sit here and say, oh, they're great, and not research them. I'm going to research them. And I spent hours and hours and hours and hours. I never forget it. I will never forget it, my friends. I was sitting at my desk, and I stayed up all night. I was fueled by potato chips and coffee. And I stayed up all night reading about the AfD, writing about them, and I couldn't believe what I was reading. I thought, oh my God, guys, this is insane. This party, they have Nazi roots, they're far right, it opened up my eyes. It opened up my eyes. And I never forget it. I stayed up all night, the sun rose up, and I remember I didn't get any sleep at all. And my mom saw me and I said, let's have breakfast. So we went to a diner, a local diner. And my mom and I sat there and we ate. And I was telling my mom about all the stuff that I read. And I spent like 2 hours explaining all this stuff to my mom. Like, Mom, we're seeing literally the revival of Germany. I told her everything. I was like, we are seeing the revival of German militarism, nationalism, everything. Spent like 2 hours and a half talking about this. And I said, and I brought up the Goths. I said, the Goths sacked Rome. They rose up. They tried to take over the Byzantine Empire. They tried to invade Constantinople. They don't talk about this, but everyone says, oh, the 1453 Turkish takeover. They don't talk about how the Goths tried to take over Constantinople. They almost took over Constantinople. I talked about World War II and all this stuff. And I said, World War II, the Germans. I said, the Germans are trying to come back. And I said, they are using this refugee crisis to revitalize and revive nationalism. And I remember talking for hours about this. And I never forget it. After I was done rambling for hours, this guy who was sitting in front of us gets up. And he's with his girlfriend. He's a young guy. He had to have been maybe a little bit older than me, maybe around my age. He was a millennial. And he was eating with his girlfriend in one of the tables in front of us. He gets up with his girlfriend, walks past me, and he says, keep doing what you're doing, man. I was like, it was a little bit shocking because people usually don't agree with me on this type of position that I have. But he said, hey, keep doing what you're doing. And I looked at him and I said, what are you talking about? And he said, I was listening to you the whole time. And he said, yeah, you're doing great work, man. Keep going. It was like a sign from God. It was so strange. That never happens, ever. Ever. That has never happened to me. Crazy story, guys. But yeah, this random millennial dude with eating breakfast with his girlfriend was like, I heard everything that you said. You're doing great work, brother. Keep it up, man. He was dead serious. World War II has not been, it's been revived. You're correct. You are indeed correct, Mr. Farrell. But it's being forgotten in the sense that its principles, or the principles that we have learned from World War II, are being not ignored. Well, ignored, yeah. They're not forgotten, but they are being ignored. Right? There's a difference between being forgotten and being ignored. We remember it, but we don't care about the principles that we can learn from that history. And I will say, a great line from someone from back in the past. We don't know exactly who said that. There's a number of people that this quote has been attributed to, but it is a great, very wise and astute quote nonetheless. And that is, the one thing that we learn from history is that people do not learn from history. Bottom line. Sounds like those typical hippies that look the part but actually think stuff through. The dude looked like a millennial hipster. He just had the look of a millennial hipster. But you could tell by looking at him, he looked like the type of guy that would work for NPR. He looked like the journalistic type of a guy. He had that. There's a certain look for every occupation. Let's be real here. And so he had the look of a journalist. This guy, he could have been a journalist, but he walked up to me and he said, "Hey, keep doing what you're doing." He was maybe a little bit older than me, and I said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "I was listening to you this whole time." And he said, "You're doing great work. Keep it up." I said, "Shit." No one's ever done that. And that's never happened, right? And that never happened again, ever. It was like, this was the first day that I started to read up on this stuff. And that happened. It was like a sign. It was very, very weird feeling. I'll tell you another story that's similar to that one, but it's the opposite. It had the opposite effect. I was talking to my dad at a restaurant, and I was telling him, I said, I was telling him why I don't agree with the pre-tribulation movement. And I said, God himself, the pre-trib people, they say, oh, we're going to be out of here before all hell breaks loose on earth. We're going to be caught up in the sky. We're going to rapture and be with Jesus, and the whole world is going to burn. And I told my dad, I said, I don't get it. I said, God came down to earth and he himself suffered. And all the disciples suffered tremendously. And the earliest Christians suffered. I said, who in the hell are we to say that we're not going to suffer? Who in the hell are we to say that we're not going to suffer at all? That God's just going to pick us up and bring us to the clouds? And I told that to my dad. And all of a sudden, this old boomer lady walks up to me and she said, nothing's going to happen to me. I said, what are you talking about? She said, I'm going to be out of here. God's going to pick me up in the flash of an eye, in the blinking of an eye. I am going to be up in the sky. And I said, ma'am, Jesus suffered. His disciples suffered. Who are we to say that we're not going to suffer? She said, no, I'm going to be out of here. And she walked away. It was just crazy. The amount of, this is why I laugh when people say, the boomers were a very wise generation. Word? Really? Noah had to go through the flood? Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So let's go back to this article here. Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister and a member of the governing Social Democrats, deviated from his planned speech on Friday afternoon to rebuke Mr. Vance. If I understood him correctly, he is... Hold on, I gotta do the accent. If I understood him correctly, he is comparing parts of Europe with an authoritarian regime. This is not acceptable, Mr. Pistorius said, drawing sustained applause. This is not the Europe, not the democracy where I live, damn it. Verdammt, no, nein, you will not come here and tell me these things, nein. Germany has been the most successful major European power at shutting its hard-right party out of power, along with France, where a group of rival parties engaged in strategic voting last summer to deny the hard-right National Rally a parliamentary majority. But that's democracy, though, right? In a democracy, in a European democracy, you have the position, you have the opportunity to do those coalitions to gain power and to defeat your enemies. And if the other parties did that against the National Rally Party of Marine Le Pen, or if they did that against the AfD, I mean, that is their right. I don't see tyranny. I just see the democratic process that's very common in Europe being observed. And the fact that Vance said that this shouldn't happen kind of shows that he himself is anti-democratic. And anyone who supports the AfD hardcore like this is anti-democratic. If you support somebody who praises the Third Reich, I just don't see how you can be democratic. They want to use democracy for their ends. You know, they want to use democracy as a means to an end so that they can take power, and democracy is only a tool so they can have full power. Other firewalls have fallen around Europe, including in the Netherlands, Hungary, and Italy. And Austria, the hard-right Freedom Party has been part of federal coalitions and appeared set to lead its next government. Yeah, so in Austria, which is another scary country, the far right is winning big time. You have the Freedom Party. I've talked about the Freedom Party. There's a video on my YouTube channel about the Austrian Freedom Party. I've written articles about the Freedom Party. And one of the creepiest things I've ever heard in regards to the Freedom Party is that a number of their members were caught singing some Waffen-SS theme song. Yeah, singing the song of the Waffen-SS. And the Austrian Freedom Party, they want to bring back the Reich. They do. They want to bring back the Reich. They've said this. They've made this clear. They want to bring back. They want to reunite Berlin and Vienna. They want to bring back the Reich. That sounds like the Anschluss. Sounds like they want to bring the Anschluss back. I've had that before in a diner. A boomer lady came and agreed with my grandpa when he argued with me about Jesus being God. He is still... Wait, what? When he argued with me about Jesus being God, he still changed his mind later on, but sad for that lady to think that. Agreed with my grandpa. Okay, are you a Unitarian or something? Zoomer Waffen, yep. Classic boomer moment, yep. Noah had to go through the flood. Yep, that's correct. America says, we're out. Germany take the wheel. Yep, pretty much. We are too listening. I know. I appreciate that. Malekith, oh my god, that was so rewarding. Yeah. I was getting closer to defeating him yesterday, and I felt pretty close, and then I died. So, didn't happen. Most people aren't aware of the atrocities and don't approve of it. For example, the outrage at Israel's killing of Gazans, even among the right-wingers. Well, they are Israelis who are against it. The problem is that there are too many Israelis who don't give a shit or who outright support it. That's the problem. No, he was arguing against Jesus' divinity. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. That's good that he changed his mind on that one. And I am a sinful piece of shit. I deserve every suffering. Absolutely. Same here. Same here. So it says here, other firewalls, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we read this stuff. Mr. Vance is now the second figure in the Trump administration who has tried to chip away at the efforts to isolate the far right ahead of the German elections next Sunday by attempting to destigmatize the AfD. Yep. So they want to. So this is the thing. They're destigmatizing a bunch of things, apparently. They're destigmatizing the Nazi salute, and they're destigmatizing these people. It's insane, guys. It really is. The billionaire Elon Musk, a top advisor to Mr. Trump, endorsed the AfD last year in a post on social media. He has publicly interviewed its chancellor candidate, Alice Weidel. In an address to party members this month, Mr. Musk said Germany has, quote, too much focus on past guilt. We all know what he means by that. Cue in Erica. Cue in Erica. Da da dum da dum dum da da dum pum pum dum da dum pum da da dum pum pum dum. Cue in the music. Cue it in. That was a big hit back in the day. Erica, that was like Nickelback back in the day, man. Straight up, that was the biggest thing ever. The Germans heard that one and they said, this thing is straight fire. And there are people who still listen to it today and they think it's straight fire. I sound like a boomer. What the hell's wrong with me? Not a boomer. I sound like a zoomer. Straight fire, man. That song slaps. I don't like Nazi music. YouTube, I don't like Nazi music. Don't punish me. I'm just making an observation. Don't punish me. So it says here that Mr. Musk said Germany has too much focus on past guilt. Guys, he's talking about the Holocaust. Too much focus on the Holocaust. And that perfectly aligns with what the AfD believes in. With Bjorn Holke, when he said years ago, back in 2018 or 2019, that the German people have this monument of shame, speaking about the Holocaust memorial in Berlin. He said it's a memorial of shame, and we need a 180-degree shift in how we see the Holocaust, and this is what this is about. And if you can get people to ignore history, if you can convince enough people to ignore the evils of history, then you can repeat the evils of history. You can get people to ignore the evils of history. And when the evils of history happen again, you can then repeat the pretexts that were utilized to justify the evils of history. It's just so simple. It's just so simple, guys. It's so damn simple. That's why I keep telling people, genocide is justified by facts. Genocide is justified by facts. I've been saying this since 2023, that genocide is always, every genocide in history was not done after somebody woke up and said, I want to kill people. Genocides were always done after a number of evil individuals pointed to real problems and then said, here are the problems. And then the masses say, look, these people are actually talking about the problems. And they're saying that they want to find the solution for those problems. What's the solution? And the solution is something evil, something murderous, something diabolical. And the people eat it right up. And they don't give a shit. This is how genocides are done. They are always done under pretexts. And if you cannot understand that genocides are done under pretext, then you will fall for the pretext. Because whatever genocide happens in the future, it's going to come with pretexts to justify it. And people will fall for it. You already see it in Israel. You've already seen it in Azerbaijan, where you see Azeris praising the beheadings of Armenian civilians. Because in their minds, in the minds of the Azeris, the Armenians took away their true God-given territory. And the Armenians brutalized the Azeris. So therefore, we have the right to get some poor elderly Armenian guy and behead him and film it for fun. You see how the devil works? Satan has been around since forever. He's been around for thousands of years. People don't realize that you can't outsmart the devil. If you had to gauge the devil as a Elden Ring character, the devil is high on all the stats. Intelligence, endurance, arcane, yup. You ain't gonna outsmart him. That's why you need Jesus. That's why you need God. Because you're not gonna outsmart him. Because he's been around way before we have. It's why there's that verse in the Old Testament where God says about the devil, you were in the Garden of Eden with Adam. There's a verse in the Old Testament that says that. It says, speaking of Satan, you were the most beautiful of angels. You were in the garden with Adam, and you were there before the garden. So the devil's been around for a very long time. But the thing is that he's been around for so long that he's not very original. He's not very original. But what he does come up with is ways to repackage and remarket the very things that he already invented. And then he finds the arguments to justify whatever it is that he wants people to do. It's all just regurgitated stuff. And he gets the Muslims to act up. He gets certain people to act up. And then he gets the other side to think, oh, we have to kill all the members of the race of these people who are acting up. And that's how it worked. It's a giant dialectical strategy. Giant dialectical strategy. Satan truly understands human behavior, so he will always entice people. That's correct. Yep. That's right. Yep. Keep preaching. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Absolutely. Yep. That's the mentality. This is what happened when Israel spared the Amalekite king. They just came back worse. Yeah. He's a salesman. That's correct. That is absolutely right. He is the ultimate lawyer. He's a prosecutor. People don't realize this. The devil is a judge. The devil is a judge. If we don't want God to judge us, the devil will judge us. If you read the Old Testament, there are numerous examples of this where the people of Israel reject God. They say, God, we want nothing to do with you. And God says, okay, if you don't want me to judge you, the Babylonians are going to judge you. If you don't want me to judge you, the Philistines are going to judge you. The Egyptians are going to judge you. The Assyrians are going to judge you. The Romans are going to judge you. All these people are going to judge you because you didn't want me to judge you. It's the same thing. If we don't want God to judge us, you know what's going to happen? A giant Pharisaical regime will come about and judge you. And they will be a satanic regime. And those regimes are going to have their own moral code. And because you said, I don't want God to judge me. No, I don't want God to judge me. Then the devil will judge you. And the devil will bring about his regimes. Be it Nazism, be it communism. He's going to bring about his regimes. And the devil has his own prosecutors. He has his own tribunals. He has his own judges. He has his own codes. And he enforces morality. He does. In fact, if you read in St. Paul in 2 Corinthians, he says that the devil comes as an angel of light. So therefore, we should not be surprised when his people, his followers, come under the cloak of righteousness. And so when people come around and they say, oh, well, the Nazis were so great because they were base and they had morals and this and that. St. Paul warned us about this. He warned us about evil people who come under the cloak of righteousness. And the Nazis were those very people. They came under the cloak of what? Family values, morals, principles, ethics, all these things. And so the Nazis came to do what? To judge. You guys want to promote transgenderism, this and that. The Nazis came and said, no, we're going to get rid of all that shit. Because the people in the Weimar Republic said, what? We don't want God to judge us. Okay, the devil's going to judge you. Here comes Adolf Hitler. That's the devil. And he judged. And the problem when the devil judges people is that he kills the good and the bad. He kills everybody. He's merciless. Feels like Satan is basically trying to prove to God how disgusting and lowly human. Yes. It has a very human. He has an anti-human agenda. And again, the devil doesn't judge for good reasons. He doesn't judge from the perspective or for the cause of justice. He judges for the cause of justifying mass murder. It's sad, though, because sin is so entrenched in society. Justice requires a strong recommitment to the ladder of the law. I don't think it's necessarily opposed. Yeah, well, the thing is that it's not really up to the government to get people to reform. It's up to people to reform themselves. The problem is that when you have a society that is just continuously entrenching itself in evil, then something's got to give. There's something, like I said, all evil ideologies or all evil policies are the result of an abuse, or they are the result of an imbalance that is happening. So, for example, if you allow people to just do criminal activities, rob stores, rob people at gunpoint, and then get away with it, eventually what will happen is people are going to get so sick of it that they're going to have a violent reaction, and that violent reaction may not necessarily be just. That's what I'm trying to say. Somehow he convinced a third of the angels to follow him. He is very convincing, absolutely. The Devil's Advocate starring Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves. I guess you could say that. I never really seriously watched that film. I've only watched a few scenes of it. Let's go back to this article, shall we? So it says here that Mr. Vance is now the second figure in the Trump administration who has tried to chip away at the efforts to isolate the far right ahead of the German elections next Sunday by attempting to destigmatize the AfD. So it says here, we already read this part. In an address to party members this month, Mr. Musk said Germany has too much focus on past guilt. Past guilt. That's the Holocaust. That was a clear reference to Hitler's long shadow. That was a clear reference to the Holocaust, which continues to dominate mainstream German politics. Stop talking about the Holocaust. Stop focusing on the Holocaust. No, no, no. Yeah, you killed millions upon millions of people. Sure, you started a war that led to the deaths of 100 million people. Sure, you started a war that led to the deaths of tens of millions of Soviets and millions of Polish people and millions of Jews. Sure, you started a war that led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, if not a million or so Serbian people. Oh, sure, you started a war that led to the empowerment of Croatian nationalists who did a death camp, a concentration camp called the Jasenova concentration camp, in which at least 600,000 people were mass murdered. Sure, you caused a war and you established a regime in which you had an entire systematic policy of human experimentation in which you were infecting people with all sorts of diseases, infecting Polish girls with gangrene and then trying to get away with it and trying to hide the evidence. Oh, sure, absolutely, you did all this crazy shit, but stop talking about it so much. Only an utter doofus or an extremely evil person thinks that this sort of argumentation and this type of logic is actually legitimate. He's just saying we gotta get rid of the... And Ted, why do you use that Southern accent? Because I'll tell you why. Because a lot of times the people who are talking this type of bullshit have that kind of accent. Just look at that guy. What's his name? Who's that guy? Who was his name? He's a UFC fighter. Michael, what's his name? It starts with a B. He was a UFC fighter who praised Hitler. What's his name? Brinsk? Michael... What? What's the dude's name? Hold on, let me look it up real quick. UFC fighter. Hitler. Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, look at this Bryce Mitchell guy. Hitler was great because he was actually based. He was based. That's right. Hitler was great because he was based. Wow. Amazing logic. Yep, just ignore all the crimes. Ignore everything. Who cares? What happened to my Yeah. Yep, just ignore all the crimes. Who cares? And that's but you see what Bryce Mitchell did was exactly the type of thing that I'm talking about. It's exactly the type of logic that I'm talking about. He pointed to certain things, certain incidences in which the Nazis went against moral wrongs, or they went against things that were antithetical to family values. He points to those facts to justify what? Loving the Nazi regime. Literally a demonstration of what I'm talking about, that genocidal regimes are always backed up by a certain pretext. People notice patterns and get tired of having to suffer for what is brought into their society. Yeah, and then there is, because of that imbalance, because of that abuse, people then embrace something that is evil, and that's the problem, right? Based just means satanic, pretty much. I don't even know, where does this word come from? Does the word based, is that derivative of the word debased, like someone who's immoral? When they say, oh, he's debased, he's immoral, is that where the word comes from? Yeah. So it says here, In his speech, Mr. Vance seemed to lump those restrictions into a long list of what he called European deviations from democratic values and attacks on free speech. So would Mr. Vance be okay with Germany legalizing Holocaust denial? Mr. Vance ridiculed and diminished that threat. It looks more and more like old entrenched interests hiding behind ugly Soviet-era words. There's that word, Soviet. Oh, communism. Gotta fight communism, guys. Who fought the communists? And who did we work for to fight the communists during the Cold War? Nazis. Like misinformation and disinformation, who simply don't like the idea that somebody with an alternative viewpoint might express a different opinion, or, God forbid, vote a different way, or even worse, win an election. Oh boy. Oh boy. This reminds me so much of what Obama did in Egypt. He said, we got to allow the Muslim Brotherhood to have freedom. Now, here's the thing about countries that have had to deal with insidious ideologies. So let me just add something here. So Hitler was the result of an insidious ideology that took power. Hitler was not the origin of Nazism. Hitler was simply a symptom of Nazism. He's not the source. The source was, or the phenomenon of Nazism taking over was the result of the German people embracing the ideology of Hitler. An ideology is only as powerful as the numbers of people willing to accept that ideology. If enough people... Obama, oh, the Obama accent, you're right. Oh, damn, yeah, I gotta do that. If enough people accept an ideology, that ideology is then dangerous and powerful. If no one is accepting an ideology, it has no power. But if enough people accept it, it has power. Same thing with Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler would have never taken power if enough people had not accepted him. So he is simply the symptom of German society embracing that ideology. Now, because enough German people accepted that ideology, that led Germany down the spiral towards the abyss, and then they accepted Nazism. They went to war. They did the concentration camps. They killed people. They did all this horrible stuff. So what happened? The German people said never again. Now, part of that never again was outlawing certain rhetoric. Because when a country has dealt with an insidious ideology, it will then work through legalism, through a legal means, to prevent rhetoric, certain rhetoric, from being preached or from being taught. Now you go to Egypt. The Egyptians have been dealing with the Muslim Brotherhood for decades. And just as the CIA worked with Nazis during the Cold War, the CIA was working with the Muslim Brotherhood for decades. You can go back to the 1950s and all that. The Muslim Brotherhood had been working with the CIA, just as the CIA was working with the Nazis. So Egypt says, we're not going to allow the Muslim Brotherhood freedom to run for elections. Why? Because the Egyptians don't want to give freedom. They don't want to give that leeway to an organization that could be to the ruin and to the uttermost detriment of their country. That is the reality. But what does Obama do? He comes along and he says, we gotta allow freedom for the people of Egypt. And that means, I can't do it. And that means giving a seat not just to one person, not just to one dictator, but to all people, including the Muslim Brotherhood. And he gave his blessing to the Muslim Brotherhood. And then not too long after that, there was a revolution. So it looks like the Americans are trying to do a similar strategy for Europe, supporting insidious groups that were once thought of to be confined to the past, and they're trying to bring them back. But you see, they're not limited to the past now. They're not confined or confided. What's the right word? Confounded? Confided? What's the right word? Hold on, I got to get my vocabulary correct. Confided. No. Confounded. No. Confided. I don't know. I forgot the word. They're not limited. They're not stuck in the past, is what I'm saying. Now they've been allowed. Now they've actually revived themselves. And they have a lot of followers. And it's not going to stop, guys. This is going to go on and on and on. This shit ain't going to stop. It's going to keep on. The train has been set, everyone. The train has been set. Let's go back to this article here. And so he says here, if your democracy can be destroyed by a few $100,000 or digital advertising from a foreign country, then it wasn't very strong to begin with. And you know what? He's right. He is. He's right. The fact that the German establishment or the German mainstream parties are terrified of the AfD is quite telling. It means that they are not strong. It means that they are in a weak position. Why do I say that? Because it's the truth. If your influence can be shattered by the rise of this party, you are in a weak position to begin with. And that is quite indicative of the political state that Europe is in, that Germany is in. It's in a state where ultranationalism is now extremely popular. Consigned. I don't even know. I gotta better my English or else Trump's gonna deport me. While the Trump administration is very concerned with European security and believes that we can come to a reasonable settlement between Russia and Ukraine, and we also believe that it's important in the coming years for Europe to step up in a big way to provide for its own defense, the threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external factor. So let's read this again. This is crazy. Let's read this again, guys. Look what it says. Look at what it says. We also believe that it's important in the coming years for Europe to step up in a big way to provide for its own defense. Guys, let's do a little bit of mathematics here. Let's do a little bit of ideological mathematics. So in one breath, he says, we got to embrace the far right. We need to embrace the German far right. And then in the next breath, he says, we also believe that it's important in the coming years for Europe to step up in a big way to provide for its own defense. So he wants the Nazis to take power over Germany, and he also wants those Nazis to increase the military spending for Germany. Nazism and German militarism. That's what's being pushed. And the Americans don't give a shit because they think, well, we'll just control them. We can contain them. That's what they said about Adolf Hitler. That is exactly what they said about him. You had that von Pappus guy in Hindenburg, whatever his last name was. They pushed for Hitler to be the Chancellor of Germany. And the people who got Hitler to become Chancellor of Germany, they thought Hitler is a maniac baboon. He's a moron. He's a Neanderthal. We can control him. And was that true? It wasn't true. The Americans also supported the reindustrialization and the remilitarization of Germany after World War I. And they lost control of that. And that was another monster that they had to deal with. And this is the problem. They think, oh, well, everything will be fine. Turkey, yeah, they can make their Ottoman Empire revive back from the dead. We don't give a shit. Well, brace yourselves for the next Holocaust. In fact, there was an article that was written recently about the AfD and German military spending. And it made some interesting observations. It was published by the Asia Times, if that's worth anything. But nonetheless, the article makes some very interesting observations about the AfD. And that is that the AfD is the most militaristic party in all of Germany. So why is Vance singling out Germany and supporting the AfD? For this very reason. Because the AfD is not only nationalistic, it's militaristic as well. And the Americans want Germany to bring back its military. So they're rooting for the most militaristic party. So let's look at this article. This was published by the Asia Times recently. Can the alternative for Germany save NATO? Some very interesting observations were made in this article. It says here, let me make sure you guys can see it. There we go. So it says here, Europe will have to see to its own defense. The only major political party with a clear defense strategy is Germany's Alternative für Deutschland, the scrappy populist contender that filled the vacuum on the conservative spectrum after Angela Merkel moved her Christian Democrats towards the left. So this article, it sounds like this article likes the AfD. Not surprisingly, the name of the author is David Goldman. So it doesn't surprise me that he supports the AfD, if this is the truth. It wouldn't surprise... Anyway. Merkel suspended compulsory military service, etc., etc. Now look what it says here. In a December 22nd, 2024 analysis, we noted that the AfD is the only German party proposing a comprehensive revival of military conscription. The AfD's party platform states, military service is honorable service. It should not be understood, first of all, as an impingement on the fundamental rights of a citizen, but rather as the civic duty to act on behalf of peace and security, and to guarantee the existence of our Deutschland, our country, and its stable democracy. The national army should be anchored in society. What does that mean? And the elimination of conscription has done significant damage to this relationship. What does this mean? The national army must be anchored in society. The AfD has made this clear. They want to integrate militarist culture with German society, with the civilian culture. So we're not just talking about, hiring some soldiers. We're talking about bringing back nationalism and militarism together. And that we're talking about posters on the walls. We're talking about the militarist propaganda. We're talking about all that crazy shit. And the Americans want it. Vance wants it. Trump wants it. Musk wants it. Bannon wants it. All these assholes want it. Oh, Theodore, why aren't you glazing Trump? Ooh. At the AfD's party convention January 12th in the town of Riesa in the state of Saxony, its co-chair Tino Tripula, that's a weird name for a German, I'm not going to lie, unusual last name for a German, proposed to remove conscription from the party's electoral campaign program. More than 70%, look at this. So this Tino guy, he's part of AfD, but he said, hey, this whole thing about bringing back obligatory conscription, let's get rid of that from our party plan. And what did the AfD do? The AfD said nope. And look what it says here. More than 70% of the 600 delegates voted to keep conscription at the forefront of the campaign, outvoting the AfD's second highest official. So Tino Tripula is second in command. And he said, I think we should get rid of obligatory conscription. They shut this dude down. They shut this guy down. Why? Because they want to bring back militarism. They want to bring back this stuff. The Nazi in the AfD party, Mr. Björn Höcke, he wants to bring back the Deutschland military. He wants to bring back the German military back to its glory days. And he says, our military has become a joke. We're under the control of the Americans. He wants to end this. He wants to end all this. I'm telling you, they want to do a German intifada. They want to end American occupation, make the German military independent of American control. And they want to revive Germany's military strength. AfD Bundestag member Jan Wenzel Schmidt, a leader of the party in the German state of Saxony-Anhalt, told the Asia Times, quote, the AfD advocates the full reinstatement of conscription. And amazingly, the AFD this is how deceptive these people are. The AFD presents itself as the party of peace. Oh yeah, they present themselves as the party of peace. But they're the party of what? Militarism. They have the highest number of military officials than any other party in their ranks. They have an entire department. They have an entire branch in their party dedicated to military policy. And they are the most pro obligatory conscription than any other party in all of Germany. This is not the party of peace. This is the party of war. Now, if you're going to say, well, Ted, they're against the war in Ukraine. They are against the war in Ukraine only insofar that they don't want to be the puppet of the United States. Because the war in Ukraine is America's war. This is America's doing. This is part of America's policy. And so if America tells Germany, you got to be involved in Ukraine, the AFD says, we will be involved in war in our own accord when we want to be involved in war. In other words, they want an independent militarist Germany. That's what they want. So they're not exactly pro-America. They're not exactly pro-Russia. They are pro-militarism and they are pro-nationalism. And this schmuck from Silicon Valley, this eugenist from Silicon Valley, Musk, is backing them up. And this asshole Vance is also backing them up. Now look what it says here. The AFD advocates the full reinstatement of conscription. National Service for Germany offers young people the opportunity for personal development while making a valuable contribution to their fatherland, for the homeland. It's a fatherland. Most importantly, it is essential for rebuilding Germany's defense capabilities. Do you hear that one? You hear it from the horse's mouth. This is what the AFD guy is saying. Rebuilding Germany's defense capabilities. Right there. Show that crazy-eyed German. Yeah. That's General Christian Freuding you're talking about. Yeah, why do you guys keep deleting your comments? I guess you guys are afraid. I guess you guys are afraid of YouTube penalizing you. Music's SN Joyer says Musk also posted about what? He added, it is critical for Germany to become more independent. Look at this. Isn't this what I said? I haven't even read the full article. I haven't even read this part of the article yet. It is critical for Germany to become more independent from its alliance partners. That means what? What does it mean by independent from its alliance partner? Is it talking about the UK? Is it talking about France? No, it's talking about only one country. One country. And that's the United States. I'm trying to get my recliner up here. Relax my legs a little bit here, guys. I've been here for a while. There's only one country that it's talking about. There's only one country that it wants to be independent from, and that is the United States. This requires the acquisition of modern defense equipment and the expansion of our... Oh, look at this. Look at this, guys. This requires the acquisition of our modern defense equipment and the expansion of our own defense production, of which German industry is eminently capable. And he's right that Germany has the capacity. I don't understand all these restarted people who come and they say, Germany can make an army. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that. They can't make an army. They can't. I mean, they're only one of the most industrial countries on earth. They're only one of the biggest economies in the world. And if you include the whole EU, they're the second biggest economy in the world. But they can't make an army. I mean, they have 80 plus million people living in Germany. And then plus they have their alliance with Turkey. Plus they have all these European auxiliaries that they can recruit from. But they can't make an army. Really? It's just restarted, guys. The AFD is firmly committed to NATO. He has to add that in there, just like Elon Musk had to say, my heart goes out to you. The AFD is firmly committed to NATO membership, provided that the alliance provides it that the alliance sticks to its role as a defensive alliance and does not act as a global aggressor. Ooh, looks like there's a little exception there. Caveat. No one will fight and die for Europe, the amorphous supranational bureaucracy sitting in Brussels. But patriots, see, this is a right-winger writing. Patriots, and look at the author. What's his name? David Goldman. David Goldman. He wants the patriots to die for Europe. But patriots will fight for their country, the wellspring of their identity and the vehicle of its transmission to future generations. The AFD's commitment to a large citizen army has deep strategic implications. Under Angela Merkel and her successor, Social Democratic Chancellor Olaf Scholz, the Bundeswehr atrophied at the point that it cannot field a single combat-ready division. Germany's defense... And you know what? Germany, after World War I, built itself back up. It did. Yeah, so people say, Germany can't build an army. They did after World War I. Millions of Germans died in World War I. They still came back. So if Germany was an Elden Ring character, it would be very high in endurance. And probably arcane. Throw in arcane there. Germany's defense posture consists of doing nothing while cowering under the... Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this crazy guy. Look at this crazy author. This is... Whoever wrote this article is insane. Mr. Goldman, some guy named Goldman wrote this article. Mr. Goldman wants the Germans to come back. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that just insane that somebody whose last name is Goldman wants the Germans to come back? Waiting for the Germans to start talking about spilling blood for the sins of her people. Go ahead and stretch off screen. We'll wait. Stay in your room, America. Yeah. Yeah. Gold to be made for war, exactly. Yeah. Germany's defense okay, hold on. I don't want to read the rest of this because I've already got the information I wanted. But the propaganda afterwards, I've heard enough. Yes, Germany has been so weak and just flaccid and timid and frail and just totally atrophied. But the patriots of Germany, they're gonna come back. I'm David Goldman. Trust me what I say. Theo ever drank kombucha? I've been making kombucha for years, so yeah, I've drank kombucha many times. At the end of the day, I'm just a typical millennial hipster, my friends. So there's another article that I want to show you guys. This is a very interesting article. Well, let's just do the last article here on Vance's support for the AFD. And this is... I read... Let me know if the music is too loud, because I know the Elden Ring music can be a little bit too loud. Let's play some different music. Hold on. Let's play some Elden Ring music. Let me know if the music is too loud, because sometimes the music gets a little bit too loud. I don't mind it. So let's look at one more article here on this topic, because I did do a lot of research for this stream, and I don't want to waste it. You know, I remember when I was a kid growing up in California, we had a lot of Jewish friends, and they were always talking about the Holocaust. So when I see Jewish people today saying we need German nationalism, I just wish that they could meet the Jewish people that I used to hang out with, so that the Jewish people that I used to hang out with can give them a verbal tongue lashing. Kombucha has alcohol. Kombucha, it depends on how long it ferments, but it can. If it does have alcohol, it's usually just something around 0.5% alcohol. But if you get kombucha that, yeah, it has a little bit of alcohol, but it's very minuscule, very, very minuscule. Now, one time I made a bottle of kombucha and I forgot that I even made it, and I found it a year later. And I thought, I wonder how this tastes. So I opened it up, and it was the best. It was a year-old bottle of kombucha, and it was the best tasting kombucha I ever had, and it had a little bit more alcohol than usual, and it got me a little bit tipsy. So if you leave kombucha to ferment for a year and past a year, it will have a little bit more alcohol than usual. But the alcohol is so minuscule that it doesn't really affect me. What really affects me is beer and wine and stuff that has substantial amounts of alcohol. So let's look at this article published by the Washington Post. Here we go, guys. J.D. Vance. Let's look at this again. J.D. Vance made his vice presidential debut on the global security stage Friday in a scolding speech here, pressing Europe's centrist leaders to move over to accommodate the rising anti-migration nationalist voices they have at times sought to block from power. So he says, move aside, make way. This is why I keep telling you guys, we are in the biggest vibe shift in the history of the post-World War II era. This is it. We're in the biggest vibe shift. We're literally seeing the vibes just shifting, the zeitgeist shifting. And where the vibes are, that's where the politics are. Where the vibes go, the politics follows. That's the bottom line. And the vibes are what? The vibes are nationalism, militarism, all that stuff. That's the vibes. It's a big, fat vibe shift. And so Vance is saying, honor the vibe shift. Make way for the vibes. It's like that scene in Aladdin, make way for Prince Ali. Make way for the vibes. The vibes are here. If you're not aligned with the vibes, then get out the way. This is what this Vance guy is saying. Get out the way. Make way for the vibes. Make way for the vibes. You don't pass the vibe check, get the hell out the way. Vance also, you have to understand, Vance is an older millennial. Vance ain't a boomer. He's not a Gen Xer. Vance is an old millennial. He's part of my generation. That's it. So really, guys, the boomers are dying out. The millennials are entering politics. They are entering politics. And when the millennials get full power in politics, there's going to be a lot of change going on. It's not going to be as pro-Israel as it used to be. The whole pro-Israel thing in America is crumbling. It is. Support for Israel is crumbling. The boomers are the biggest supporters of Israel in the American population. They are the most pro-Israel age demographic in the United States. Once the boomers die out, that's it. The boomers are the bulwark. They are the dam that blocks the river. Once you remove the dam of the boomers, it's done. I'm telling you, that's what Israel is terrified of. And I've said this numerous times, what terrifies Israel more than anything, more than Iran, more than the Muslim Brotherhood, more than Hamas, more than Hezbollah, is the American population going against Israel in masse. Is the American population having a majority unfavorable opinion against Israel. That is what Israel fears more than anything. Because if enough people in America hate Israel, then America's policy will change towards Israel. And Israel's biggest supporters are who? Europe and the United States, the EU and the United States. And if Israel loses the demographics, the majority demographics of these two blocks of power, then Israel will lose its international support. Africa don't give a shit about Israel. Latin America don't give a shit about Israel. Asia don't give a shit about Israel except for India, and no one gives a shit about India. So we're seeing the vibes manifest. Listen, it begins as this is how politics works. It begins as vibes, and if you do not have the vibes on your side, if you are not aligned with the vibes, then you don't have any power. You have to align yourself with the vibes. Now, before you say, well, Chet, that sounds like some magic shit. Well, it's not really magic. What it is the zeitgeist. It's the spirit of the age. Hegel talked about this, and a lot of right-wing, far-right people, they like to read Hegel, and they like to quote this line from Hegel where he talks about the new age and how he uses the analogy of an owl. I forgot exactly the words, but it's Hegelian. And there are certain moments in history where you have vibe shifts, where one moment, listen, for 1,000 years, everybody in Europe was all about, for thousands of years, people in Europe were about monarchy and emperors and chieftains, and then the Roman Empire crashed, and then what happened? You had the so-called Dark Ages, the advent of the Dark Ages, and then what happened? There were all these little kings and principalities and fiefdoms in Europe, and then you had, on top of that, you had lords, and you had the nobles, and you had the landlords, and they ran all the land, and they had all the peasants living on their lands, and the peasants worked the lands, and then they could live on the lands, but then they had to give some of the food that they harvested to the owner of the land, to the lord of the land. Okay, then there was the king, and the king worked with the lords, and that was the system of Europe. That's how it was. And then all of a sudden, centuries and centuries later, there was a shift that happened. What was the shift? The shift was, we are tired of living under kings. We want to have a republic. We want to have democracy. And then in the late 18th century, you had what? The American Revolution. The American Revolution revolted against who? The king. That was a vibe shift. Total vibe shift. The Enlightenment set the stage for the vibes. But the Enlightenment unto itself was an indication of the vibe shift. That was the vibes. And if you weren't aligned with the vibes, man, they told you to get the hell out the way. And then what happened after the American Revolution? What inspired the American Revolution? It was the French Revolution. As I said in last week's stream, America is what? It's a trend setter. So the French got inspiration from the Americans. But believe me, the will, the desire, the aspiration, the ambition to do revolution was already there. The seeds had already been sown. They were germinating. They were growing. And the soil was conducive for the growth. And what was the soil? What was that? It was the vibes. When all these Enlightenment writers, Voltaire, Diderot, Rousseau, when all these writers were writing about the Enlightenment and going against institutions, ecclesiastical institutions, governmental institutions, monarchy, what were they doing? They were conforming with the vibes. They were aligning themselves with the vibes. And so then what happens? What happened was the revolution, the French Revolution. They overthrew the king. The king didn't stand a chance. Why didn't the king stand a chance? He tried to. He put Diderot in prison. Diderot was put in prison. He went against the king. In fact, Diderot was such a fanatic, he said, I will finally be satisfied until I can strangle the last king with the intestines of the last priest. This is what Diderot said. They put his ass in prison. Didn't work. You can try to suppress it all you want. You can try to stop it all you want. You can try to make it illegal. You cannot prohibit things out of existence if those things that you wish to prohibit are in line with the vibes. So right when the vibes come, get the hell out the way. That's what I'm saying. And all the people who said, we're against the French Revolution, we're against the monarch, we're against the overthrowing of the monarchy, we love the king, we love King Louis, we love his wife, what happened to the queen and the king of France was a crime. What happened to those people? They got beheaded. And what was occurring? What was this entailing? What it was entailing was the people who were aligned with the vibes saying, you guys are not with the vibes, get out the way. And what happens when you have these big vibe shifts is everything will conform to the vibe shifts. The music will conform, the art will conform, the culture conforms. Everything starts to conform with the vibe shifts. So then, what does this entail? What it entails is you're going to have small pockets of people who are going to say no to the vibes. And those people get persecuted. They do. They get persecuted. So that's what happens. So what are we seeing in the Western world? We're seeing a vibe shift. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing a vibe shift. And J.D. Vance, being a millennial, being from the younger generation, not being a boomer, he is more in tune with the vibes. He sees the writing on the wall. He sees the writing on the wall. And so the people who say, no, this is Nazism, no, oh, this is terrible, no, they're not aligned with the vibe. I'm not aligned with the vibes. I'm not. You can call me an old millennial boomer all you want. I'm not aligned with this bullshit. But the thing is that the feeling becomes, what happens is that the feeling of the vibes becomes so strong, it's very difficult to resist the vibes. Because you feel like you want to conform, and you feel like, oh yeah, this is like, we're living in this new era, and blah, blah, blah. That's the thing. So it says here, Vance also met with Alice Weidel, head of the Nationalist Alternative for Deutschland party, becoming the most senior U.S. official to do so. He also met in recent days with the leaders of Germany's two other major parties, which are locked in competition ahead of February 23rd elections, in which Weidel's party is trying to break through a post-World War II taboo and join a ruling coalition for the first time. So the AfD has a substantial amount of the popularity. The problem is that it doesn't have the full amount. So the AfD wants to make a coalition with other parties so that it can then solidify substantial power in the government. Now, there's something that I want to check out real quick. Let me just check something out real quick, guys. I want to see if did the Nazis have a coalition? I think they did. Did they have a political coalition in the Bundestag? Of course, you don't get any freaking answers. Because they want everyone to think that it was just Hitler, guys. He had friends. So it says here that they joined the DNVP, so they did have allies. The problem is that the DNVP eventually lost popularity. So, but yeah, okay, hold on. You're saying that they did. So let's see. It's so difficult to find this information about the Nazis. That's why you have to read books. Coalition. Looks like they did have a coalition. 1930s, in the 1930 elections changed the German political landscape by weakening the traditional nationalist parties, the DNVP and DVP, leaving the Nazis as the chief alternative to the discredited Social Democrats. As the price for joining a coalition government in the Land, state of Thuringia, the Nazi party received the state ministers of the interior. So they did have a coalition, but who do they have a coalition with? I don't know. I think there were people who were social democrats who would join the Nazi party, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I wish people on Google could answer my question. Did they have a coalition or not? I don't know why this is so difficult. So it says here that he formed a brief coalition with the DNVP, Conservative Nationalist Party, but this was quickly dissolved. So, okay, so they did have some kind of a coalition. And there was a coalition against the Nazis. And let me look that up real quick. DVP. So it says here in June 1928, Hermann Mueller had created the Grand Coalition to rule Germany. This coalition was made up of the SPD, DDP, DVP, and the Center Party. So there was a big coalition in Germany, but, you know, eventually this all fell apart. So it says here that the Nazis were in a 3-party coalition. Okay, now we're getting somewhere here. 3. However, this power... Okay, so following Hitler's appointment as chancellor, the Nazis were finally in a position of power. However, this power was limited as the Nazis were just one party in a 3-party coalition. So they were in a coalition with 2 other parties. Okay, what was that? They don't tell you what the coalition was, but fine. They were in a coalition. So the AFD wants to have a coalition because they want to have a substantial presence. So you get a coalition, and that's how you can win more seats, or that's how you can you start a coalition, people vote for the coalition, and then you get more votes. So the AFD wants to get a coalition so they can more easily gain power, and that's exactly what that's exactly what Vance is calling for. Vance is saying, you Germans don't want to make a coalition. Now, isn't it interesting? Doesn't a party have a right to make a coalition with whoever it wants? So you have parties who are saying, we don't want to make a coalition with the AFD. And Vance is saying, you're undemocratic. For what? For not wanting to make a coalition within their party. But isn't that their right not to make a coalition if they don't want to? So really, Vance is being anti-democratic here by trying to push parties to make coalitions that they don't want to do. But the AFD is becoming so big, it doesn't surprise me that other politicians do want to make a coalition with the AFD. We already saw that with Mr. Merz working with the AFD to try to get a bill passed in the German parliament. So it says here, he also met in recent days with the leaders of Germany. Okay, let me show the screen. Hold on. So it says here that Vance also met with Alice Weidel, etc. He also met in recent days with the leaders of Germany's two other major parties, which are locked in competition ahead of February 23rd, in which Weidel's party is trying to break through a post-World War II taboo and join a ruling coalition for the first time. And so this is what Vance wants. He wants the other parties to join forces with the AFD to help empower the AFD. That's what Vance is trying to do here. And so Vance said that no, let me know if the music is too loud, guys, or if the music is not high enough. Just let me know. It was the German National People's Party. And he said here that it was the DNVP and the German People's Party, DVP. Okay. Okay. I remember Michael Burleigh mentioning this in his book, so my memory forgot about it. But I thank you for letting me know. I wanted to know that. The vibe must be a spiritual element. I think it is, yeah. I don't like the emphasis on race. Yeah, I agree. It's very ugly. That was graphically fantasy. Zoomers are being radicalized by millennials. I think to a certain extent that's the case. What you describe is happening now. I know it's happening now. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Don't forget about Gen Xers. I haven't forgot about them. The first millennial vice president. Yeah, it's crazy, right? The first millennial vice president, and we already get sympathy for a Nazi party. Cue in Erica. By the way, the U.S. and Russia were historically very friendly. Russian Tsar Alexander II very much saved the Unionists. Yeah, I think the Vatican, it's so weird. I heard that the Vatican actually sided with the Confederates. I did not know that the Russians sided with the Unions. That's amazing. I did not know that. I need to look more into that. Theo, have you heard of 09A? I have not. What is that? Music levels are good. Okay, good to know. So it says here that no voter on this continent went to the ballot box to open the floodgates of millions of unvetted immigrants. That's true. They didn't. But you know what they did vote for? In England, they voted for Brexit. That's true. And agree or disagree, they voted for it. That's true. And more all over Europe, they're voting for political leaders who promise to put an end to out-of-control migration. This is all true. All of this is undeniable. But can we at least look at the possible ramifications of this? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You have to look at the motivation of these parties, the ideology. I don't understand these people. They never want to look at the elephant in the room. The night of Brexit, I never forget it. I'll never forget this night. I was watching the news during the early evening. They were talking about Brexit, and I said, The Brexiters are going to win. I knew it. In my bones, I knew it. Because I kind of get a feeling of the vibes. You can feel the vibes. You don't have to conform to the vibes, but you can feel them. And the vibes were telling me this Brexit shit is popular. And how did I know that? Because every day I was going on Facebook, and this was back in the day when Facebook was a big thing for people. It was huge, Facebook. Tons of people were going onto Facebook to get their news and to comment and to, retort and to conduct political discourse and things like that sort. And I remember I would, back in those days, back in 2015, 16, those years, I would post something and it would get thousands of comments and shares and likes. I mean, Facebook was a very active place for political discussion. Nowadays, Facebook is it's like a mall that's close to going out of business. And but I remember going every day onto Facebook and reading the comments by British people. A lot of British people would put comments on my stuff, and they were all pissed off about, unmitigated immigration or unrestrained immigration. They were all against mass immigration, and a lot of them were pro EDL, and a lot of them were pro leaving the EU, leaving the European Union, doing Brexit, voting in favor of Brexit. They were all in favor of this. And so I remember telling myself, oh my gosh, the Brexiters are going to win. And I remember the night that Brexit happened, when it was confirmed that the Brexiters they won their referendum. I never forget it. I had a giant cup of iced tea, and I went to my laptop and I slammed that keyboard with my fingers until the sun rose. I drank the iced tea for caffeine, and I just slammed that keyboard with my fingers. Boom, ba-boom, ba-boom, writing. And what did I say in that article? You can still see it. It's up on shootbot.com. I said that Brexit will be a catalyst for the revival of German power. That's what I said. And how did I know that? Because it was obvious. Because I read about how every time the Germans wanted to do a pan-European military, the British would shut it down and say, nope, 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 we don't support that, nope, nope, we all ally with the Americans, nope, nope. And so I knew that with the British gone, the Germans would then have the green light to pursue their militarist goals. I knew this before Brexit even was elected, before it was even voted for. It was the elephant in the room. So you have these elephants in the room. It's one of those situations where the king has no clothes, but everybody is terrified to mention that the king has no clothes. And so you look at these parties in Germany, the AfD, all these parties, and you just read about them. Read about the AfD. It doesn't take that long. Read a little bit about Bjorn Holke. Watch an article published by DW, it's a British broadcasting network. And you just see the truth. It's right there. Oh, damn. Shit. These are fascists. These are Nazis. Yeah. It's not like I figured this out after so many months of research. I figured this out within a few hours of research. It doesn't take that long. So you have these elephants in the room, and they want to talk about democracy, and they want to talk about this is the will of the people. And well, they said the same thing about the Syrian revolution. They said the Syrian revolution was the will of the people. They said the Syrian revolution was the people speaking. Oh, this is the people talking. That's what they said, right? Who gives a shit? Because the spirit of the people, or the zeitgeist, or the will of the people, or whatever the hell you want to call it, can at times be evil. So everybody wants to talk about, it's the will of this is what the people want. It's the will of the people. It's democracy. Okay. I don't give a shit if it's the will of the people. I don't give a shit if it's the vibes. I don't give a damn if it's, this is what the people want and this is democracy. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. That's all talk. What I care about is one thing. What's the motivation? What is the core of the desire? Is it evil? Is it good? Is it for good or is it for evil? Is it for justice or is it for injustice? That's what matters. But they want to talk to you about the spirit of the people and the will of the people. That's what they said about the French Revolution, and millions of people were butchered by the French Revolution. Millions! 3 million people were killed by the French Revolution. But that was the will of the people. And people were forced into concentration camps. Will of the people. Muslim Brotherhood took over Egypt in 2011. Will of the people. Give me a break. I mean, it's such horseshit. But everyone's, we got to respect democracy. What about the elephants in the room? The elephants in the room is not the will, the spirit of the people, the vibes. The elephant in the room is, what is the end goal of this? You know, Turkey is in Syria. Well, the Turkey is in Syria to help the Syrian people because they overthrew a tyrant. No, Turkey is in Syria because it wants to revive an empire. And it was in Syria where that very empire butchered 1 million Armenians. Or at least close to 1 million Armenians in the Deir frickin' Zur. And if you look at the regions that Turkey is controlling currently, one of them is the Deir Zur, the very area where they butchered hundreds of thousands of people by marching them through the Syrian desert, where they were starved and murdered and raped. That's the elephant in the room, but nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. That's the problem. I remember years ago, the governor of Texas, not Abbott. Who was the governor of Texas before Abbott? Governor of Texas before Abbott. Rick Perry. I remember Rick Perry was warning. Believe it or not, this is the freaking truth. You can read about it yourself. I kid you not, this is the facts. Rick Perry, he was the governor of Texas. And the governor of Texas, Rick Perry, said, the Ottoman Empire is coming back. I kid you not. I kid you not, guys. The truth was spoken by some governor of a state that everyone thinks is crazy. People, I'm not joking, Texas has such a reputation for being the crazy state, which is completely bullshit, by the way, because that shit belongs to Florida. Florida won that title long ago. That's the craziest fucking place in America. They ain't no state more crazy than Florida. That's one state I'll never move to. I'll never move to Florida. Florida is an insane asylum. Look at all the videos of cops arresting crazy people. Most of them are filmed in Florida. The governor of Texas, Rick Perry, came out many years ago. This was back when Obama was the president. And he said, the Ottoman Empire is coming back. And do you know what they did? They laughed at him. They laughed at that man. But he was, look around you. He was right. And back in the, I want to say in the late 90s, early 2000s, my father was telling people, Turkey's going to come back, and nobody believed them. Look around you. The truth is everywhere. It's happening. It's happening right before your eyes. And then you're reading all these articles by these think tanks. Turkey's coming back. The Neo-Ottoman Empire is being formed. The elephant in the room, guys. Doesn't matter how strong the vibes are. The vibes are not truth. The vibes are simply the hysterical wantings of the masses. That's what the vibes are. And those wants, those desires, those collective ambitions, they are simply emotions that are based on what people see and or what people perceive. But they're not entirely truth, nor are they necessarily truth. You have to look at the totality of the picture in front of you. Sure, the masses may point to real problems, but then you have to look at the solutions that they are proposing, or you have to look at the cults of personality that they are uplifting, and you have to see the dark realities of those cults of personality. And if you don't, then you could just be leading yourself astray. Very simple. So it says here, Vance's speech amounted to an attempt to export MAGA to Europe. Now, I had to highlight this paragraph with the green color because I disagree with the sentiment that is expressed in the beginning of the paragraph. Vance's speech amounted to an attempt to export MAGA to Europe. MAGA, MAGA to Washington Times, Washington Post, please, gentlemen. They had something crazier than MAGA in Europe decades ago. It's called Hitlerianism. We're not talking about no MAGA shit. We're talking about MEGA. Make Germany great again. That's what we're talking about. MEGA. Make Germany great again. We're not talking about no MAGA. This ain't no MAGA shit. MAGA is make America great again. That's not America. Europe is not America. But perhaps you can call it MEGA. Make Europe great again. But when you talk about making Europe great again, you're talking about making Germany great again. This is about reviving German power. And they already had something crazier than MAGA. It's called Hitler and Nazism. Declaration of common cause with rising anti-migrant parties in Europe who, like Trump, are skeptical of international alliances and many of the hallmarks of the global system that developed in the aftermath of World War II and expanded after the fall of communism. In America, you cannot win a Democrat. This is what Vance said. In America, you cannot win a Democratic mandate by censoring your opponents or putting them in jail. Okay. He's right. But what's he referring to? He's referring to the attempt to censor far-right politics in Europe. And the fact is that that censorship is not going to work, and it has never worked. It's never worked. The Catholic Church tried to censor Protestantism. Did it work? No, there ended up being massive wars in Europe between the Protestants and the Catholics, and millions of people died. The most brutal war that Europe ever faced before World War I was the 30 Years' War, and that was because of Protestantism versus Catholicism. They defenestrated a bunch of guys. That means they threw them out of a window and tried to kill them, and that sparked the whole damn war. And that defenestration was done by who? It was a bunch of Protestants. The Catholic Church tried desperately to censor Protestantism. It did not work. They burned Protestants at the stake. They killed Jan Hus. They killed Wycliffe. They tried to kill these people. It did not work. Because you cannot censor things out of existence once those things are in the zeitgeist. It's impossible. Protestantism was a part of the zeitgeist. They couldn't get rid of it. It just grew. Didn't matter how many Protestants they burned at the stake. Didn't matter how many people they put in prison. It did not work. Didn't. So the mainstream governments of Europe, they're trying to censor the far right. It's not going to work. It's only going to get bigger. You can't stop what's coming. You cannot stop what's coming. Vance told the gathered elite at the Munich Security Conference in remarks that some European leaders interpreted as a slam that they were not truly democratic. And he went on to say, quote, nor can you win one by disregarding your basic electorate on questions like who gets to be a part of our shared society and of all the pressing challenges that the nations represented here face. I believe there is nothing more urgent than mass migration today. He blasted Romania's constitutional court for annulling the first round of its presidential. And I heard about this before, and if this is true, then it's not right. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and Vance had a collegial exchange and handshake as Rutte told him he agreed that Europe needed to step up spending. So Mr. Mark Rutte, who's a big euthanasia supporter, by the way, wants to see the revival of European militarism, no surprise. The Trump administration is very concerned with European security and believes that we can come to a reasonable settlement between Russia and Ukraine. And we also believe that it's important in the coming years for Europe to step up in a big way to provide for its own defense, Vance said. So German militarism and German nationalism, that's what this guy wants. It's very obvious. Yeah, again, you can't stop what's coming, guys. We are going through the great vibe shift of our time, and it's creepy. It's surreal. It's exciting. It's exciting to see something that's very unusual, but it's scary at the same time to see this sort of thing happening, and it's not going to get any better. And every year I kind of I'll have these moments where I'll doubt myself, and I'll think, okay, am I wrong? I could be wrong about that. And this is only this is a human thing to question yourself, and it's good to question yourself because you don't want to be delusional and have these sort of grandiose ideas about yourself. So I will try to question myself and say, well, Ted, how do you know? You could be wrong, blah, 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 and all this stuff. And I will at times think, well, maybe, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe by next year, people will become more moderate. Perhaps this is just a phase. Perhaps this is just a fleeting moment in human history that will be forgotten very quickly and we'll just move on. And I'll have these thoughts every year. And it doesn't matter what I think. Every year it gets stranger. Every year. I kid you not. I was it's like the inauguration event that happened with Musk. I had no intentions of watching the inauguration. I had no intentions of looking at the big inauguration event that Musk spoke at. And I remember telling my family, I said, I'm not going to watch it. Just let me know. I jokingly said, just let me know when the Fourth Reich comes. I went to my room. I was in my room during the whole inauguration event, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, it was really cold that day. And when it gets super cold, I tend to just stay in my room and wrap myself in a blanket and just watch YouTube videos. And I was just laying on my bed, wrapped up with a heated blanket, cat next to me. And I was shifting between falling asleep and watching videos on the computer. And I remember I fell asleep and my dad comes in. Well, it was actually my brother comes in. He comes in and he says, "You got to check this out." And he opens up my computer. He opens up his computer and he shows me Musk doing the fucking Hitler salute. And I said, well, I did say, just let me know when the Fourth Reich comes. And it's just every year it gets weirder. And like last year we had the UK summer riots. There was a race riot. They were sacking people's businesses because the business owners were Middle Eastern. It just gets weird. And every year I'm thinking, okay, when is it going to get weirder? Every year I get this sense of anxiety. I get the sense of anxiousness, and one of my biggest fears right now is I'm going to wake up and then they're going to say a giant terrorist attack happened. And I'm going to be like, oh shit, I better stay home for the next month, because at that point I would be concerned about an American Inquisition happening. And I would be concerned about the government using such an attack to revive ultranationalism, militarism, and of course it would be very depressing to see people die in a terrorist attack, and it would be depressing to see how the government would use that terrorist attack for some tyrannical ends. It's just very weird, but it just gets weirder and weirder. And every year I think, maybe things will change. Like I thought the same thing about the AfD in Germany. I noticed this popularity of AfD, and it's just growing and growing in Germany. And I thought, okay, I think this is going to grow. And then I would kind of doubt myself. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the AfD will become insignificant, or perhaps the ultranationalism in Germany will become insignificant. And this is just a fleeting, momentary phase in the history of the German federate, or the federal government of Deutschland. And it's just every year it gets weirder. Every year. And I remember years ago they were saying, look, AfD is becoming a substantial party. And I thought maybe it's just whatever, and I warned people about it, but at the same time in my mind I had these little moments of doubt where I said maybe I'm wrong. And then last year it was announced that the AfD is now the second most popular party in Germany. Go figure. I kid you not. I've told this story before, but I like saying it to further demonstrate this reality. I remember back in the year 2015. This was the year before I was awakened to the far right reality. And I remember I was in a hotel lobby. It was a hotel meeting room in Madrid, downtown Madrid, the capital of Spain. And I was there for a conference. I was there to speak at a conference. I remember it was a conservative conference in Spain, and it was a lot of fun. And so I was in this event, and there were all these conservatives there, and a lot of young people were there. It was pretty fun. And so I went up there, I did a speech, and I'll never forget it. My speech was on the importance of Christian identity. Now, it wasn't about race. It had nothing to do with race or anything like that, but it was all about identity, like having that Christian identity in society and the importance of maintaining Christian identity to maintain the Christian character of a country. And the Spanish really loved that. I went up there, and there was a translator there because my Spanish is nowhere near fluent. And the young people there, they really loved it. They loved the idea that I was teaching, this idea of Christian identity and all that. So I sat down, and the speech, my speech was over, and they said, okay, let's have dinner. So they had this catering service, and they had this delicious paella, I remember. And this physically fit Spanish guy walks up to me. He's a tall, physically fit dude. You could tell he was athletic, very tall guy. And he had this aura about him, I remember. He just had this aura. And the aura was one of, when I walk into a room and I dominate the conversation, like that kind of aura. And he sat at my table, and he starts speaking to me in broken English, and he says, I really like what you had to say, and yada, yada, yada. And so we're talking. We talked for a few hours. And I remember I said, so what do you do for a living? And he said, I run a party. I said, you run a party? He goes, yes. It's called Vox, he said. It's called Vox. Vox? He says, yes. He pulls a card out, and he gives it to me. And I still have the card, believe it or not. And the name of the guy who gave me the card, his name was Victor Rodriguez, I believe his name was. It was either Victor Rodriguez or Victor Gonzalez. Pretty certain it was Victor Rodriguez. Let me just look it up real quick. Victor Rodriguez. Victor Gonzalez. Yep, it wasn't Rodriguez, it was Gonzalez. So Victor Gonzalez was his name. And he said, I help lead a party, a political party. And I said, so how big is your party? And he said, right now we have no seats in the parliament. 0 seats in the parliament. He says, but you see, Vox one day will become a dominating party here in España. And I looked at the card, and as soon as I heard I have 0 seats, I thought this guy's not going to get anywhere, right? And that's the typical reaction that people have when they hear that a party has no seats. They think, oh, they're never going to get anywhere. Because we as human beings, we tend to think on the surface. When we hear 0 parties, we think 0 parties forever. And that's not how things work. Parties can go from 0 parties to getting 30% of the... Sorry, a party can go from 0 seats to 30% of the seats, or 50% of the seats. So I did some research, and him and I actually kind of touched bases when I got back to the States. We talked on the phone a couple times and everything. And that party, Vox, is now one of the biggest parties in all of Spain. In fact, let me just look it up real quick. Victor Gonzalez is on Wikipedia. So let's check out how many seats does Vox have. They currently have 33 seats in the Congress of Deputies, and they have 114 seats in the regional parliaments. And in the town councilors, they have 1,695 seats. So they're pretty good. They're a pretty substantial party. And I asked him, I said, how many people in Spain do you think support you? He said, millions. Millions, he said. Millions. He says, there are millions of people who agree with us. And he says, you wait. We're going to become one of the biggest parties in Spain. And he was right. He was right. And I doubted him. But again, this was in 2015. This was a year before I kind of, became aware of this phenomenon. But he was right. And that's the thing, is you have shifts in the vibe. And when shifts in the vibe happen, societies can flip to places that you never expected them to go to. So things just get weirder and weirder every year. It never fails. And so we're still in the beginning of 2025. So I'm thinking, okay, 2025, what's up? What's going to happen? What's going to happen, guys? So there is an article that I do want to bring up with you guys. I find this article to be really good, actually. Really good article. And I want to read to you guys this article. This is an article that was published recently by the Moshe Dayan Center. It's an Israeli think tank. does you looking either South American or Middle Eastern put you in danger? I mean, if you have a major terrorist attack in this country and it's a like 9/11 tier terrorist attack, yes, you would be in danger of being Middle Eastern in America. Absolutely. They could shoot you. You have lunatics out there who could shoot you. Absolutely. That sort of thing was happening after 9/11. And people talk about Iran as the big boogeyman, but no one bats an eye on Turkey. That's right. And that's how the powers that be want you to see it. They want you to see Turkey as fine, and they want you to see Iran as the problem, because that's in accordance to the geopolitics of the United States. Iran is the big bad guy because it's an ally of Russia. Turkey is okay because it's the second most armed country in NATO. So here's an article that I want to read to you guys. And this article is very telling. It was published recently by the Moshe Dayan Center, and it's about the rise of Turkey. Do you think the 10-nation confederacy will be under the Neo-Ottoman Turkish Empire? I have to ask my dad about that, because I think he has changed his position on certain things. But I do believe that the Antichrist Confederacy will be a mix between Turkey, Muslim countries, and some Western countries, actually. World War III, 2039, I have no idea. Possibly. Wouldn't surprise me if it happened within your time bracket there. Sounds like World War II. So it says here, this is a really good article. It says Turkey aspires to attain regional hegemony in addition to securing its borders. Backed by Qatar's economic and diplomatic support, Ankara is leveraging this partnership to reconstruct Syria's infrastructure and expand its influence. However, Turkey's growing dominance may clash with Israel and other regional powers depending on how the situation develops. So there you go. So this is an Israeli think tank, Moshe. It's called the Moshe Dayan Center, and they're saying it. What I can't understand about these Israelis is they're always like, our security is number one. Our security is number one. Number one priority of Israel is our security, and yet they freaking got rid of the eye doctor, who was a controllable political leader. He was reasonable enough. He was workable. They got rid of him, and they enabled the rise of the Ottoman Empire. And they're saying, well, now there could be. The night that Assad was overthrown, I did a video, and I said, Israel, be careful what you wished for. You wanted the eye doctor gone, and now you got this. Now the Israeli think tank world is saying, oh my God, there could be a clash. Yes. And guess what? I don't have to be a think tank researcher expert to know that. I knew that before. So depressing, guys. Let's read more of this. Close relations lasted until the outbreak of the 2011... Okay, close relations lasted until the outbreak of the 2011 Syrian civil war. Turkey called for the resignation of Bashar al-Assad and aided the armed Syrian rebellion against the regime. Concerned about a potential Kurdish state in northern Syria, Ankara launched 3 military operations against the Kurdish Democratic Union, etc., etc. Okay, we know this already. Now, why did Turkey want to see Assad removed? It's because he wanted to revive the Ottoman Empire. Relations between Turkey and the United States nonetheless warmed in the first presidency. Look at this. So there were some issues between the U.S. and Turkey, and it says relations between Turkey and the United States nonetheless warmed in the first presidency of Donald Trump, 2016 to 2020. Indeed, Erdogan momentarily, look at this, Erdogan had the ear of Trump. Erdogan momentarily convinced Trump to pull out U.S. forces deployed in the SDF-held region, potentially enabling him to take over the Kurdish-controlled lands. But Secretary of Defense General Jim Mattis objected And Trump backed down from his decision. So Erdogan had the ear of Trump during his first term, and he told Trump, remove the soldiers out of Syria. Withdraw the soldiers. Why did he want Trump to do that? Because he wanted to take over Syria. And the United States was backing the removal of Assad. Trump backed the removal of Assad. And look, now you see. And what did Trump say about this? He said, well, Assad got removed. He was terrible. He killed children, yada, yada, yada. And now Turkey is there. And Trump thinks this is great. And what did I say in one of my last videos? I said, you watch. I said, you're going to see the rise of Turkey under Trump. Qatar, and so now Trump is back in office. What do you think Erdogan wants Trump to do? What do you think the Turkish government wants Trump to do? The same damn thing they wanted Trump to do the last time he was president. That is to remove the soldiers, withdraw the troops from Syria. And if that happens, you will see the further revival of Turkish power in the Middle East. Qatar, like Turkey, consistently supported of the Syrian uprising. Doha demanded the end of the Assad regime and provided financial, diplomatic, and military assistance to the various Syrian opposition groups and some affiliated with al-Qaeda, such as Jabhat al-Nusra. Oh, Jabhat al-Nusra, you mean HTS. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the very terrorist organization that's ruling Syria right now. So al-Qaeda is ruling Syria, and Qatar was financially backing al-Nusra. Do you know who else? And al-Nusra right now is HTS. Al-Nusra changed its name to HTS. Do you know who else was backing Jabhat al-Nusra? Israel was. So if Israel was an Elden Ring character, I'm not so sure I would rank Israel very high in intelligence. Good night, Mr. Harris. I don't think so. I don't. So there you have it. Either Israel is evil, or it's not intelligent, or both. Erdogan sought to rebuild ties with Syria in recent years, driven by three main objectives. First, he aimed to eliminate the threat posed by YPG and PYD forces along Turkey's borders, which Ankara viewed as a significant security concern. Second, he sought to create favorable conditions for the safe return of millions of Syrian refugees who had fled to Turkey, etc., etc. Turkey became the main stakeholder and de facto regional hegemonic power in Syria, having militarily supported various rebel forces, including the Syrian National Army, and to a lesser extent, HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Today, Ankara's immediate goal is to remove the SDF and other Kurdish forces in northern Syria. The SDF made some concessions to the new Syrian regime and ceded some of its held territories, including the Deir ez-Zor. That's where the Armenian genocide happened, by the way. It happened in the Deir ez-Zor. And now Turkey controls the very region where it did the Armenian genocide. It's so surreal to see what's happening. Turkey aims to consolidate its influence in Syria and eventually turn Syria into a satellite client state. To do so, Ankara is helping in the reconstruction of Syria's critical infrastructure, such as the Damascus and Aleppo airports, but also its electricity supply and phone network. For this reason, Erdogan wants to quell any Kurdish independence aspirations and transform the Syrian society into a pro-Turkish one. So they're using the presence of Kurdish terrorists as a pretext by which to justify their own imperial expansionism. And it says here that Dr. Hey Aytan Cohen, what kind of name is that? Cohen, are you Turkish or are you Israeli? I don't know. An expert on Tuesday and senior researcher at the Moshe Dayan Center for Middle Eastern and African Studies, posits that Turkey, look at this, it's very simple. Turkey has a neo-Ottoman policy in Syria and, in fact, considers this country to be a province rather than a fully independent state. And this guy is right. Mr. Cohen is right. Turkey doesn't see Syria as a satellite state. Turkey doesn't see the HTS as a puppet government. Turkey sees Syria as a province of the neo-Ottoman Empire. That's how they see it. Israel and the U.S. sided with Turkey with respect to... Look at this bullshit. This is crazy. Israel and the U.S. sided with Turkey with respect to limiting Iranian influence in Syria. Israel repeatedly struck Iranian assets in Syria since 2015, and the U.S. assassinated Qasem Soleimani. In 2024, Israel significantly crippled its so-called Ring of Fire, etc., etc. So the Israelis were back in Turkey because they wanted to go against Assad. You see what Israel has done to it. You see what Israel has done to itself. This is why I say Israel is like Haman in the battle. Haman made a noose for the neck of Mordecai, only for that noose to be around his neck. Israel is figuratively Haman. Israel is figuratively Judas. Judas said, oh, I'm going to get my coins and they're going to kill Christ and I'm going to be rich. And the noose went around his neck. And Haman, the same thing. I'm going to kill Mordecai. I'm going to take power. And he made a noose for Mordecai, and that noose went around his neck. And so Israel is thinking, we're going to become powerful. We're going to establish greater Israel. We're going to expand troops into Syria. We're going to take more territory. We're going to build settlements. Yada. We can do whatever we want. America's got our backs. Blah, 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 blah. All this narcissism, all this nationalistic jingoism and egoism that we see being imbued out of Israel. And then what happened, Israel? What happened? Your actions led to the rise of Turkey. And so as Haman built a noose for Mordecai, only for that noose to go around his neck, Israel has created a noose for its enemies, but that noose will go around the neck of Israel. This is all figuratively speaking. I'm speaking in analogies here. I'm speaking in parables, but it's the reality. It's the reality. Now it says Turkey and Israel's interests generally did not clash in Syria in the past decade, as the Israel Defense Forces (IDF) was focused on southern Syria, while the Turkish military was deployed in the north to thwart the transfer of Iranian weapons to Hezbollah in Lebanon and to prevent jihadi terrorist infiltrators from Syria. Israel took over the Syrian buffer zone in the Golan Heights. Turkey's close ties with the new government in Damascus effectively give Turkey freedom of action throughout Syria. To avoid confrontation, Israel and Turkey are considering setting up a deconfliction zone mechanism like that established with the Russian military air base. It's not going to work, guys. Even if they make a deconfliction zone, it's all going to fall apart, because at the end of the day, Israel's interest and Turkey's interest are antithetical, and they're going to clash. Now, here is the reality right here. I put it in the blue and the green. Experts such as Professor Efrat Aviv, a specialist on Turkey and senior researcher at Bar Ilan University's Begin Sadat Center for Strategic Studies, posit that war with Turkey may be a concerning development. So he says it right here. War with Turkey, it could actually happen. Corroborating her assessment, Israel's Najal Committee reported on the defense budget and security strategy, warns that the IDF must be prepared for a potential military confrontation. It cautions that Turkey might form a more dangerous threat than Iran, as it might use its Syrian proxy. Oh, look at this. For how long were we hearing about Iran? For how long were we hearing about Iran? Iran is this. It's the Hitler of our time. It's Adolf Hitler. Ahmadinejad is Hitler. Himmler. It's all. Oh, Iran is the third. Iran is Iran. Damn it. Iran. 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 Persia. And now look at what's being said in this Israeli think tank. Corroborating her assessment in the Israel's Najal Committee report on the defense budget and security strategy, warns that the IDF must be prepared for a potential military confrontation. It cautions that Turkey might form a more dangerous threat than Iran. Explain to me that one. Explain to me this one, please. I thought Iran was the biggest threat. Now the Israelis are saying, no, I'm sorry, actually Turkey could be the biggest threat. Well, you help Turkey by getting rid of the eye doctor. What's wrong with you people? You're always talking about your security and our security, and that's our biggest priority. Freaking Israel gave billions of dollars to Hamas because Israel thrives on the atmosphere of threats. It thrives on this idea that it could be destroyed at any moment, because what does that do? It makes sure that the defense industry in Israel gets money. It makes sure that the military industrial complex remains in existence. It makes sure, it just continues to make sure that the money is being funneled into the big Israeli military machine. So you need a threat. So what does Netanyahu do? He gives billions of dollars through Qatar to Hamas. He wants Hamas there. Some Palestinians are moderate. Not all Palestinians are terrorists, but the Israeli crazy fanatics, they're far right in Israel, they want you to think that all the Palestinians are terrorists. They're all terrorists. So when the moderate Palestinians come, they say, no. Don't allow those moderate Palestinians to take power. We don't want that. We want the fanatics to take power so that we can constantly have a reason to say, look at those barbarians over there. Look at those evil barbarians in the West Bank and in Gaza. We got to bomb them back to the Stone Age, damn it. Bomb them. They're almost close to the Stone Age. They're Neanderthals anyway. Bomb them to the Stone Age. And so they continuously need that pretext to funnel money to the military-industrial complex, so they can tell America, oh, we need more aid. We got to help the military here in Israel. That's all this is about. It's a giant business. And so Israel thrives on this. So they've thrived for decades. Iran. In fact, it was Israel who told the United States, oh, we have to remove Saddam Hussein. Because, and you can see this on video, Netanyahu saying, well, if we remove Saddam, then everything's going to be better. Was everything better after removing Saddam? Everything got worse. Iraq became overran with terrorists. Well, if we remove Bashar al-Assad, everything will get better. Oh, okay, well, Assad's gone. And now the Israelis are complaining that something worse than Iran is right next door. It's all just so exhausting, guys. It's all so tiresome. When does it end? When does the insanity end? How long do we have to hear this nonsense? Oy vey, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Oy vey, oy gewalt. Israel is a paradox within itself. Yeah. Israel's attacks on Syria, Lebanon, and Iran, and the weakening of Hezbollah provided Turkey with the opportunity in Syria for Turkey-backed rebel militias to overthrow Assad's regime. Yep. Yep, that's right. And so it says here, another point of concern for Israel centers around that what stance Syria's HTS-led government might adopt regarding the Palestinian issue. It is highly likely that the new authorities in Damascus will eventually demand an Israeli withdrawal from the Golan Heights zone and request international pressure on Israel to comply. So it's saying here that the HTS could one day tell Israel to piss off out of Syria. Israel's not going to want to piss off. And so the article is saying that the HTS could then ask for support to push the Israelis out. Who do you think is going to want to push the Israelis out? I think we all know. Recently, Turkey denounced Israel's airstrikes in Syria against weapon systems of the former Syrian military. Israel responded by condemning Turkey's seizure of Syrian territory in the northern part of the country. Turkey aims to establish permanent Air Force bases in Syria, and a Turkish military deployment in Syria in the future is a possibility. It's not a possibility. It's a guarantee. Turkey is going to build more military installations in Syria. It's just a fact. This is what's going to happen. This could lead to a clash. I think I might just get a heart attack on stream. This could lead to a clash. Can you guys see what I'm seeing? Let me magnify this a little bit. There we go. Can you guys see that? Look at the mouse. This could lead to a clash, as Turkey would be the prime defender of Syria, and Syria has yet to make peace with Israel. As Turkey is a NATO ally, and the IDF and the Turkish militaries are among the strongest in the world, both sides have an interest in preventing any friction. So let me get this straight, Israel. You throw out the eye doctor, and now you have one of the most powerful militaries in the world next door, and it just so happens to be against you. I keep telling people, Holocaust Part 2. That's going to be the end result of this insanity. It's going to be Holocaust Part 2. Anyway, I think I have enough stories. Man, this streaming thing, it's exhausting. It's amazing how tired I get just from streaming. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Erdogan did a speech in Malaysia, and he said that Turkey could rebuild Gaza. We all know what that means. If Turkey works to rebuild Gaza, then Turkey's going to say, well, we rebuilt Gaza, so it's ours. Israel, you better back off. Eventually, there's going to be a clash between Israel and Turkey. That I can assure you. That's one thing I'm certain of. People aren't going to believe me. A lot of people wouldn't believe me. That's fine. I get it. You know, usually when someone predicts something that sounds crazy, most people don't believe it. But the reality is that truth is stranger than fiction, you know? Anyway, how are you guys doing? You guys enjoying your evening? How many people are listening to the stream? 41 people. Hot damn. Hot damn, guys. You know, this music, it just... it just triggers something in me. I feel very relaxed. Seems like all the doom and gloom in the near future. Yeah, it's all doom and gloom. Yeah, well, it's not all doom and gloom, guys. There's good things. You know, there's positive things in the world. We have video games. That's a positive thing in the world. That makes the world feel so much nicer when we play video games. Especially when we play a good fantasy game. Like a Elden Ring. Or a Skyrim. Or an Oblivion. Or a Bannerlord. Those are all great games. All great games. Turkey still has a Gladio-linked party. Yeah, it does. It's the Kemalist party. And they tried to do a coup against Erdogan back in, I think it was back in 2015 or something. And, yeah. Erdogan got more power because of that coup. 1 second, guys. Gotta smoke something. Smoking some delicious Latakia. What is this damn thing? Why isn't it staying aflame? Oh man, that's good stuff. Ooh, that's some powerful shit. Man. Sweet Body Fit gave me this container. It's mainly Latakia tobacco. It is really good stuff. Really good stuff. I gotta return the favor and send him something. I'll smoke with you, Captain. Black Cherry Cavendish. Absolutely. Cheers. Been trying to get back to video games now. I kind of did a hiatus from video games for months, and now I'm getting back to Elden Ring. I'm trying to beat Elden Ring, and yesterday I was thinking about entirely quitting the video game and just going back to playing just Bannerlord. And I said, you know what? I paid money for this game. I gotta finish it. So why does it keep going off, this thing? Does your dad ever join the tobacco? Yep, he doesn't smoke this stuff. He smokes just regular cigarettes, but yeah, we will smoke together sometimes. I'm sorry that your drinking career came to an early end. I know, it sucks, yeah. I think I pack it too much. Oh. This stuff, it just releases all the stress out of your body. It's unbelievable. But the trick is to smoke it slow. Ooh. That's good shit. You really should look into the Order of Nine Angles. Vindicates a lot of what you say. Is that a cult? I've never heard of that. Yes, needs more oxygen. Yeah. It's good stuff. It's not addictive either. I've never been addicted to this stuff. I'll smoke this once a week or once every 2 weeks. Even the wisest of men can't part ways with using some form of drug. I don't know. Tobacco is a very light narcotic. It's not a strong narcotic, but I enjoy smoking pipe tobacco. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the gout sucks. It really does. You can't really drink alcohol anymore. What herbal teas do you drink? A lot. I drink nettle tea, dandelion root tea, burdock root tea, hibiscus, mint, artemisia. There's a lot of different teas that I drink. Is gout treatable? You can't cure gout. You can't get rid of it. The only thing you can do is stay away from certain diets. Stay away from alcohol is your best bet. If you do want to drink alcohol and do all that stuff, then you got to be taking medication every single day, and I do not want to be dependent on medication. Do you eat red meat? Yep. Yeah, steak, chicken. I love sushi. Sushi's delicious. It's classified as more of a mild stimulant. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Souls and Elder Scrolls are fun, and WoW is nostalgic. I've never really gotten into WoW. I tried playing World of Warcraft many years ago, and it just didn't really suit me, I'll be honest with you. It just seems so boring. I don't know why people really get into World of Warcraft. I guess it's just a nostalgia thing, but Elden Ring is my first Souls game. I'm thinking about getting into the other Souls games. I'm thinking about getting into the what do you call it? Souls 1 and 2, 3, those games. Red meat and sushi is a no-no for gout. It depends on your level of gout. I've never had any issues with eating fish. Never. I've never had any issue. They say that sardines can cause it. I've never had an issue with sardines. I've only had an issue with one thing, and that is two things, actually. Alcohol and then eating too many salty foods without drinking enough water. If I eat too many salty foods without drinking enough water, I will have a gout attack. WoW, because of nostalgia, and South Park. Yeah, South Park, yeah, was a pretty funny episode. Pretty funny episode. You should definitely play the first Kingdom Come. I'll try it out. I really want to play Skyrim, but I don't want to buy any more new games until I beat Elden Ring, and I just haven't been able to beat Elden Ring. It freaking sucks. They're very lonely games in comparison to other RPGs since there's no NPCs, but they are fun to explore. Which games? The Souls games? I heard there's some side characters in Elden Ring. Yeah. Yeah, part of the Elden Ring game is that you're just walking through these old and dead civilizations, and then everyone you meet is just these NPCs who are just remnants of whatever is left of humanity. Get into Stalker. Ooh, yeah, I'll be getting into Stalker too, God willing. Yeah, that's definitely on my list. Any thoughts on games with jump scares? I've only really gotten into one type of horror game, and that is Resident Evil. That's it. And Resident Evil does have some jump scares. It does. I think it's great. I think it really immerses you into the game. What about steak? I've had steak many times. I've never had any issues. No issue with steak, no issue with pork. I only have issues with two things, and that is if I drink alcohol and if I intake too much sodium without drinking enough water. If I eat a lot of salty foods and then drink a ton of water afterwards, I'm fine. But if I eat a lot of salty foods and drink very little water, sometimes not every time, but sometimes by the next day, I'm gonna have pain in my feet. It sucks. But I've had pepperoni, pork chops, no issues. I've eaten a lot of beef in my life, no issues. No issues at all. Alcohol is the biggest culprit. You know, it's the biggest culprit. It sucks. But alcohol is just one of the coolest drinks ever. You know, I love it. I love wine. I love beer. I love how it makes me feel. And it's just, it sucks that I have to say goodbye. Sodium can make me feel like stroke or neck issues. Yeah, it's just it's the dehydration. And without the hydration, your joints become weak, and not weak, but they become susceptible to what do you call it? Auto-inflammation, I think. Auto-inflammatory issues. Yeah. 40 people are watching? I am shocked, my dudes. I am shocked. I should probably get going, though. Teddy, could we play a little bit of Jam? No, I'm fine. I can't. Listen, today, one of my streams got partially blocked because I played music. And it's one of my older streams. It was a stream that I did like 1 or 2 years ago. And YouTube sent me a message today saying, oh, it's partially blocked because the company for one of the songs that you played doesn't like the fact that you played the song. So, you know, and that's the thing, is that getting partially blocked can happen years after the video is uploaded. So that's the thing. Did you like the architecture in Elden Ring? Love it. Yeah, it's really depressing and empty. But there's a bittersweet vibe in it. And right now I'm in the Dragon City, and the tower that you fight Malekith in, it just looks like something you would see in Rome or the Vatican. And it actually looks like a giant Pope hat. It looks like a giant tiara. And maybe that was the intention. Maybe. You know. Anyway, guys, I'll let you guys go. I've been talking. It's been over 6 hours. Had a great stream. We had a lot of fun. And you guys were great. And I will be seeing you guys soon. I will be here making more videos, God willing. Have a good weekend. You guys just heard some Theology. God bless.